Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembei TV and follow our political discussion program. This is Open Forum, another opportunity we have to dive into understanding the latest development on our political front. And of course, the whole world now knows that Baba was in Kisumu today, and what a crowd, what love, what an amazing people. Well, we need to dive into that and get into the significance of all this and where it leads us as we continue, running towards August 9th or wherever, when we will need to choose our next leader for this great country at various levels. And Oka sealed their deal today and signed it all together. What does this spell for Kenya, and how do we respond to the same? Of course, the Speaker of the Senate, Lusaka, former governor of Bungoma County, is now crossed over from Jubilee to Ford, Kenya. Where is this all leading us to? And of course, there is still the crackdown on the border. We are free to talk about the same. And calls for Baba to appear and go and record a statement at the DCI also mounting up. So there is a lot that we need to discuss and come to conclusion. I'm happy for those of you that are joining fast and furious. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your continued support and continued followership of Mtembei TV. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. Click on it and allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. Make sure that you don't deprive it the right to control your camera and the right to control your audio. That's the only way you'll be added to the studio. Jaber Nyaseme, thank you so much for staying tuned. We have GG Congo. Nicholas, asante sana, mad love. Yes. And then can Kefa say Azimio TV. Good. It's called Mtembei TV. Azimio is ndio form sasa, ndio hiyo. Kubali mambo yaishe. Mfalme Sam, thank you so much. The new song Raila Okoa Kenya. Okay, fine. We'll look into that. I think we will get back to you. Thank you, Mfalme Sam. Thank you, Judy Tamira Williams. You are tuned in. We appreciate you. Ruben Daniel, asante sana. Fatima Nasimiyu. Good evening, guys, following from Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. Nicholas Otilda, asante sana. Ben Masafu, karibu sana. Thank you. Of course, Jared Joram Wangira, karibu kwa show. Kuna George Maganga, asante sana. We appreciate you. Willis Wilson, Kisumu was fire. Yes, it was something else. We need to get into what is the secret behind all this. There is something that we are not being told. I believe there is something behind all this, and we need to get to the bottom of the same. Can I say fast? And then kuna Onguzo, asante sana. Kuna Reverend nani huyu? Seth, I believe. Kuna Remset Ochieng Oriri, karibu sana. Thank you. Alafu kuna Andoi Kenraiza. Hey, majina magumu kweli. Sawa, karibuni kwa show kila mmoja. Nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Naamini leo tuna show kali kama vile moto umewaka Kisumu leo, kusema Baba Igwe and all sorts of mad love for Baba and Azimio La Umoja. Sijui wewe unaona vipi mambo haya? Naamini tuko ready. Thank you so much. Purity Esambe, thank you so much. Alum, we appreciate you. Rajab Abdallah, asante sana. John Okibo, karibu kwa show, thank you so much. Aya basi, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Wale wamefika studio, tuanze sasa kuongea masuala haya kwa kina, ili kila mmoja amakinike katika uamuzi anaofanya kuhusu uchaguzi huu ambao ni wa kukata na shoka. Huu ni wa kihistoria, kwa hivyo hakuna mchezo hapa. Kila mmoja amakinike, hakikishe kwamba anafanya yale anapaswa kufanya, kwa sababu hii nchi inamtegemea, na wote tuko pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba tunasonga mbele wala haturudi nyuma. Thank you so much. Kenei Gefas, sasa vipi?
Hello, niaje, unanisikiza?
Kabisa, tunakusikia. Namna gani?
Niko salama sana. Mjamboni nyinyi wote?
Hatujambo. Karibu. Maoni yako tafadhali.
Okay, ningependa tu kuzungumzia mambo mawili.
Yes.
Jambo la kwanza ni that rally of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga ilikuwa, I think ilikuwa mambo leo. The rally ilikuwa sawa kabisa. As you know very well, kwa hii siasa yetu ni, I can say ni tribal politics. Kila mtu alikuwa anatarajia Raila afutie watu wengi huko Kisumu. The same way William Ruto atafutia watu wengi huko Rift Valley. The same way Kalonzo atafanya vile vile pande wa Northeastern. I mean Eastern. So it was expected. Hakuna cha kusema sijui amepata overwhelming support. Hiyo ni natural support. Hakuna venye utatoa hiyo support ya Raila from Nyanza province. Okay, alafu jambo la pili, hii maneno ya boda crackdown. I totally disagree kabisa na kenye inaendelea kwa hii Kenya sasa hivi. Because mtu akifanya makosa already washa identify, wamejua ni watu fulani, na kuna watu wako ndani sasa hizi, na kuna mastermind mwenye anatafutwa sasa hizi. Sasa mbona iko wa Kenya wote? Mbona mtu wa Turkana ajui what happened kwa Nairobi? Mtu wa Samburu ajui what happened? Si mzuri uvictimize mtu wa Baringo kwa sababu mtu mmoja alifanya makosa Nairobi. Si wenye walifanya hii kitendo washajulikana, wengine wako mahakamani as we are speaking saizi. Wangefuata tu procedure polepole. Na kama ni mambo na license, kusema ukweli, unaambiwa mtu wewe ni mtu wa bodaboda, unaambiwa inatakikana ukuwe na nini, driving license. As we are speaking, hata in hii place yenyewe natoka saizi, tusidanganyane, hakuna hiyo school of ya bodaboda. Ile unaweza pata tu peke yake ni maybe driving school ya magari. Sasa ya bodaboda utatoa wapi? Sasa unaambia mtu I'm giving you, sijui unapatia mpaka sijui siku gani, unasema sijui bodaboda ni hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Sasa unataka aende wapi? Alafu the third point ni about hii ya Lusaka. I think hii ya Lusaka kuingia Ford Kenya, I think huyu jamaa amesoma siasa kabisa za Bungoma, na anajua mahali Kenya inaelekea, na akaamua tu lisilo na budi utendwa, akaamua kuingia Kenya kwanza. Nimemaliza.
Bwana Kaifa, swali kwako. Unapinga masuala yanayoendelea kuhusu crackdown. Shida ya hapa, serikali haipingi watu kufanya kazi ya bodaboda. Wanataka kila mtu ajisajili ili tukio likitokea kila mmoja ajulikane. Mbona unaona hiyo kuwa shida?
Mimi mwenyewe sijakataa, sijasema ni shida, lakini sasa singefanywa in process, waseme as from Monday. Sasa sisi tunaamka siku moja wao unaanza kusema sijui bodaboda zote zisajiliwe, they have to be registered. How is that possible kwa Kenya nzima one day? Kwa sababu after president kutoa those pronouncements, Kenya ilifuatia ni watu kufukuzwa, watu kutafuta. Si wangesema tu wangepeana time fulani, wakisema maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks every bodaboda amekuwa registered. Yeah.
That period was given 6 months in 2020. We are in 2022. It never took place. So I don't know. I don't speak for the government, and I don't want to hold a brief for the government. But I believe it is important for the exercise to deliver us to a safer place, even as we seek out transportation the right way. Bwana Wangira, namna gani?
Mzuri Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine.
How is everybody?
They are looking great.
Leo sioni watu wameenda wapi?
Watu tuko tu wengi, ni wewe macho yako yoni vizuri.
Naona watu wawili tu, studio leo haijajaa.
Wewe umewahi mapema, wewe umezoea kuja midnight.
Okay, sawa. Let me give you my contribution. Today Kisumu was on fire, and truly Raila proved to be the Igwe of Kisumu. You could feel the love of the people of Kisumu for Raila Odinga. But there's one thing that I noted, and Raila should perhaps also take note of it. Some of these people he tags along in his campaign rallies. For example, today I listened to Jalango and I didn't see any value in what he was saying, because he said, and I want to quote, Baba, ukiingia kazi your first 100 days lazima ujenge kambi ya jeshi hapa Kisumu. Then when I listened to Jalango, I did not understand what value such a speech had in a meeting of Raila Odinga. We don't want just to excite people for the sake of exciting people. Let people who are given the podium speak issues of substance, issues that will grow this country. We don't want people to speak things that eventually make Raila get mocked, and that make Raila's people also get mocked, because I've been reading those comments, and those comments after Jalango spoke were not very pleasing comments. It's not necessary that you have a military camp in everywhere. And if every president who becomes president that has to build a military camp in his location, then what will that be? I didn't understand. Exactly what Jalango was up to, unless he just wanted to excite the people of Kisumu. So the other thing that
you need to forgive Jalango. Jalango is a comedian. That is what he does for a living. What else were you expecting from him?
But we don't want comedy on the podium. Hii ni siasa, we are on serious business here. Maneno ya comedy apeleke comedy. To my second point. My second point is on the summon by the NCIC to Raila Odinga in regard to his utterances in Wajir 2 or 3 days ago. I've read that summon. That summon does not indicate the date in which Raila should attend. But despite there not being a date, despite there not being a date for when he should appear, I will recommend to Raila, as a senior citizen of this country who is law abiding, to just take a day, perhaps on Monday or Tuesday, and present himself before the NCIC. And again, we are in the political season, and they say campaign seasons are silly seasons, and people will always take advantage of any small thing that you say, irrespective of the context, irrespective of the intentions, because anybody who read the context in which Raila Odinga was applying that particular word, I don't want to mention it here, before I also get accused the way Raila Odinga has been accused, could get it straightforward that he never meant what many people are trying to imply. But you see, now they are now using it politically to hammer on Raila. So the best thing for Raila would be perhaps in future to avoid using such a word, because by using such a word, he's ending up giving fodder to his opponents. And now his opponents are using it for politicking and claiming that there are double standards in this country. They're claiming that there are double standards in this country. Today, Okoa Kenya, Okoa Kenya signed their agreement. And when they signed the agreement, there's one thing that they said. They said that they have always made sacrifices, and that they're also again ready to make sacrifices. But there's one thing that I noted among the Okoa Kenya principles. There's this principle called Mata Karua. And I don't know whether, if things continue the way we purport they will be, I don't know whether she will continue being a member of the Okoa Kenya family. You know, just immediately after she left the Okoa Kenya signing ceremony, and you know, in that ceremony, you know, it was a lukewarm type of ceremony. You know, I expected fire, but it was so lukewarm. Anybody who watched it, you know, there was no life in it. It was a lukewarm ceremony. You know, it was just like, let us just sign, then everybody goes his way. I expected much life in it, and it was very, very lukewarm. And immediately she left that ceremony, she attended another ceremony in Kiambu, where she was being hosted. She was being hosted by one Moses Kuria and Maina Wanjigi. And you know, in that ceremony, a number of things came up. You know, Moses Kuria was insisting that Raila Odinga must retire. Maina Wanjigi was saying that this time they are going to make sure that Raila does not get it. Then there was Martha Karua herself who was saying that Uhuru Kenyatta must finish and go home. So you know, if you look at her utterances and the interests of One Kenya Alliance, you know the majority members of the One Kenya Alliance are pro One Kenya Alliance joining Azimio. And if you look at the utterances of Martha Karua and her associates in what we call Mount Kenya Forum, you'll discover that these people are not really pro Azimio. They could be more pro Kenya Kwanza than they are pro Azimio. So I don't know how she will fit into this arrangement in case One Kenya Alliance has to join Azimio. And again, I'll be keenly watching tomorrow to see whether Martha Karua will be attending our ceremony at KICC and later our big meeting at Jacaranda. I'll be really very interested to see whether she will be attending, because she sounds very lukewarm. She's a person I'm not very sure whether she is in One Kenya Alliance with her 2 feet. And in that signing ceremony, another thing also came up. You know, there's this guy called David Ochieng. David Ochieng is the MP for, is it Ugunja? I think it's Ugunja. David Ochieng is this guy who defeated the ODM in that by-election, if you remember. And he could be the only non-ODM MP in Siaya. So David Ochieng has his own party. And today he became part and parcel to One Kenya Alliance. And when I saw him in that One Kenya Alliance ceremony where they were signing the agreement, one thing came into my mind. And this one thing that came into my mind was that he's now Kalonzo Musyoka trying to revenge because he has seen Madam Gilu, he has seen Dr. Mutua, and he has seen Kivuta Kibwana, also part of the Raila team. And now he has also now decided that he must also get a guy from Luo Nyanza with his own party to also come and become part and parcel of Azimio. That is something that I thought. I don't know what it was. What many other people will interpret, but that was my interpretation. Then there's another funny guy in this political silly time. This guy is called Maangi. Maangi is the deputy governor of Kisii. Maangi has been defecting and counter-defecting. I don't know how many times he has defected out of UDA and back into UDA. And today, as I speak, he has now defected back into the UDA. So you wonder, how many times do you defect into party A to party B and again from party B to party A in one political season? Another thing that I want to bring up is the need for mutual respect among the affiliate parties of the Azimio La Umoja. I understand when Junet Mohammed invited the party leader of DAP, he's called Wafula Wamunyinyi, to speak, he hinted that, Kisumu was not a place for a kiosk like DAP, because it was an ODM area, because we are all in this arrangement of Azimio as brothers, so we don't need to demean one another. So there's need for really mutual respect. And people like some guys like Junet should watch their tongue. Wamunyinyi could be a guy who will treat you lightly, but there are other people who will not take it lightly when you address them in the manner that Junet Mohammed addressed Wafula Wamunyinyi. And finally, there is this joke of the year. The joke of the year is that now UDA has found 3 aspirants. Aspirant number 1 is William Ruto. Then there are 2 other aspirants whose names I don't remember, another young girl and another young gentleman. So, and we are being told that these are the guys who are going to compete against William Ruto. So we wonder, what type of a circus is this? What type of PR is UDA getting us into when we know that they have already decided that they want William Ruto to become their flag bearer? If there was a need for other aspirants, then why didn't they include Musalia Mudavadi and perhaps Moses Wetangula as their other aspirants? Why look for people who are non-entities and purport to have them as aspirants? Bernard, for now, that's all that I have. Asante.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wangira. Naomba tusonge mbele. Issues on the podium speaking. Responsible speaking is important to every public speaker. Junaid gets excited and says a lot of things, but we believe he will overcome it eventually. But I believe it's important that we all respect each other, whether you are in Azimio or not. Every Kenyan is entitled to respect. They are Kenyans by right, not by default. I want us to move to Frederick. Naomba tulinde dakika zetu 3 ili tusiweke watu kwa line sana. So karibu Bwana Frederick. Frederick Omwata. I can't hear you. Sorry. Your gadget has issues. Hebu toa nini? Kama unatumia earphone, toa kwanza. Are you using earphone? Okay, then there is a problem. Wacha twende kwa Ngusu. Ukisoti hiyo shida ya audio. We can't get what you're saying. Ngusu namna gani? Unmute. You unmute the mic beside your name before you.
Mwambie unmute.
Ngusu, ongea sasa.
Hello, good evening guys.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Poa sana. I'm fine. I'm Ngusu from Vihiga. This is my first time to be here.
Okay, karibu sana. Habari ya Vihiga?
Vihiga tuko sawa na tuko Azimio ndani kabisa. We are Azimionated.
Oh, that is good to hear. Kwani Kenya kwanza iko kuanzia huko?
Okay. Actually, I was one of the guys when you were who defected from Kenya Kwanza, particularly UDA, and I had to go back home. That is ODM, and now I'm rooting for ODM for Baba to be the next president of this country, because I believe in his desire to transform this nation. Okay, in today's events, particularly what happened in Kisumu or what we saw in Kisumu, I can say it really showed or proved that Baba is still loved everywhere he goes. I've seen some guys wanasema Baba, that is his home, so cannot really say that it was a pure love or whatever. But somebody living his duties, daily routines, just to attend a political rally is not that easy. And that is what we saw in Kisumu. People came in large numbers to ensure that they give Baba the support. And my friend here has talked what about Jalango said. And you said Jalango is a comedian. Right, I accept he's a comedian. But Jalango is creating his platform. He was just trying to use a platform apart from being a comedian. He was only saying or telling the crowd what they wanted to hear. And that is important in any political forum, you know. You don't tell people what they don't want to hear. You have to make sure you are telling them what these guys want to hear so that at least the crowd, are active. With whatever Kalonzo are doing, Kalonzo, they are trying just to play hard. They want to be seen as serious carry guys. They want to join Azimio as equals. But whatever they decide with their future, we don't care. Without them, Baba is going to win. And we believe in the near future, these guys are going to work together with the Azimio team. I don't see them joining the Kenya Kwanza, who are more of their selfish interest than the interest of Kenyans. And those two guys that UDA has brought on board, okay, I've seen Alum asking at the ground about Vihiga. Vihiga iko sawa. Vihiga tunasema Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza hatuitaki vile, even though the party leader of ANC comes from this region, but I can tell you 70% of this county belongs to Azimio. They have embraced the idea of Azimio. They have embraced the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga. They understand what it takes for you to support Baba. And Musalia Mudavadi teaming up with the Ruto, to me, it was a mistake. Why? If this guy is really interested in leading this country, the only way was Baba. Let us take the age of Baba. Baba is somehow heading to 80s. Baba is old. This guy only needs 5 years. And Ruto is too young. Ruto needs 10 years. So are you implying, or does Mudavadi imply that he's going to wait for Ruto for 10 years because Ruto is a power hungry? He can't leave it for Musalia. Baba is old. After 5 years, we believe that is when Musalia could be brought on board. So, my dear Alum Vihiga, it is Azimionated. Okay, I was talking about UDAC bringing two guys and telling us they are possible competitors of Ruto when it comes to party nomination or party presidential ticket. That's just a game show. Who are they to compete with Ruto? If really it meant that there are people who are interested in pursuing the presidential ticket, Yuda, then they should be talking about Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula, these guys who are serious contestants. We can dub them serious, but the two aren't serious, So what I believe, this country needs a leader, not a politician. Baba has passed that age of politicking. That's why you see guys of Joho, you see likes of Oparanya, you see the likes of Junet, you see now Jalango is being brought on board. These are the people who Baba wants to use in terms of politicking. And that is the league that Baba is looking at so that it can help him to tackle people like Musalia Mudavadi, to tackle people like William Ruto. But Baba, in terms of politics, this Mzee is done with it. Now he's into managing this country. And that is why we are choosing this path, believing that when Baba takes over, this country is going to move. Maybe my other remarks I'll give as the show continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Nguso, for that great information. Keep your mic mute. Yes, Alex.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Mr. Nguso that it's okay, and you've spoken very well. Welcome to Baba's on board, and yeah, you're very right. Baba is past politics, but it doesn't do well with somebody like Jalango, knowing the dynamics that he has right now. As I think Jalango does not understand politics yet. And today he made a big mistake that that was the end of him. Just know that that's the end of him. He has a formidable challenger. When the Jubilee and ODM came together, the one thing that Uhuru told Raila is that take care of Rafael Tuju, please. And Rafael Tuju is contesting from Langata, as you know. So Jalango should be very careful what he speaks and when he speaks and where he speaks, because there is no way Baba will not take care of Tuju, because Tuju took care of us when we needed it. So Jalango must know what to speak, how to speak, when to speak, if he has to challenge Tuju. So for me, I think Jalango just went home. So there is no politics there. Jalango took himself home. Thank you.
Alex, you need to have some pastoral approach. Don't cut it open like that.
Well, there is no pastoral in politics, my friend. Right here is do and die. We must reward Tuju. Tuju took care of us.
Thank you. Let's go to John. John, come in please. Na wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain na wangoa. Sisi tunataka brightness.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Sina la kusema leo, kite naeza ambia nezongea is about Kisumu. Sasa I guess Kenya Kwanza sasa ndo wameona Azimio wako wamelala, ni time ya kucampaign walikuwa wanangoja. So that love that Kisumu showed to Baba, hiyo ni a good implication that these people need this mzee to be our president. What we need next now, I know we're going to win the elections. What we are expecting now is the promises that he has been giving us, like nikiingia nitaziba hii, nitafanya hii. That is what we are waiting for. Hii zingine ni kuwa confirmia that sisi hatutaiba kura. We have love from the ground. Our things gonna be done in a genuine way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John, for that one. Now, Alex.
Wacha mtu aongee niongee after him. I just gave a rebuttal. Wacha watu wasikie sauti ya mtu mwingine.
Sawa. Najua umejificha. Kevin Onyo. Unmute. You're still mute.
Yes.
Good.
You are now getting me.
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Yeah, I'm in Kisumu and I saw Baba alikaribishwa sana. So we are very happy that Raila is going to be the fifth president of Kenya. But according to me, we should also be prepared. Yeah, when Baba gets the seat, yeah, what will you have to present to Baba? Because we should now benefit to his presidency about 80%. Yeah. So
wewe Kevin, wewe achia tu hapo.
Why? Kwa nini? Kwa nini? No. Hello?
Yes, I can get
I hope
you.
unanipata. Just get my point.
Yes.
Yeah. Kenya nasema is very clear. Automatically Raila is the fifth president of Kenya, as I can see. Yeah. And we should be prepared for it. And well prepared for it. Yeah. Then in addition to that, let's not assume that Raila is going to be the president of Kenya and I don't have an identity card. Let us go and vote 100%. Yeah. And let us go and vote. Yeah. Because people will assume that Raila is the fifth president of Kenya and they will not cast their votes. Yeah. So everyone, every day, wherever you talk, wherever you go, injili ile usababishe ni kila mtu aende apige kura. Then we prove in Nyanza province watu wengi sana wanga wanassume ati Raila is the president, alafu waendi wapige kura. But it is now right time, let us go and cast our votes. Then in addition to that, I don't want to talk about the governorship or the MP or the MCA, but at the podium I saw clearly there are some people wakiongea, we automatically boo, but that should not be. Hii haifai tufanye kabisa. Kenye naweza ambia watu, sikizeni kenye mtu anasema, instead of kupiga kelele. Then in addition to that, ukifika hapa kwa MP, MCA, kuna wengine unapata kama leo I saw clearly in Kisumu, ninjas were seriously making noise. And wakimaliza walifika kwa gate. Then I can hear them wanasema eti wapi pesa yetu ya transport. Kitu kama hiyo. Kama baba alikuja, we should clearly hear kenye baba anasema. Yeah? Na Kenya anatuambia, then we follow what he is telling us. Then I think Kenya will be good. Then in addition to that, let us be prepared, and let us invest. Sasa baba akiingia, inapata kama tuko gangari, tukimwambia hii njia tunataka for our investment, automatically anatusaidia. But tusikue tu eti tumekuwa relax ati baba anaenda kukuwa president. Akishakuwa unakuwa na nini ya kupresentia baba? Yeah. I think I'm done.
Sawa Kevin. Ni vile Jared jana alisema, it is about time you guys begin to carry yourself presidential, because Baba is about to be confirmed president. So and being presidential means you carry the rest of Kenya. Wakenya wengine wakule kwanza ndio nyinyi mnao mikono, sio nyinyi mtangulie kunao mikono. Okay, Frederick, I hope your audio is back. Oh, sorry. Bwana Frederick, sijui nitakusaidiaje. Naomba hivi, kuja huko kwa private chat, unaambia kama unatumia simu ama unatumia laptop, alafu tuone kama tutakusaidia. Mama Selina, vipi?
Poa.
Naona ushafika Kisumu karudi. Hey.
Niko ndani kabisa.
Hey.
Mambo ni poa. Kisumu walionyesha the love they have kwa baba. Nasikia watu wanaongea ati hapo ni kwao. Tena kutoka Kisumu airport mpaka mahali baba alikuwa na mkutano, hiyo watu yote walikuwa nakimbia, hiyo watu yote na hiyo love. Mahali ukweli iko, tuseme ukweli. Mahali kuna mapenzi, tuseme watu wana mapenzi. Na mambo yote ilifanyika Kisumu ilikuwa ni sawa. Na pia kuna ndugu yangu ameongea kuhusu Chelango. Kwa siasa si lazima kila kitu iwe 100%. Huku si kanisa, huku ni politics. Na siasa, kuna wale wanatusiana, kuna wale wanataka kulete mambo mapya, na hata kuweka airport imewekwa. So next thing, kwa sababu ya Mukingo, kwa sababu ya Uganda, we need to have army karibu there ili iweze kuchunga nchi yetu ya Kenya. Not because wanataka kuchunga watu ya Kisumu. Tunakuanga na shida sana kwa sababu ya Uganda. So for me, I hope Chelango was saying, tumenyang'anywa Mukingo, kitambo tulete waskari kutoka Nairobi, kutoka Nyanyuki, kutoka Eldoret. Let's have one there. Museveni ameweka jeshi kwa island yetu ya Migingo. So what is the problem kwa sisi pia na Lake Victoria iko kubwa. So for me, watoto wakisaliwa, huwezi sema kwa sababu tuko na mtoto ya kwanza unakataza mama kuzaa mtoto ingine. So for me, I support Chelango. Tunataka kuwa na wanajeshi Western Kenya, ndio ichunge mpaka yetu. Vile Northeastern wamekuwa na huko imekaa poa. I'm talking this because tumekuwa na shida sana askari ya Uganda kuingia Kenya. So as tukitaka nchi yetu ikae vizuri, I'm supporting that. Don't see ati anataka kulete kwa Luo. We want it like yesterday, ndio tuweze kuchunga border yetu. Tunasema baba anatufanyia transition. Tunasema baba anatengeneza Kenya. So tunataka baba aweke kila kitu ikue in place. Wache niende ya Kalonzo. Waende walete hata party 100. Briefcase parties. That is fine. Kironga anasema there is possibility for them going at mpaka Kamba. Hiyo pia ni sawa. Moi alisema mkienda kuimba wanaume, wasichana watakuja kushika wanaume. Kalonzo amejaribu kuimba, amepiga makofi, hakuna msichana anamshika. Akubali ile ya Moi alisema, endelea kupiga makofi mpaka siku ile yako inafika. Baba amekuwa akiimba na yeye pia alikuwa hakuna msichana anamshika. This time round msichana amejua baba amejua kuimba, amejua kucheza, amekatika kiuno. Unajua mama wanaangalia hapo kiuno inachezwa aje. So Kalonzo mwambieni yeye hatuoni makofi na hatuoni kichwa. Tunataka kuona hapo kiuno anajua kucheza aje. Kwa hivyo apige makofi, siku yake itafika. But for now, hata apitie Trisha, hata apitie chikoni, hata akujie mlango ya nyuma, the deal is gone. Ukituambia ya kwamba baba ako na hiyo watu yote, wewe bado huko boardroom. Nataka kupongeza Juda ama KKA because they are trying. Wanatuonyesha uniform na watu yao, wanatuonyesha at least they have gone round. Leo UDA ama KKA ikienda opposition, we know they are real people. Hata baba kama kutakuwa na kusalamiana, I don't think anakuja enda salamiana na watu wamekuwa in boardroom meetings. Kama kutakuwa na salamu Kenya ni KKA kwa sababu wameonyesha. Lakini hii yako Bernard Maringo tu hapa ndani, wasichana walienda walichukuliwa. Kalonzo atatoa, anataka mama ile amesaa mpaka amemaliza itamsaidia nini? Raila ameenda na msichana virgin, Ruto ndio hiyo amekimbia na ingine. Sasa Kalonzo anataka kamuistei na kamuistei huwezi kumpatia mtoto, sio ni makosa. Wewe unaenda tu kunyemelea ile watu wamewacha. Moses Kuria, hiyo group yote. We have seen that. Ile ya Kibaki 202. Kama wangeenda hivyo, if it was not for Raila, Uhuru wangechukua. So the same guy mwenye ako na tactics ni baba. Na sasa Kalonzo ana I feel it for Kalonzo anyway. And I hope the Kambas are wise. I hope the Kamba community are wise. Penat, kama wewe unaenda kuanguka, usiseme tunaenda kuanguka. Hata wa Rift Valley, watu wengi walikuwa nasema sisi wakale tutaanguka na Ruto. Baada wakale wameona mahali nchi inaenda, wanasema no, lazima tuingie serikali. So mimi Penat, niko mahali niko, nitarudi, nitasikiza, na sitataka kukaa kwa kufungia watu nafasi. Napenda kusikia mambo ya leo. Lusaka, huyo ni mwingine tena. Lusaka anaenda kujaribu kuokoa Fort Kenya na chama ya mbolea imechukua kila mtu. So at least I see a smile kwa Wetangula for the first time, ati amepata mwanaume amekuja kumsaidia. Wataanguka. Hata ile watu walikuwa na shout kwa hiyo mkutano ilikuwa ni kidogo sana. So kama Lusaka angetaka kuingia, angeenda kupigana na Wangamati na akuwe kwa chama ya inasema Mbolea, tuone the real leader. Otherwise hiyo ni watu watalia. August 9 penalty, mkate miti mingi sana. Hii watu wengi wataingia kwa shimo. Tuombe sana tuwe tuwasaidie wasikinyonge. Otherwise mi nasema tunangojea kesho. Najua Kasarani imeiva, lakini the equal, ngawa Biblia ilituambia kuna wenye walienda kasi saa 12 asubuhi na kuna wale walikuja saa 11 jioni na walilipwa the same. I hope Watermelon atakuwa akitungojea tulime, tumechoka, alafu sasa anakuja kusema anataka kuwa running mate. Running mate inadeserve iende mahali inaenda, na kama wanataka kumpatia kiti, achukue kiti ya speaker, achukue speaker. Yeye hawezi pata kiti ingine. Martha Karua, ningemwambia my sister, kaa karibu ukuwe attorney general, ututengenezee nchi. Kirungu he was so sad kwa sababu anajua hiyo koa hakuna mahali inaenda. Gideon Moi, wewe unajua King Ruto ako huko. Sasa badala ungejificha kwa nguo ya baba, unaenda kudanganywa uanguke mara 3. Na hapo ndiye njia ungelete Kenya, unless Uhuru Kenyatta anatuma Gideon, but I know Kano kesho watakuwa kwa Chakaranda kwa sababu yeye anajaribu kuangalia hii wanaume, but I'm telling him it is too late my brother. Wewe una nafasi nyumbani, baba angekuchunga, Uhuru angekuchunga, at least usipotee, kwa sababu hatutaki Ruto akiwa nyumbani, hatuna ndugu mwingine mkubwa ya kutushika wakale. So please, Wakamba iko Ngilu, iko Kivuta na iko Mutua, so they are well represented. Wewe sasa unaenda okoa wapi na Kalonzo? Keep your work up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. That's a great one. Now we can hear from Enoch. Alex, when you're ready, you let me know. Enoch, namna gani? Unmute, the mic is beside your name. You click.
I think it's okay, yeah?
That's perfect. Go ahead. You are mute again. You unmute once. Hapo sawa, endelea.
Okay, I think I'm okay now, yeah?
Yes, endelea.
Yes. To me, I'll still echo what my brother Alex said. Like in Vihiga County as Vihiga, because we share the same county with Alex. In Vihiga, I was there on December and January, and most people there are for Azimio. People are not there for UDA or the other coalitions. People are there for Azimio, and the number is growing. It's not like the last time when Raila was wakati Raila alikuwa anasimama president last time, and Mudavadi also alikuwa anasimama president. So people right now wameshikana vizuri kabisa, and the Azimio is growing day by day. Nikikuja kwa the reason why President Uhuru decided to back up Raila for his presidential bid is because Raila is too old. Raila can't go for 2 terms. Now meaning Raila can only manage for 1 term, and even that 1 term kumaliza those 5 years itakuwa ngumu sana kwake. So Uhuru alikuwa ametarget ya kwamba if Raila akimaliza the 5 term atoke, then kunaweza kuwa na somebody to replace him mwenye anaweza shikilia pale, because most Kikuyus they are blaming at Uhuru haku prepare somebody like what Kibaki did. Akaprepare Uhuru Now Uhuru himself haku prepare any Kikuyu to lead this country ama to take after him. So that's why he had decided to back up Raila and prepare somebody. Now after Raila, that person will come in. The other thing is about the Lusaka. Lusaka could join Ford Kenya. That was obvious. Because Ford Kenya is the only chama in Bungoma. Is the only chama in Bungoma. Because in Bungoma ukisimama na any other chama, you can't make it. Ukiangalia like Wetangula alisimama in Bungoma na hiyo Ford Kenya because ndio imejulikana, ndio chama ya village ya Bungoma. So if Lusaka angejoin any other chama, then he could not make it. So that was the only chama yenye anaweza simama nayo impeleke a win that governor your governor.
It's like you are not communicating.
Thank you.
Enoch, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, umetoa madai hapa mengi sana alafu utoi
yes.
Wewe unasema baba ni mzee sana ata struggle. Umebase hiyo kwa on what basis? Secondly, hujasikia kuna DAP Kenya?
Yes.
Hujasikia kuna DAP Kenya? Chama ya mbolea. Hujasikia chama ya mbolea imesweep kaka Bungoma na Soya? Uko tu hapa Vihiga una habari hiyo kwa nini?
Yes, I'm getting you.
It's like there is delay. We are not communicating. Let's do this. Thank you for your submission. I think you need to organize your gadget. It's too much delay from your end. Network yako imechelewa. All the same, Kelly namna gani?
Salama, nashukuru mzee wangu.
Yani ulienda wapi?
Nilikuwa safari kidogo, sasa nimesharudi. Lazima watoto
Umeniachia pale amenitesa wewe ulikuwa unanitetea.
Niko area ndugu yangu. Siwezi nikaacha kuangalia na kufuata mazuri ambayo mnaletea wa Kenya katika hii runinga yenu mzuri ambao twaipenda sisi wana Kenya.
Karibu.
Asante sana, nashukuru. Mimi nataka tu kushukuru sana Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka. Kuna kitu nasemanga, huwa nasema na ninataja kila wakati, na nimeshajua ya kwamba haya maneno yatakuja kuzua zogo na Kalonzo atakuja kurudi kwa baba, kwa sababu Kalonzo na Raila kuachana ni kitu ngumu sana. Nimeshindilia nikililia wazee wangu kila mahali, nikiwaambia kwamba jua ya kwamba Kalonzo ni kiongozi dhabiti katika Kenya hii yetu, na kuna umuhimu sana katika muungano mmoja na baba wetu ambaye atakuwa baba taifa ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na nikasikia tena ndugu yangu hapa akisema kwamba ati Uhuru alichagua baba kwa sababu ni mzee na anaweza akienda kabila fulani wa Kikuyu watakuwa wamejipanga ili warudi kwa kiti. Nataka Wakenya wote katika hii nchi yetu tukufu tutoe mafikra ya mzee wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Anaweza kataa kumaliza tamu yake miaka 5. Mungu aliumba baba Raila Amolo Odinga na mpango, na tukiangalia zile changamoto mzee amepitia ni changamoto mingi sana. Kama shetani angekuwa anataka na kuna uwezo wa kuguza roho ya mzee wetu baba Raila Amolo Odinga, atungekuwa na Raila leo. So nataka Wakenya wote katika nchi yetu tuendelee kuombea mzee wetu. Mungu endelee kumpatia nguvu, akiongojea kupatiwa uongozi wa kuongoza taifa letu la Kenya. Kitu ya pili, upande wa sijamalizana na Kalonzo wetu. Kalonzo ni mzee ambaye hawezi akaachwa katika muungano wa Azimio. Na maombi yangu tu ilikuwa tu naombea watu wa Oka ili waweze wakaungana na Azimio ili tuendeleze Kenya yetu mbele. Kwa sababu kwa sababu muungano wa Azimio ni ule mrengo na muungano dhabiti katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ambao hauna ukabila wowote. Kumalizia, ningependa pia upande wa wananchi wateule wa Kenya, wazalendo dhabiti, watoe ukabila ndani ya mioyo yao ili tuweze tukakomboa hii taifa letu la Kenya, ili tuweze tukafungua macho yetu ya kindani na roho zetu, ili tuweze tukaangalia yale mazuri ambayo yanakuja wakati Raila atapata uongozi katika Kenya yetu. Tutoe mafikra ati kutakuwa hivi, kutakuwa vile. Hapana. Najua Mungu akona mpango mwema na Kenya. Mungu akona mpango mwema na muungano wa Azimio. Ndio sababu unaona katika mikutano yote ya Azimio watu wako na furaha, watu wanaongea agenda ambazo zinaweza saidia nchi yetu ya Kenya. Watu wanasikiza agenda ambazo zitawaokoa katika yale madhara ambayo saizi tunayapitia, kama uchumi uko juu saizi, ambapo tunasikia mzee wetu Raila Amolo Odinga akisema kwamba atakapopata tamu yake ya kuongoza nchi yetu ya Kenya, atateremsha bidhaa za chakula, watoto watasoma kutoka nursery up to primary, secondary, tertiary, free education itafanyika. Tutoe mafikra ya kwamba baba anadanganya watu. Hakuna ahadi baba ameshawaitolea wananchi wa Kenya wakati wa Kibaki ambayo haikutimika. Yote ilitimika. Upande huu mwingine wa Kenya, nasikia inaitwa Kenya Kwanza, sijawahi nafuatilianga, lakini naona kuna uongo mwingi katika hao viongozi. Hawana kitu kinaitwa agenda. Hawana kitu ambacho kinaitwa agenda ambacho kinaweza ongoza hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kazi yao ni bottom up, bottom down, bottom kwenda sijui bottom nini, ambapo ukisimamisha mfuasi yeyote ambaye ni waunda, ukimuuliza bottom up itakusaidia namna gani, hata kupatia hata rizoni 3, ndugu yangu Bernard, hata utaja hata duku moja tu ya bottom up inamaanisha hivi, inamaanisha hivi, na itasaidia mwananchi kupitia njia hii ama njia ile. Kwa hivyo wananchi wetu wa Kenya, na wasi tafadhali, tuendelee kuelimishana, tutoe mafikra ya unyanyapaa ambayo iliwekwa hapo zamani na watu ambao waliendeza hii nchi yetu kikabila, ili tuweze tukasaidia hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tusichague kiongozi kwa sababu ya handout, kwa sababu amekupatia pekesheni kidogo kidogo bahasha hapo, ati unaanza kusema kwamba huyu ni kiongozi bora. Ati kwa sababu huyu kiongozi alikuja kanisani kwetu akatoa milioni 10, akatoa gari fulani kwa wachungaji, akatolea watoto wangu school fees. Msikubali kuuza. Don't sell your dignity as a Kenyan. Tukuwe na msimamo dhabiti, tukuwe wa Kenya wazalendo, ili tuweze tukafikia kiwango cha kuendeleza hii Kenya yetu vile tunaona Mtembei TV inafanya. Na ndivyo sababu naambianga kila mtu ambaye tunakutana naye katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, nawaambia kwamba tujifunze kufuatilia stesheni na chaneli ambazo zinaweza tuelimisha, ili tuweze toa ukabila ndani ya mioyo yetu, kwa sababu ukabila ndiyo chanzo cha masumbufu ambayo iko katika Kenya hii yetu. Tutakapotoa ukabila katika maisha ya mwananchi ambayo ni mimi na wewe na yule mwingine, na tuseme ya kwamba sisi wote ni wa Kenya, sisi wote ni wazalendo, na tuwache kununuliwa na pesa nane, tuwache kufuata watu blindly, tufuate viongozi ambao wako na agenda ambazo zinaweza tengeneza nchi yetu ya Kenya, kama mrengo wa Azimio. Tuunge mkono Azimio. Nashukuru Benadi, nashukuru sana. Na natamashia na kusema hivi, inaitwa conclusion, si ndio? Tafadhali ndugu zangu ambao tuko hapa, na wasii tueneze amani katika kila kabila, tulete wananchi pamoja, na katika comment zetu ambazo tuna comment, tusitusi mtu. Wale wanaotoa matusi katika comment, tuwakosoe kwa ajili wamefungwa macho na ukabila. Kama huyo mwananchi ambaye anatoa matusi kwa comment angekuwa na ukabila ndani ya maisha yake na kulewa na ukabila na kupitia kwa wazazi wake, kwa sababu ukabila ni kitu kinapandwa wakati mtoto wako mdogo. Anaambiwa kabila fulani iko hivi, kabila fulani iko hivi. Ndio imefanya izae mbegu ambayo saizi ndio tunaicorrect, na unaona Mtembe TV inasema ya kwamba tuache ukabila. Na wasii wa Kenya wenzetu, tuache ukabila, tuangalie sera ambazo zitasaidia nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nashukuru. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Thank you Bwana Mumo. Tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako and your passionate appeal to Kenyans. Naamini kila Mkenya amekupata kwa njia iliyo wazi na amekuelewa kinaganaga, kwa hivyo tuko tayari kusonga mbele. Bwana Frederick, hebu jaribu tuone kama sauti yako imerudi.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Umepona sasa. Hebu sasa toa maoni yako kabla uvamiwe.
Thank you very much. I've been struggling for the last 2 days, and I'm happy to be here.
You're welcome.
Now, thank you. Niko na jet nyuma yangu. I just want to say, first of all, I want to say thank you for the good job you have been doing for us to tell people our opinion or to talk to our leaders through this media. First of all, I heard someone saying that Raila was welcome in Kisumu because he is coming from Kisumu. I want to challenge the person by asking him, was Raila yesterday was in Meru? Can he tell us that Meru is part of Kisumu? What we want to tell these Kenyans that things have changed, and they have totally changed. We cannot compare Raila with our brother William Ruto. Raila started this journey long time ago, 1992, if I'm not wrong. You will correct me if I'm wrong. From 1992 up to now, the man has been struggling for Kenyans. And Bernard, if we don't cheat one another, nothing Raila is in need as at now. Kama ni pesa ako nayo, kama ni mali ako nayo, kama ni chakula ako nayo. Ni nini Raila ana? Raila is just struggling for our children, for our future, the future of the generation to come. And we can't compare Raila and the one man called William Samoei Ruto. Ruto is a confused element, I can say that. Even now, the way he's talking, even from yesterday when he came back from America, it is totally out of mood, which means something has gone wrong somewhere. And we want to tell him, his time is not yet. Wacha kuje pole pole, aende tu pole pole. Hii kitu sio kuchukua na kifua, sio kupiga kifua. Aende tu pole pole, wakati yake itafika, ataipata tu. And we are the people giving these people this leadership. He won't take it by force. If we still refuse him, let him rest. We love him. He's our brother. He's a Kenyans as we. We will give him support if the right time comes. I want to talk the issue of Lusaka joining Kenya Kwisha. That's how we are calling it. No big deal there. Hakuna kitu muhimu hapo. Remember, Ken Lusaka was the first governor of Bungoma. Alifanya nini? Ama alikosa kufanya nini ndiye anataka afanye sahi? If not buying a wheelbarrow at 100,000. Are we not aware that is the first governor in Kenya who bought a wheelbarrow at 100,000? Even the wheelbarrow we are using at home, how much does it cost? Can one wheelbarrow cost 100,000? Kwa amefanya nini ndio sasa anataka kufanya? These people, we know them. Even if he's the Speaker of the Senate, we know them. We know the sides he belongs, and we know the cards they are playing, and we want to tell them no room for them as of now. Let them just try to build their name up, but we as Azimio La Umoja, we are very proud, and we want to tell them we can do without them. Another thing I heard people saying, talking about Jalango. My friend, Jalango is still green in this world of politics. Let us take things pole pole. Tusikue na haraka sana. Even a child, if you have a child, analan pole pole. Hawezi enda shuleni leo, arudi mwanze kumchapa ati kwa nini umefanya vibaya. No, anasoma pole pole ndiye afanye nini, ndiye ajue. Mtu kama Jalango bado ana point ya kusema in the field of politics. Anasema chenye inaweza fry watu. Unajua alikuwa anaongea issue ya Kondele. We all know that Kondele is Baba's Barak. Kondele is Baba's Barak. Even if we don't have guns, we have stones. I think Jalango refers to that because Kondele is our Barak. And we don't want to cheat you.
Stone, that's a dangerous language. You have to stop that language.
Order.
Okay, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw, but I just want to tell people that Jalango refers to Kondele as Baba's Barak, and we all know that.
Oh, you mean barracks? You mean barracks?
Yeah, Barak. Kondele is our Barak. Another thing.
Naomba utamatishe and WG.
Okay.
Yes, Bernard.
Just a moment, Frederick, tunarudi kwako. WG, you will chair for 3 minutes before I come back.
Okay, sawa.
Naona vile Fred amengoja. Ako ready, armed and dangerous, amesikia mambo yakamkera sana. So na yeye ndio unapatia next.
Okay.
Alafu Baz akirudi pia mpatie priority because he was on the queue. It was to be
those people can't follow each other. You know, we have to mix them up.
You see, don't bring the barracks here. I just say when he comes back, let him be given priority. That means whatever time he comes back. Sawa. Thank you. And then of course, our ladies are always given priority over the men because you are the majority here. So please take charge nakuja. Okay. Frederick, malizia uko na nusu ya dakika.
Thank you very much, my brother. I just want to final up my statement. The issue of Josh Mwangi. I will just call him also a confused element. Because this Josh Mwangi, from the first place, he was from UDA. He was from ODM. And we know he's not loyal to his party leader. And that's something which is disturbing him. And na hiyo ndio maana alikimbia kwenda UDA. Kwenda huko UDA alipata kuna nafasi. Nilikuwa nafikiri ati akirudi huku ODM bado atapata nafasi under Azimio La Umoja, na amepata kama people wakina Simba Rati na wengineo wamekuachwa ground. Sasa no room for him. In this world, if you are building an house, let us participate together, so that if you are placing our chairs inside the house, tutakuwekea yako, lakini ukitoka nje ndio urudi kutusumbua sisi ati wewe pia unataka kukaa ndani. Rafiki yangu, utakaa nje, na tena utakaa hata nje ya gate, si hata nje ya mlango, utakaa nje ya gate. Ndio maana amerudi, ndio maana amekimbia kurudi UDA. No big deal there, hakuna kitu ataongeza, sisi bado tuko. Asante.
Thank you, Frederick. Let's have Fred, unless if there is someone with a question. Let's move to Fred.
Sasa ni watu wa kuzimia. Yaani wasalimia mtaki kusalimika.
Fred, address people well, because hata wewe wako na matusi makubwa kuhusu wewe, so usianze need to just be decent. Just be decent in your language, yeah, please.
Sawa. Unajua sasa huyu Frederick Ompuata, sichini Ompuata what? Jos Mangi kutoroka ODM hivyo ameona kuna shida. Acha kuingilia yeye. Wacha rudi nyumbani. The other thing, unajua mimi tunashangaa na nyinyi watu wa ODM, in general watu wa Azimio. Munasema tu you are perfect. Amuoni makosa munafanya. Hiyo addressing hiyo makosa. But mistake ya other people muna address. Hiyo tu ndio nashangaa tunayo na nyinyi. For example,
makosa gani?
Sio baba wenu ana make a long statement to Kenyans, lakini hiyo makosa mtaki kuaddress. Na na venye ako na hiyo deep state anajichocha nayo, afanyiwi kitu. Hiyo makosa muaddressing hata kabisa. Lakini the other side, sisi watu kama tunatambua Kenya kwanza, one of us akifanya a slight mistake anaandamwa, hata hawezi lala kwa nyumba.
Makosa gani?
So baba wenu vitu anaongea surely. Okay, in generally watu wa Azimio, mimi nasema they don't have any agenda, cause from morning up to night agenda yao ni kuongea debut, kuongea 6,000, then kuongea debut, kuongea, yani just criticize the debut. Hakuna agenda ya kusaidia common mwananchi na kuongea madoadoa. That's the only thing they have. Lakini sisi tukiongea about bottom up, you criticize about us.
So bwana Fred, hebu tuambie agenda ya Kenya Kwanza.
Kenya Kwanza?
Yes.
First agenda, bottom up.
What is bottom up?
Imeji explain yenyewe. Doesn't have any explanation.
What do you mean? How can it be an agenda when it has no explanation?
I mean bottom up. Yani imeji explain yenyewe.
So how does that help Kenya? Bottom up.
Who's bottom?
Ayo mmekuwa mnasikia. Sasa relax.
Explain.
What
is bottom up?
Everybody mute your mic. Mimi ndio naongea na Fred kwanza. Fred, bottom up as an agenda for Kenya. How is it? Where is Kenya in bottom up?
Bottom up?
Yes.
For example, since we independent we are there, tunaongelelea mambo huko up, tunaongelea about hizo mambo na chairs nini wote, lakini sasa tumerudi tumesema tunafaa kuangalia common mwananchi, tuangalie hizi biashara ndogo ndogo. That's the meaning of bottom up. Hakuna ama unataka
biashara ndogo ndogo,
tuangalie the common mwananchi. Sasa uchumi imeharibika, hiyo ndio tunataka. Hata tuende kwa mambo na fertilizer ikuwe subside, irudi bei chini, sio? Sasa hii yenu
so okay. Fred,
fertilizer iko up, sasa irudi chini.
Order WG. Fred, mimi naona you are a very brilliant young man, and you know that what you are saying is not even valid, but because you've been told to say so, let's agree. Okay? Let's agree.
I have not told by anyone. Unajua
ulimaliza shule lini kwanza?
Mimi after 10 years ago.
10 years ago. Did you study anything in the school called bottom up? Did you hear any of that word in all your life in school?
Okay. May I ask you a question?
No,
did you study anything called Azimio?
You answer my question.
Did you study anything called Azimio?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you study anything called Azimio or Kiaro TB?
Yes. Kulikuwa na Azimio la Arusha, kuna Azimio la Abuja. Kwa tumekuwa na Azimio mingi sana.
Let me ask you another. Bernard, a minute. Let me ask you another thing. Did you study anything called?
Are we degenerating again to this boy again messing up? Mutabaki hapa na yeye kama ile siku peke yenu kwa panel.
Unataka kuelimishwa ndugu yangu. Fred, you are lost, man. Come back home.
I'm lost. You are the one lost.
Fred is too lame. This guy has a problem upstairs, my friend.
Thank you, everybody.
Mute your mics. You are the one who have a problem.
Everybody mute your mics. Okay, let's do this. Watch my feelings. Let the debate move on. So, Fred, if you want to help, Kenya Kwanza, articulate the agenda clearly and convince Kenyans on how Kenya Kwanza is the best coalition to help Kenya. Okay? Bringing up phrases that you yourself cannot defend or cannot explain, it becomes very difficult to sell whatever you're selling. Yes, so moja kwa moja, mbona watu wafuatane na Kenya Kwanza?
Mbona watu wafuatana Kenya Kwanza? Mimi na support huyu anaitwaje, Ombuata. Alisema not Ombuata. Kuna huyo Mzoiri alikuwa ametoka before. Alisema tusipewe handout. The hard hand, mtu anataka kutupea handout ni huyo Raila wenu, huyo ndiye anataka kutupea handout. But the deputy anataka kutuonyesha venye tunatafuta hiyo sio handout, venye tuna fees samaki, venye tunashika samaki, sio tukupewa handout ya 6k
na pesa Ruto.
Alafu wewe sikiza,
pesa anapeana anaitwaje?
It's my time. Alafu anatuambia kuna venye watafanya kwa serikali yake, atazingatia common mwananchi. Kama ni mambo ya NHIF itashughulikiwa.
Miaka 9 alikuwa
ndio medical. Was not in power, is a deputy. Do you know a meaning of a deputy and a president? Or do you know a meaning of a principal and a deputy? If a school fails, will you blame a deputy?
Bernard toa msee kwa mic, hata kuna kenye ana discuss hapa tafadhali bana. Let us move on.
na zile
Mbuzi
credit
umechanganyikiwa wewe
Fred,
bwana.
Order
zile
everybody.
Jamaa amechanganyikiwa.
Order everybody. Order everybody. Please keep
Kwa
your
nyinyi
mic.
watu wa kusimia mmechanganyikiwa, na wataka kuwaelimisha nyinyi watu wa kusimia venye mambo
Hakuna
inaenda
mambo ya
bwana.
kuzimia ndugu yangu. Hapa kuna kabila
Unatuelimisha
zote za
nini?
Kenya.
Unatuelimisha
Kuna
nini?
Mkamba,
Hiyo
kuna
You
mnasimia
Mkikuyu,
can't even
bwana.
kuna
articulate your
Mjaluo,
agenda
kuna
after the
kila
people
kabila katika hii
of Kenya kwanza.
Kama mmeamua ni hivyo basi, wacha tuanze hivyo. Kama mmeamua ni hivyo basi, wacha tuanze hivyo. Jameni. Tuelewane tafadhali, okay? Tuelewane. Hii story ya kuvamiwa tuachane nayo, okay?
Bana,
So
patia
Fred,
Kamau.
Yes, Mr. Kamau, thank you.
Yeah, sijui kwa nini watu wamesahau protocol yetu ni kuinua mkono na kuuliza swali. Lakini nimekuwa nikisikiza from the background. I think Fred wants to entertain us. Fred is not serious in what he believed in. And I think he's just like he's the chief hustler. Najua chief hustler, amefanya I think he's a scientist, biological scientist. Na unajua yale maneno anasema ni mambo ya kuexperiment maneno. So when Fred tells us that because he was a deputy he could not do what he has promised, he's just lying to us, because if you cannot do it, why stay in the government? Bernard has been telling us not even once, you're getting salary for 9 years and yet you're claiming that you're not part of the government. Fred, please don't reduce these discussions to things that are not practical and the discussions to iwe kama ya watoto wa primary school. Please, I beg you.
Okay, let me answer you by the Kamau. So you see me, I'm a primary kid. I'm a primary kid. The way you see me.
Fred, fanya hivi. Tukikupatia muda wako, okay? Na utumii vizuri, tunakung'atua. Sawa sawa? Because we really want you to get serious and it seems you think
Acha niende bwana. Mimi nadai kufanya vitu vingine sasa. Kama
WG was next.
You know, yeah, that's how we are sometimes. When we lack things to present, then we make jokes. And then we find a way of exit so that it appears that there is intolerance on this platform. So, but what we are saying is that please, if you are not ready, many of us do come here sometimes and we ask for permission to reorganize ourselves first, or you just say, today I only have this. It's not a must you have to talk. Yes, you can come in and listen. But now when you are not well prepared and then you want to act at the same time to utilize your time with what don't make sense, then you really make yourself, you demean yourself in a way. So, but that is just that. I want to talk about the Raila in Kisumu today. It was a very emotive occasion. It was so emotive, both for the people and Raila himself. He gave himself up to the people and chose to do what they want. When he reached Kondele, the people, took him and they walked almost 3 kilometers. For almost 1 hour, Raila was just, going slowly and people just walking. and people walked all the way from Kondele to Mamboleo showground. And, inside the stadium, he would occasionally talk and give room to them to pour their love and their emotions to him, and he would respond with very heavy words. And I wished people understood those the language he spoke about. That was, I think, it was dictated by the region where he was. And Bernard, it was so emotive because of the historical factors. The people would remember where they've come from. And I think that, and it was not just people from this region, even those other people that have been consistent with the second liberation and moving now to third liberation. And one of those people who was present and not from this region was one Mukisa Kitui, who tried to remember and call the people into that the history of the struggle of people who want to make Kenya equitable and and introduce good governance. So that's the reason why emotions was flying, and it was a very good emotion, and that expectation that finally the things that they've been fighting for or agitating for in many years was just about to be realized. And I think if you guys watch, you will see. If you didn't listen or the words, but you would clearly see in action the actions and the things that were going on in the stadium. It spoke a lot. Number two, the incidents, I think, gave Raila a lot of motivation and encouragement for the next phase of his campaign, and rejuvenated him so that he's full of confidence, even as he engages other leaders and other regions. So that was like that. We are still expectant. Tomorrow it will even be bigger in Nairobi, and we just wish them the best, and everything that will take place will be, to the betterment of the 9th of August. I want to also talk about Oka. Clearly, Kalonzo is struggling to make a point that is able to act independently and forge his own front so that he can come up and engage in negotiation with other groups in Azimio, especially the ODM, being that it is a party that is producing the presidential candidate. But it is struggle whether it's going to succeed is really unpredictable, because even when you see those people who are there, Martha Karua, from that incident, he went right to meet Moses Kuria, who was vowed not to support Raila Odinga. But here we thought that they would forge a front to come and negotiate on this side of Azimio. So why was Martha Karua on both ends of the group? Is there some confusion? So it's like even the members of Oka are not very clear in their mind which side they need to be, or what should they pursue. Should they go on their own? Should they go to UDA or Kenya Kwanza or should they join Azimio? They are still very much confused. Again, some of the people they were saying that as new members, one of them is this Elisha guy from Nyanza. There are people whom you can't say they can help in any way in raising the Kalonzo's profile. They are just people who also want to cling on Kalonzo's coat to make a political, to be at least politically relevant. So Kalonzo, I sympathize with him. He is one person who should have just decided to walk into Azimio majestically with Wiper, so that he comes, because his skills, his experience, and I think his peer are in Azimio. I don't see them in UDA, save for the few who got lost just recently. So by now he would be doing favor to the country by being part of the team that is fixing this nation after some years of misfortunes. So, but due to, I call it selfish reasons, because he's one person who is negotiating for himself. He's not even, I've never heard him talk about his people, the Kambas. All he wants, or all he's crying about, is how he was not rewarded, or how the deal was not done the way he wanted, or whatever it is. So I think he is one person who is making many blunders, and time is not on his side. We may just see the last of Kalonzo if he's not careful in this 2022, because as we speak, there are those young people and more serious politicians that are emerging from Ukambani, who are also impatient even to pick up that title of regional kingpinship from him. So if he's not going to play his cards very well, he's soon becoming quite irrelevant. Finally, we are moving into a season of I will call them turncoats, people who've not been so much rooted in any of the sides. They've been observing the events unfolding. So I think from after tomorrow, with Azimio now declaring, their candidate and beginning their operations fully, then we will begin to see a lot of political crossing from one spot to the other. We saw one of them that is currently eminent is the one with Lusaka. Ken Lusaka could not come to Azimio even if he wanted, because his position, what role would he play? The place is filled up. In Bungoma, we have able leadership of Wangamati and many other people who are aspiring. And so the only place that he could go to with maybe space is UDA or Kenya Kwanza. So I think that is the reason why he's on that side. This Azimio place, if he comes, he would expect a very tough battle for that ticket, Azimio ticket. So that's the reason why he went to the other side. So we are also expecting many more. This is a season, especially after April. there will be a season of, political crisscrossing due to people who've fallen out or people who feel that, the government is going on this direction, because by April, I think it should be quite eminent where which side will be clinching the presidency. And I want to deny, Bernard, that there will be a runoff. Instead, I'm seeing someone running over the other very badly. Asante.
Sir WG, thank you so much. No runoff, somebody will be run over. Hey, English people. Thank you, Alex. Alex, are you there? At long last.
Yeah, yeah.
You are breaking standing orders by staying behind the curtain without express permission from the speaker. So for that, you've been fined. Secondly, Brenda was here asking for you. You are nowhere in her show. So wait for her, she's coming.
Hakuna shida, Brenda tutamsupport mpaka mwisho. Yeye ni mtu wetu na tunajua hivyo. Sisi sio hustlers, sisi ni survivors. That is good. No, Bernard, I was watching, I keenly watched the Kisumu Azimio La Umoja. I didn't call it a rally. I was utterly disappointed. And I know I'm going to anger many people, but that is me. When we've gone to Korea, you saw we sat down, we spoke. We did not make noise. When we went to Muranga, we spoke, even though the mics were not good. When we went to Kiambu, we had a conversation. When we went to Mombasa, we had another conversation. Marsabit, Samburu, everywhere we have had a conversation, a dialogue, a talk on how this Azimio will be. I don't know if it was by mistake when Ruto went to his place, he also made the same mistake. That is where we had the Madoadoa thing. So today we were also addressing the Madoadoa thing, which was a backdrop of unfortunateness in a way that people that I looked upon to speak for the community, because we don't have a kingpin. We think Raila comes from Nyanza. Raila has never represented Nyanza. Raila has represented Nairobi. Raila is a Nairobian. So when people like Otienda Amolo stood up, when people like Anyang' Nyong'o, when people like Orengo, why address the Madoadoa thing yet we have so much at hand? We have so much at hand. The Hyacinth thing has not been completely addressed. We should address it once and for all, so that we don't wait until last minute that we don't have a dialogue and we give our demands. When Baba has become a president, now anze kusema vitu zote zinaenda Nyanza, whereas that's part of the things we wanted. So we are not telling Baba our needs, and we are making a big mistake. We have needs. Our greatest need is not for him to become a president only. Yes, it is a singular purpose, but there are benefits of that. And we needed to talk about the benefits. And that is why I said, for Jalango to have said what he said was wrong. We don't need a military base. We don't want UDA and other people to start saying, we want to militarize. One person came here and also made a mistake that, oh, Kondele is our barrack and we can use stones. Look at how that language is dangerous. Now, if he was a politician, then we will be told, sasa wale watu wa kurusha mawe. Look how we are labeling ourselves. We are going low. Kisumu needs a leader. And I think today we failed. I know I'm going to anger people, but that is me. That is a total failure.
We needed to show Baba love, organic, but at the same time, we needed a conversation. Why? That conversation is important. There are other conversations that I needed. There are things that that create problems for Baba unnecessarily. And I've heard them. Now they are being talked because now nomination is coming. And one of them was removed. Tuju wanted to vie for governorship, but he was persuaded to go to Langata. That was going to be easy for him because already the field in CIA is too hot. And the person complicating that is Oburu Odinga wanting to become a senator. Our sister here in Kisumu wants to become a women rep. A son of Oburu Odinga wants to become an MP in Langata. That is where now the tag of dynasty comes in. I know that is their right, but we must address issues that will not crop up so that as we go forth, we know that the things that Nyanza ought to agitate for are clear before Baba becomes the president so that we don't have to fight. So for me, Jalango and other stakeholders needed to talk and say, what do Kisumu people need? And I think we failed today. I hope we will find another time so that we can have that dialogue and streamline that. Another thing, as WG said, Kisi is getting hot. And I'm afraid ODA may not win any seat in Kisi again because they are not reading the signs of the mistake last time. Maangi has defected. The people who came from UDA that came on board, it's like the nomination got finished long time ago. And the problems of nominations are going to hit us. And I thought UDA will never penya some areas, especially in Kisii. I see them winning there. So let us not make mistakes. Now we should start having a conversation about nominations and have fair nominations. They can never be 100%, but at least there will be a fair nomination so that we don't lose people the last minute. There are people that matter. So that is what all I have at the beginning of my submissions, and we will have this conversation as we go forth. Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard.
Yes, WG.
Yes, Alex. I think if you were around yesterday, I also mentioned about I predicted actually today's event, and I said I was looking forward that the Nyanza leaders would come up with some meetings where they would engage with the fifth about the development of the area. Just like, and I was motivated by the happenings of the women in, was it in Maua yesterday, where they brought the candidates and you know, took advantage of their presence to get what they wanted in terms of development. You see today they all failed, and you see you cannot blame what took place today. That was the raia, the normal raia. So the full blame should go to the leaders because they are the ones who should set agenda. You don't expect guys from Kondele and everywhere to tell leaders that we want a meeting here. It is up to the leaders to go and you know, engage with Raila and inform them on the itinerary. You see, so that is the major failure, and it's not just today. Remember, ever since guys began the campaign, there's been only one political meeting or Azimio meeting, the one that took place in Oyugis. And that was long time ago, before even serious campaigns began, where people of Nyanza, all inclusive, both Kisii Nyanza and Luo Nyanza and Kuria, they brought their agenda on that meeting. You see, but how many of those kind of meetings have taken place in Central? So many, even in Coast. Every other time Baba visits those areas, there will be a lot of engagements, not just political rally. In fact, every other time Raila visits a place, he first of all engages in indoor meetings before he goes for the rally outside. But that we failed. And I said yesterday, Bernard, if you can remember, I stated yesterday that Baba,
It's okay, you guys. Look here.
I'm saying,
Goja.
Bernard, we are from Nyanza. Please give us this time to
I passed through Nyanza going to Kakamega, so relax, okay?
I know.
You people, Jared
You are a
told you very
passerby.
well.
What are you saying? You are a passerby.
Listen, passerby. I contribute for that road so that it can take me to my
It
village.
doesn't matter. Almost doesn't matter. You just a passerby.
You people, Jared gave you very good advice, okay? You need to begin to carry yourself as presidential. You are now the current host of Kenya. You can't be the first one to wash your hands. You should be the last ones to wash your hands. And the purpose of the Azimio today in Kisumu, it was not about development. It was Baba ameenda kutemewa mate kabla aende Jacaranda. Full stop. And he ametemewa mate, amepewa blessings. That is all. Hii maswala yenu ya development, nini, you can arrange it at an opportune time and communicate it. You cannot duplicate meetings that because we saw it in Central, we want to see it in Nyanza. That's something that it's different. It's different when people address Baba when he's on the other side and when he is home. As much as Alex is convincing us to say that he's a Nairobian, I agree he's a Nairobian, okay? But there is some ancestral significance of him being in Kisumu, and it has been his tradition, okay? For example, just before the swearing in, he was in Homa Bay, okay? What happened in Homa Bay? It was a dangerous, very serious traditional release for him to go either to die or come back alive. Those are very traditional, significant things that I believe are very close to his heart. And I wouldn't want us to mix the two things together in such a way that there has been a flop, nothing happened, and all that. Let's pick whatever worked and whatever did not work. We can correct it as we go along.
But Bernard, there is something that I think you're not getting so well. We were not talking about what Baba did and did not. We are talking about Nyanza leaders. It should be them to organize, even in the absence of Baba. We need to see them coming together and churning the way forward for this region. We just agree we are the hosts, but we want to be hosts who know where they are from and where they are heading. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Now let's keep it there. We will you will convince me otherwise, but from what I read in the political moves that Baba makes, especially when he's want to make and to go a notch higher, there are these traditional significant things he does. And I believe even the local leaders are aware of what is the main agenda of what particular meeting. And if like, for example, you talked about the meeting that took place in Oyugis, that entire Nyanza regional program, it had all those issues raising up, the development issues, but I didn't see this coming up as a very serious something to target the development of Nyanza. The meeting in Kisumu was mainly, in my opinion, formality, okay? Just before now he goes to be declared as candidate. That was the whole thing behind this. But all in all, wacha niachie wengine watani advise. Temba amefika, chief advisor. How are you?
Yeah, good.
What do you
Good
want
evening.
mahali watoto wako? Wewe rudi
Good
kazi.
evening. Good evening. Good afternoon. And Alex has brought me with the submission here. So my point that I just want to appreciate the thinking around presidential campaigns and the way we look at it in a micro nature creates the problem that we're having right now. We need to look the backdrop in which how many times has Baba been to Nyanza before, to the extent that he actually took Uhuru Kenyatta to Nyanza the other time to launch some projects within Nyanza. So these are conversations that they have had severally. At a rally that you're going for just a few hours, it is, I think, a little far-fetched to imagine that everyone should come in and start saying that A, B, C, D. It's just like you're coming, having visitors in your house, and then that's when your children start telling you what you haven't bought for them. That's in my view is a little being well, it's good we are giving our views, but politically it wouldn't make a lot of sense at that point. I also wish to disabuse us from the concept that Raila has never been spoken for the Nyanza region. I think he's done that in more ways than one, and his agitation for development across Nyanza has been very consistent across the time. You know, as much as yes, he's been elected in Nairobi, but he's been consistent in development around Nyanza area. So I think we need to give our views, but we also need to appreciate the backdrop in which the meetings are taking place. If he's going to areas that were traditionally not ODM areas, then you'd find that conversation going on. But in those areas that he has heard a conversation before, you find they are fairly aware of what he's been championing for across board. So, but I appreciate the other submissions by Alex in terms of the people presenting themselves. But hey, leadership is to be taken. You know, you're not given by anyone. So I mean, the best man should win. So that for me is how I look at it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Temba. Let's get Mr. Kamau. Was it Mr. Kamau next?
I think it's Mr. Kamau.
Yes,
Sasa wewe
Mr. Kamau, go
tutakuwa
ahead.
kwamba kazini na uwezi taka tumwambie. Okay, sawa. Kama ongea.
I want actually to support Mr. Alex kwa hii mjadala. Unajua kama vile alisema ni opinion yake, I think he's right. I've been in Kisumu and there are many, sometimes we get excited in politics and forget the most important things. And I'll say this because Kisumu CBD, for example, is dominated by empty buildings owned by Asians. And I don't mean they be thrown away. What I mean, some of these things should be addressed in a meeting where you say, if you're not going to be of benefit to this county, you either use it or we have a punitive tax upon you or rent it out. Kisumu by saa mbili Wezi town is dead. There's nobody there. People have been pushed to Mamboleo, Kibwe, those areas. That's where they work. But what I want to say is that this is a problem that should be addressed either now or even after the government. The other thing is they enjoy Lake Victoria. It is the second largest freshwater lake in the world. There might be laws that forbids people from using that water, but what freshwater lake means is that you just need to take that water in a cup without desalination and drink. There is no water in Kisumu. People have buckets. They are still moving with some trolleys. I know Kisumu better than Kiambu, by the way. And therefore, these are things that, at the end of the day, as much as we want euphoria and waves, how are you managing? And then let me tell you, you find that they have a problem of county leadership like Kiambu and Mount Kenya. the governors here resemble people from Mount Kenya. The only thing they like bitter, for example, it has no water for many years. The pipes there have been there for many, many years. There's no significant thing except by Governor Anyang'. There's no significant thing that Rasanga has done, the other one for Homa Bay has done. And these are things that sometimes, there's a lady who came here and said that most of the MPs here and the governor, they pick girls from universities with choppers, and they take them from one place to another. You know, the euphoria hides the actual performance of these individuals. And then they come, they hijack the meetings. The people who can deliver are not able to deliver. And therefore, I echo what Alex says, that at the end of the day, it is not about presidency. It's also about the people. There's prevalences of diseases. For example, in Homa Bay, teenage pregnancies, you know? These are things that people should talk about, because you cannot just overlook. Why do you need presidency to start with? I think you need the presidency to also help your people solve the ills that are affecting them. That one, I believe that there should have been a memoranda today presented by one Mr. The governor of Kisumu to the president. This time he's not going to be just a Luo. He was going to be a president of Kenya, and that region has many, many, many problems, just like any other region in the world. In Kenya, let them not say that not because we have a presidency, our problems are solved. We also believe they have a bigger share, and that they need to be also partake in the solving of the problems in Nyanza. Nyanza has big, big, big problems. I've been there and I can tell you that. The other thing is a Madoadoa issue. You know, every text that has no context is a pretext. What that means that sometimes we without contextualizing what people are saying, we might deal with an issue forever. Raila said those Madoadoa sentiments were meant to stay, like the way you can stain something. And you see now it took the whole day talking about Madoadoa, and they lose their main aim, because when you major on the minors, you will minus on the majors. And at the end of the day, like your enemy wants you just keep on trying to shoot a moving target, and then you miss the chance. I don't think this is an issue. I don't think it was supposed to be actually even discussed there. Yeah, let's either go and explain it. He meant stains, but when you measure on those minor things, then the enemy is happy. Yeah, he should not have even spent time talking about that. The other issue is about Mr. There's what WG said, that Moses Kuria is not in Azimio. Moses Kuria is very much in Azimio. He will do more damage to UDA in Mount Kenya than being in Azimio itself, because you realize that he's going to present a candidate of Chama cha Kazi in each and every constituency, and a very young, vibrant young guys. So you can imagine when they share there, Jubilee passes through, there are many going to be a big problem, because he is adamant that I'm going to make sure that my party is given respect, like of Mr. Musalia Mudavadi is going to be given. He wants to go there as a principal. He's very adamant. He knows what he wants. He is part of the game, the chess game. He is going to make sure that there will be no more, there will be very few UDA seats in Mount Kenya. So it is better for him to be in that Kenya Kwanza, so that the more they fight there, the less seats that guy gets. And that is the end of my submission.
Hey, yes, Temba.
Bernard. I just want to make one point, then I drop off on Kamau's submission, where he started on the ills that I don't. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have come back. You had left. Pick it again from the start.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Themba.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just want to make one point on what Kamau is saying. I think we also need to be very clear on the roles of the national government and the roles of county governments. There are things that are directly county government issues. Issues like what Kamau is highlighting. You know, the buildings, issues of the social, some of those are county governments. So you need to, I may not have liked what Martha Karua said a lot today, but there's something she said that was very, very much relevant to us. The governor that you're going to elect and the MCA you're going to elect will determine a lot of the trajectory about your development status. And she picked out an example of Makueni County. So I think we need to start taking our people away from a very powerful presidency. That is what we are looking at. It's like the president is coming to fix your county. We need to isolate those issues so that we keep telling our people that development right now, it doesn't matter how many memorandums you send to the president. If your county government is a failure, it's a failure. That is what I needed to point out, because I think we are mixing issues and we are beginning to take ourselves back to the KANU days, where the president would be the one chatting certain kind of things. So that is what I needed to say, so that as we continue having the conversation, let us continuously educate our people to look at what are the roles of county government and the roles of national government. That's all the point I wanted to make. See you later. Alex, see you. Masayet.
Okay, Themba, hiyo masaa ikwe mapema tafadhali. WG?
Yeah. I wanted to remind Themba that, okay, there is the difference between the national government and the county government. But I think if the national government does not intervene in some of these ills that is happening in the county government, then nobody will intervene to make them right. One of the ills is indiscipline, actually, in most of these counties, in terms of corruption and in terms of misgovernance. You realize that this is an effort that requires the national government's intervention, and I think that is the problem that has inhibited the growth of and development of counties, because many people just devolved even bad manners from the national government, and they found a good breeding and hiding place in the counties. And we see them. The other thing I wanted to mention that Kamau raised is the issue, the challenges in Kisumu, especially the land issue. You find that not just buildings, but even land. There are many people, Kenyans or people who were born here, but not in real sense, they don't associate themselves with Kenyans. They are living abroad. Many of them, they've gone, like they live in Canada, England, and other places, but they own properties here that are lying fallow. Land that is lying fallow is not going through agricultural process and is not developed yet. And then nowadays they sell them at very exorbitant price. You find shops are the prices are very high for blacks, but some other people they have them at throwaway. These are things that we must address, and we must be very honest with ourselves in this place, and this is what we are addressing.
Sawa. You want to turn this one into Nyanza Affair? Yes, Alex.
I wondered, I know Themba is listening. You know, in the end, even if he says there are issues that must be tackled later on, hata although nimeona umeweka comment yake, I really don't care what they say. They must know this. Today's meeting turned out to be madoadoa. The theme turned out to be madoadoa, which was not the right thing. I mean, that Baba went to Kisumu to be given an opportunity to be crowned. There are things we should have spoken like people that we are ready for leadership, not to address weaknesses. The theme of Madoadoa was spoken by major leaders that we look unto. Otienda Molo, Orengo, Raila himself. We should never have degenerated that. That is what we are saying. We should have spoken of something better. And we are not saying what the county government and national government, all this, and we assume that devolution is really working. Devolution hasn't reached whereby the national government has no say. In fact, even in giving money back to the county government, they are always late, like 3-4 months. So the national government still controls a lot. And that is why we must agitate for the national government until devolution has been fully realized. That is when I will take Themba's point.
Sawa, thank you. Hey, yes, Mr. Kamau, you have right of reply.
Yeah,
Please
I wanted to
brief.
tell, I know Themba is also listening. Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta intervenes on he intervened on 2 counties as a president, Nairobi and Kiambu. He deliberately went out of his way to bring NMS, which is also, they say, is illegal, but at the end of the day, it has brought a lot of changes in Nairobi that Sonko could not have done. So the president still holds some powers as a head of state, where there, in fact, even a county to dissolve it is the president who dissolves it, according to the law. So I just wanted to say that we cannot separate entirely the hand of a president in influencing some things on counties. Yeah, just to clarify that.
Sawa, thank you. There is K Olo, you've been lifting your hand. Is it still on Kisumu development agenda?
No. Thank you. I've been raising my hands here, but it's like there are some people who have a priority, but it's okay.
No, not
so,
exactly.
Yeah. Thank
senior
you.
members, Kolo. Welcome to senior members.
Yeah, I'm a junior member. It's my first time to be here, and I appreciate this discussion. Okay, I've been joining sometimes when I get free time, getting some insights in the politics. But for the issue of Kisumu, I think you better forget about it, because we are hunting. And when you are hunting, you don't care which type of shoes you wear, as long as you can run and get the antelope. Then you come back and now see which type of shoe do I use next time, or what do I do. But that's basically not the point. The point is this discussion is very nice. It gives us insight into the leadership that we need. The problem that we have in Kenya is not many things that we are describing. The problem we have in Kenya is leadership. We have poor leadership, and this poor leadership makes so many things not to work. I was initially a Ruto supporter just last year. But then as things went by, I saw the type of leadership that he was trying to bring to us. This one of Nyayo, where you take some money from the coffers and give handouts to people. I noticed that he was not the correct guy for the country. You don't need a country where somebody gives you a handout. You live like a bird, which is not very good.
Yes, but Banakeyolo, sorry to cut you. Cut you.
Yeah.
Because you are new.
Yeah.
You may not be familiar with our standing orders. Huh?
Yes.
When you lift your hand, it is assumed that you need you have a question or you want to interject something somebody has said.
Okay.
If you are making submission, you will be next after Douglas. There is a queue we are following. But when there are battles, we finish the battles, then we continue from where we left.
Okay, so I battle and I finish my battle. Laura can continue to battle for 1 minute. Then
you'll be doing injustice to Douglas.
Okay. Fine. Thank you.
So just hold on. You're coming in. Let Douglas prosecute his submission. After that, for gender sensitivity, we'll jump and go to Princess, then come back to you. A little patience, please. Thank you. Douglas?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be in the show. I want to start by saying, Bernard, at times we go off topic and we bring in new topics and we prosecute issues that are not on the list of discussion. So hence making other members come again and again and again. And sometimes we go to issues that are not supposed to be prosecuted today. Nevertheless, I like the way WG, Alex, and Mr. Kamau prosecuted the issue of Kisumu today. But again, let's come to terms with the reality of today's meeting. I was looking at three things. Why did Raila Odinga or Azimio choose to have the meeting in Kisumu just a day before he's announced as the Azimio flag bearer tomorrow? And at some point, he resorted into using vernacular language in addressing the people. And again, the venue of the meeting itself could clearly tell you that this was not an ordinary meeting. This is a rally that is meant to give that psyche of somebody who is going for war, somebody who is going to hunt. Like when a bride is being given out for marriage, there is that excitement that is there. And at that time, people will dance, people will sing, and no protocol will really be observed at that time. And that is the situation that the Azimio meeting was today. According to my analysis, you have the right of rebutting it or refuting it, but that is how I saw the meeting in Kisumu today. And again, there are so many areas that he has not visited, the Azimio has not visited, that they could have visited. And the campaign period is not yet official here, and they have a lot of time to campaign in Kisumu and in Nyanza. But today they chose the meeting in Kisumu just to get that psyche and to tell people, look, guys, we've been cycling in these murky waters for long. We've gone through the sea. The horizon and the shore is near, and we need to stand and pick ourselves and go forth. And that is why, if you listen to Charity Ngilu and the rest of the speakers, they were emphasizing on people getting voters card and people registering and going to vote. And that was basically the message today. The message today was not about we will bring schools free, we will bring water, we will bring, no, that time will come. Okay, that is according to my opinion again. The meeting today was just to psych the people up. The only injustice that these people that attended the meeting today will do is not to register as voters. The psych they show today should be translated into the voting day, that they should wake up and vote in numbers as they attended the meeting today. The love they showed Raila Odinga today. And listening to Raila Odinga's speech, though I don't understand Luo, but I get some few words here and there, it was a passionate appeal. It was a message of, it's just, it could make somebody who listened it well, it could make somebody shed tears. We've hunted for so long. We are here. We cannot let off this. We must hold it firm so that we can be able to do what? To pick. And then there is somebody who stood to tell him, I don't know whether that person was telling him to use Kiswahili. And again, the response he gave really showed that I want to speak to these people. These are my people, and we must start it here. Don't mind of what Jalang and the rest said. That is a rally. And according to the excitement that was there and the group of people that attended, it was very difficult even for Raila himself to control what to be said and what not to be said. And that is the same thing that happened in Wasinigishu, in Eldoret last time when Ruto went there. He was in his home ground with his homeboys. We call them homeboys. It was with the homeboys. The homeboys will tell you, Bernard, enda, wengine wakikupiga kutoka nyuma, enda bwana, wewe ni mwanaume, nini, and such like things. And that is what exactly was happening today. But again, on matters development and nominations, it's also something that the Azimio need to think about, how they structure the nomination so that it does not cost us some votes in some regions. And again, development issues, as Mr. Kamau said, there is the role that the president plays, and there's a role that the county governors and the MCAs and the MPs play, which again, when we are going to vote again now, or when we are supporting our candidates, we must bring those points on the table to ensure that the people, the foot soldiers that we give, you know, they say in war, a general is as good as the foot soldiers behind him are. So if we give Baba the wrong foot soldiers, he will not realize the development agenda. So we need to give him the right soldiers. And it starts from us. When we are talking about Azimio, we must also talk about who is going to hold that position of an MP, of the county governor, of the senator, and the MCA. And number two, Oka deal sealed. as I said earlier in the comment section, tomorrow Kalonzo Musyoka will be in the Azimio NDC, Jirongo will be there, Gideon Moi will be there, and don't be surprised to see Jimmy Kibaki also will be there. People are saying Martha Karua will be there, but it might come as a surprise that she will be there, though people will refute that, but she might be there. So there is nowhere Kalonzo is going with the Oka. They have to be in Azimio. The only thing we don't know is whether the deal has been agreed on, what position is going to be given, and again, let's know that the BBI deal is also, there's something, it's something that can still happen. The two deputies and the what, it can also come into play. So let's not conclude the matter yet that the Oka will not be there or who is the running mate. It can be decided at the time that we do not even expect. And again, as I finish, the KKA Alliance are waiting upon what happens tomorrow. If a running mate is unveiled tomorrow, they take that as their card. They will play on it, and they may get the better part of Azimio if Azimio messes tomorrow. So it may not be that the running mate will be unveiled tomorrow, or the arrangement of their coalition, the flag bearer and the deputy and what will be revealed tomorrow. It will be just signing and psyching up people. Thank you, and have a wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Douglas. I think that's precise and clear enough. Let's go straight to Princess. Princess has disappeared.
Princess has dropped out.
Sawa. Yes, nakitare. Unmute the.
Sorry. I'm using a phone, so I forgot where I was. First of all, congratulations, by the way. You look very sharp for the last 2 days. I don't know what you're up to, but my request is that you give Dr. Maya Ruto some lesson on how to dress. He really embarrassed Kenyans putting on red trouser with some green giraffe shirt and some coat which looks like a castle hustler. I'm sorry. You should. This is a shame. That was a shame. That's out of the point. I really like your attire. However, I didn't have a chance to listen to the speech in Kisumu today, because I didn't expect much from the meeting today, because that's the home ground. As Douglas has said, Raila's scheme was just out to go and pump up his foot soldiers, and majority of them were coming from Kondele, Nyambasaria, Kodiaga. They're all coming in, so it was so hard. The only problem I had with that meeting is that I don't know if this political party or Azimio or UDA, they ever have talking points. In the Western world, what we see is that a political party sets up an agenda, and we have got a news cycle. So when they go and start talking about Madoadoa, and that takes the news cycle of one day, everything, people are going to talk about that throughout. And your point, whatever you have got behind, is going to be diminished. So I really ask Raila to stop that habit where you just pick people random, or you come and say something, and people just come with their own nonsense. They should have some talking points. They distribute that we are going to dwell on this particular subject, and that takes over the news cycle within the whole 2 or 3 days. And that's how you achieve, and that's how you farm the thing into the citizens. The ordinary people don't understand. If you're going to talk about Madoadoa, they don't understand what you're talking about. The Madoadoa thing is just talking about war. So actually, this a day Azimio wasted completely. This news cycle is wasted completely. I hope within the coming days, you'll come up with something again that can create a talking point, so that we don't just pick people from randomly, Jalango and the rest. I did not listen to the speech, but what Alex has talked about is really disturbing. They should not have done that. The other thing I wanted to address actually was about somebody talked about the development in Kisumu. I grew up in Kisumu, although I'm from Western. I know the characteristics of the people in Kisumu. Somebody touched about the Asian community, how the business in Kisumu is run by the Asians, and at night everybody is in Kondele instead of being the town center. The Asians who are in Kisumu are playing a very important role in the development of that town. The business in that town is about 90% in Asians' hands and about 5% in Kikuyu's hands. I'm sorry to say that. I know people will be around will start attacking me about this. If you have lived in that town, all these people, the Asians, the other people from other localities around Kenya, have been accommodated in Kisumu. I'm a Luya, I speak Luo. The Asians in Kisumu, all of them speak Luo. It's a long time I was in Kisumu, but I can tell you that's one area you don't want to touch. If you touch that, I'm telling you that town will go backwards. Now, the problem I've got also is that the kind of people we are electing to run the local government, I expected a lot from Nyang Nyang, because who was that a guy who was there before there? Rasugu
Ranguma.
That guy used to stammer a lot. You know him very well. Let the people. Let them educate the population and know we get proper leadership, not based on hand-picked people. Like I don't think if Raila's family, the Odinga's family, everybody in that family wants to run right now. They should step aside a little bit, all right? And then let them give other people a chance. They'll come in by proxy. But what we want, somebody who has really suffered a lot. I know they suffered by proxy, but Raila has suffered a lot in that family. So it's my wish and my prayer that some of them are just coming there with the name of the family, not because they're leaders. And I just pray that they step aside and live for the other people. There are so many capable people, Indians. Ramat Khan in Kisumu, he was an Asian. He was running that council for a long time, and he did a lot of things. I think that's all I've got because I didn't follow the news today. I've been out of the house. I've been in the gym the whole day. So after I've seen the news, some of the videos, I'll be able to join the later session with the Temba, and I'll contribute more. Thank you very much for the time. But remember, tell Ruto to improve his destiny. Escalate down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daktari, for please. Asante. WG, what is it?
Just shortly, I wanted to put something right regarding the Madoadoa thing. I think Raila spoke about Madoadoa when he wanted to apologize for those people who got him wrong. That is the context he took. He said, actually mentioned in the Luo, that I want to tell these people something. I want to respond to something that is going around. So he was coming up to speak and giving the context what he meant in Wajir. So I don't think he was out of context. He was to apologize, especially when there was word going around, or there was some letter that he was summoned. So I think he felt it like he should explain what he meant. So that's how he came to address the issue of Madoadoa.
Yeah, but my contention is that he should not have actually talked about it because it has taken the news cycle. The next 24 hours is the talk of everybody. All right? And we have lost our touch. We shall come up, they will come up with something else. But we have lost the whole thing on the Madoadoa thing. If he never mentioned it, it would not have taken prominency the way everybody's talking about it right now on the social media.
Okay, thank you, Nakitare. And you know, this is politics, and politics is about giving some other people blackout deliberately. This was the time when William Ruto was returning from abroad, and there was anticipation. What is he bringing? What has he gotten that? So to divert the attention of the nation and play down the return of William Ruto, Baba, being a shrewd politician and well experienced, had to come up with something that will preoccupy Kenyans until that mess is cleared, and then everything will be straightened out. That is my assumption. But all in all, everything will be all right. Hakuna kama anaitwa nani huyu? Alikuwa mbunge wangu. Weka taya gari iende.
Before niwe ndio mpi yako.
What
I
is
also have a question for Nakitari.
Ngoja tafadhali, nataka there is something I want us to do first before we proceed with the debate. Brenda has joined us, and I want us to talk about her bid and her fundraise, and those that will want to support her right now. So I'll give her like 5 minutes to address us, and then we'll put up the M-Pesa number. Those who want to help her, she wants to run for Nairobi Women Rep. She's a young, talented, eloquent, you know, upcoming leader that will require us to support her for her bid as a Women Rep Nairobi. She needs support for campaign materials. If you can do t-shirts for her, she's ready for that. If you can pay a billboard for her, she's ready for that. You don't even have to send money to her. She'll just give you the company where you pay for the billboard and send the money there, so that she's able to run, and God being on her side, she'll be able to clinch the seat and be able to represent the Nairobians kama sisi. So Brenda, how are you?
I'm good.
Karibu. Hii inaitwanga open forum na hawa ndio watu wetu.
Asante sana.
Naomba Nairobi kuna kaaje na kwa nini wewe ndio unafaa Nairobi?
Asante sana Bernard kwa kunialika kwa show tena. Unajua mara mingi nimezoea kwenda live ya Mutembei peke yangu. Sijazoea kuwa na watu wengi. But it's a good show where by each and every person give his or her views. Because we are all Kenyans, and we cannot build Kenya by the brain of one person. We have to combine multiple ideas, and we conclude which is the best. So kwa wale ambao wanijui, mimi naitwa Brenda Kangai. Mimi ni youth politician. Safari yangu ya siasa ilianza nikiwa mdogo sana. From when I was a child, I used to know that I will be a politician. Kwa sababu Bernard, ninakwambianga hata nikiwa high school, mimi si kwa ule student wa football, volleyball ama nini. My target was like when I wake up early in the morning, I'll go to the gate, nifungue nyumba ya watchman, nitoe gazeti, nisome nijue Kenya inaendelea aje. And my interest ikaendelea hivyo. And when I joined campus in 2015 to do law, the place I landed was Jivanji, because that was the only place I would have searched for the people with similar interests. Juu nikiwa high school nikiuliza watu siasa inapigangwa wapi, walikuwa wananiambia ukifika Nairobi kuna mahali utapata watu wanakaanga juu ya mawe wanaongea siasa sana. And that was the first thing I did when I landed in Nairobi. That thing was to look at Jivanji. Na mimi nilijipata pale City Hall. Kulikuwa na bunge la mwananchi ilikuwa hapo beside Nakumat. There was a Nakumat there which ilisota wakafunga, but there was a Nakumat which was there. Na kulikuwa na mti, saa hapo ndo tulikuwa tunashinda kupiga siasa. And ile siku najua sitakuwa na klasi ya mchana. Na Rauka ambassador kulikuwa na bunge ya mwananchi ya saa 10 za usiku, asubuhi na mapema sana. Mahali unaweza poro upigwe ngeta asubuhi, hakuna polisi ambaye anaweza kusaidia, lakini wewe umeenda siasa juu lazima, you know. I want to tell even the people who are listening to me, Jivanji kona jina mbaya, but it's a good place. It is whereby I've nurtured my talents. Jivanji ndo nimejua ku interact na kuongea na watu. In my own terms, I would interpret Jivanji as an Harvard School of Politics. It's even more than Harvard. It is whereby you get the tips of entire Kenyan, what real mwananchi, what common mwananchi needs. You see? And mimi nilipoingia siasa nilistick ODM, na bado niko kwa ODM. Kwa baba sibanduki, sitoki, nitangangana na chama ya ODM kwa sababu nataka msikilizaji ajue ya kwamba ODM si chama rahisi kutoboa, lakini ukitoboa ODM hakuna mahali huwezi toboa kwa siasa. It is because ODM si mahali smooth, ni mahali lazima ungangane, ni mahali lazima utafute. You have to hustle your politics in a good way for you to get a space in ODM. ODM si mteremuko, ODM si UDA where the ladies are there, they are pampered, they are given this and this. No, ODM you work very hard, you look for your own support, unaingia na hiyo support kwa uwanja, unapiga kipindi, unaomba kura vizuri hadi wananchi wakusikie na chama ikusikie. But me as Brenda Kangai, what do I need to offer to the people of Nairobi? I have severally said, mimi mtoto ambaye amezaliwa na kalelewa ghetto, mtu ambaye anajua shida za Nairobi ni mimi. When I look at my competitors, other women aspirants, I will say they are privileged. They don't have a story to tell. They cannot say where they have started their careers of politics. Mtu atasema nimesikia kwa DP kuko hivi na hivi nikaingia. Mtu mwingine atasema nimesikia hivi na hivi nikaingia. But kuna wale watu ambao tumengangana kutafuta space zetu za siasa. Na ile sababu kubwa sana yangu inifanye ni aspire kuwa women rep Nairobi County ni moja. Bernard, sisi watu wa ghetto huwa tumefinyiliwa sana na tunanga mtetezi. And when I mean ghetto is that according to the data in this country, 90% of population are poor, 10%, 5% iko mahali, na the rich percent ni kama 2% of the entire nation. So it means most people in this country are poor and most people are settled in Nairobi. Na pahali ambapo utapata watu wengi Bernard, utapata hao watu wanaishi kwa slums na vitongoji duni za Nairobi. Hautapata youth population inaishi Kileleshwa, Lavington na Runda. That's why the people of Nairobi need a person mwenye ako ghetto ndani, ule mtu ambaye ako ready kuwa read na kuonyesha light. When I mean light is this. Bernard, I'm a woman and I would like to help my fellow young mothers of this great county of Nairobi and tell them that mtu akizaa akiwa na miaka 13, akiwa na miaka 14, 15, huyo si mzazi. That is a child with a child. And the thing that I can do as the woman representative of Nairobi County come 2022 August this year is empowering this child arudi shule. Masomo ni muhimu sana. But kuna watu Bernard unapata wanasema miaka imesonga sana, mimi siwezi rudi shule. Kama mtu arudi shule, empower that person, mpatie scholarship, aende polytechnic, aende technical school wala polytechnic, aweze kupata skills ambazo zinaweza mwezesha kujisaidia kwa maisha yake. Kwa sababu mtu akifanya mechanic, mtu aende driving, mtu aende kosi ya kushuka, ajue kushona nguo, na ajue kufanya vitu mingi and the beauty industry. It has a lot of money. Utapata huyu mtu hata tegemea kuomba tena. Angalau kile skill ambayo umempatia, anaweza pata 200, 300, 500 yake, aweze kujisaidia na saidia huyu mtoto wake. Na maisha yake iendelee kuimarika, ndio sisi wote tuendelee kukua pamoja. And another thing, I want to talk about is bursaries are there. They were created for the needy. But I feel the needy does not get those bursaries. Me as Brenda, I would like to say that in my disbursement of bursary, nitaigawa mara tatu. Bana, kuna wale watu ambao ukipatia bursary ya 10,000 hujawasaidia kwa sababu hawana chochote. Wewe ukilipa balance ya ukilipia needy children, a child who has no mother has no father. Kule mtoto hata shosho yake hawezi jisaidia ama watu wao. Umlipie bursary ya 10,000. Who pays the balance? As the woman representative of Nairobi County, knowing that we are abled different, mfuko wetu wa utoshani, I should create bursaries for the less fortunate and for the middle class. When I mean middle class, I mean the mama mboga mwenye ako pale ghetto, ambaye anakatakata sukuma na anaweza ingiza 500 yake kwa mfuko. Huyo ukimpea bursary ya ngiri 10, at least anaweza ngangana na alipie mtoto balance hiyo ingine ya ngiri 10. But bana, there is a person who is totally in need, who does not even get that money transport ya kwenda shule. Huyu ni mtu ambaye anapaswa apatiwe na through the women representative apatiwe full scholarship ndio aweze kusoma, mtoto wa tajiri asome, wa maskini asome, watu waende wakapatane UN ndio nchi yetu iweze kusonga mbele. Kitu ingine Bernard ni I want to tell the people of Nairobi that they need to elect a very strong person who can counter and who can question the governor. Nairobi does not need a slay queen. Nairobi does not need somebody who will go in City Hall and slay there and think that everything is good because I have a seat and the governor and this is giving me this and that. No, Nairobi needs a person who is there to lead them. Somebody who is ready to question even the senator, even the president. Kwa sababu Nairobi ni jiji kuu. Nairobi ni ile city ambayo inabeba kila kabila ya hii nchi. It holds even the international communities. They are in Nairobi County. But when we give to a person who is not responsible, because that person has money, or that person who is good, sijui yako hivi na hivi na hivi, the people of Nairobi should not complain. It is good, the people of Nairobi, to vote kutoka kwa MCA, MP, the senator, the women representative. Vote for a person that you know, when it comes in the next 5 years, you can account of what they have done. You can say, my governor, my women rep, my senator, my MCA has delivered this. Don't vote for a person because he's in this party. Huyu mtu hana pesa, huyu mtu ni youth. Wengine wanasema sisi hatujaolewa, we cannot deliver. Please, the ability of a woman is not on marriage. Nobody said that a woman must be married so that they can deliver. Nobody said a woman must be born in this and this community so that can deliver. Trust us, give us the opportunity, let's lead the people of Nairobi into the right direction. Na mimi Brenda, kwa sababu mimi
So thank you, Brenda. I think you have made your point. I just want to appeal to all of you that want to be part of her campaign. You can reach out on the number I'm putting in the comments right now. That M-Pesa number, it's also the contact number you can use to get to her. Any way you can assist her in the campaign, please do so. It is important that we be there one for another. When the journey begins, it's important we support each other because we'll eventually also need help along the way. So you can help her in terms of ideas. You can help her. Themba was suggesting that you need a campaign manager. So whatever way that you can assist Brenda, I want to appeal to you to reach out through that contact I put in the comments and assist her wholeheartedly. You send your M-Pesa to assist her. If you are an artist, unataka kumsaidia kufanya t-shirts, please do that. And we'll be following up. So we'll host her another time for her to share more about her vision and aspiration for Nairobi. Just maybe to give the people in the panel, if you have a question for her, probably you could ask. Yes, Mr. Kamal.
I wanted to ask Brenda if she has a plan B, because as he said that ODM has is not a joke to be nominated. What is her plan B? Because she needs a plan B to Z. Because hakuna
Yes,
kuachia mtu hapa.
yes, I want to tell people that I have a plan B. Mimi nakuanga na plan A, B, C, D, and so on. So for now, I have 3 options. For now, which I am focusing to ni kung'ang'ana na nomination ya ODM. That is my focus. That is my biggest focus. And that's why I'm saying my biggest challenge today is funds. Kina Bernard, the Mutembei TV, they know wherever I go on the ground, I involve their people. Tunaendanga na mtu wao kwa ground. Yeye ndo huwa anani record hizo vitu ambazo huwa mnaona kwa social media. I go with their camera guy. And in brief, mimi saizi ile kitu ambao na focus ni kwenda nomination ya ODM. I don't believe that Esther Passaris is strong than me. Naamini mfuko yake ndio strong than me. But the ability and the convincing power, mimi ndio niko nayo. So with your support, I think naweza songa mbele, and I can assure you that I am going to win that nomination. If at all, it will be free and fair. And if it will not be free and fair, I want to tell the people who are listening to me right now that I will be on the ballot paper come on 9th of August 2022. I want to assure you that I'll be on the ballot paper. Msitake kujua ni haje nitakuwa, lakini let me tell you, if you are my voter, if you have subscribed to be a Brenda follower, tafadhali stick to me. Know that Brenda will be on the ballot. Nothing is going to stop me. Nothing, not even the nomination. I will be on the ballot.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Yes, Mr. Kamau.
I wanted to ask her, are you aware that once you participate in a nomination of ODM and fail, you'll have no other opportunity to jump to another party?
There is a clause of 10 days. Okay. Hello, Mr. Kamau?
Yes.
Yes, after the nomination day, mtu anaweza ama aende kwa independent candidate within 11 days. There is a new rule. I think you're not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
So
yes,
Bernard.
Hold on, Brenda.
Brenda, I wish you good luck. I know you're going to face a lot of big challenges. There are big guns there in Nairobi who want that thing. And I'm so proud of you. Coming from the ghetto, I'm also from the ghetto. We are self-made, and you can make it. I like that determination.
Yes, inawezekana.
Inawezekana. And as I get to that, I hope I get number. I'm sending you 10,000 as a member of Mutembei to start you off. So expect that from me. However, I've got an issue with what you're talking about, or paying for mama mbogas for their kids to go to school. This mindset where we are brought up in our country that the only thing you've got to do, you've got to go to school, go to do your A levels, whatever they call it right now, go to university, get a job, and then your life is okay. It's what is pushing us behind. Now, Ambia, if you're propagating that idea, I wanted to change the mindset of the younger people. You can achieve it without taking the same status quo where you go to school, go to high school, and then be what you are. Our president told you something recently, and he was so clear. All big achievers in the world, millionaires, never went to college. Bill Gates never went there. Job fell out. Zuckerberg never finished. FFB, that is Samsung, he's a multi-billionaire. He never went there. The mindset of our people should be that you must start discovering yourself from yourself and achieve. Technology will take us far, and Kenyans, we should be on that way. We should change that mindset of watching people. Oh, Doctor Who, Professor Who, that is rubbish. They don't feed you. I don't care if you're going to call me a doctor or whatever. I don't feed you. Ambia jamaa wa mtaa kama mimi na wewe. They can make it. They can start from something. They must think positive. It's not only status quo, the one way. That's what a message I want to send to the people down there on the ground. I want Kenyans, I want those young people to be something without going through the status quo. That's why that gentleman who came with M-Pesa, he was at Stare Boys, very young. You just think differently. Did he go to college now? No, he doesn't need to go to college. Bottom line is to be financial freedom. That's what my people need. That's what you should tell those brothers of mine who are down in the ghetto, like you and me. Thank you.
Okay, my friend, I want to respond to you. Know that I'm not forcing anyone to go to school. What I said is that for those young mothers, for those even street kids who can feel that they want to join back school, it's okay. But for those who cannot, I will empower them to go to technical school, get skills, and see what they can do with their own hands. When somebody goes for a mechanic, goes for a beauty course, goes for a gets a skills that can get him or her 500 shillings, 300 shillings in a day, that person has financial freedom. I'm not saying that each and every person must go through Form 1 to Form 4 from University of Nairobi through this. No. I have seen people in my life, my own aunties, they're very successful and they dropped in class 7. And they have a lot of money. They never
okay. Thank you, Brenda. That's clear enough. That's clear enough. I want us to move on. If there is no other response, yes, Julius?
Panelists, now I call you the parliament. It's my, can you hear me clearly? It's my first time to be in the show. Thank you everyone for Mtende TV. Thank you everyone. I want to add some few comments on Brenda about education. Actually, I'm in Japan as we speak. It's early morning. It's actually 7 o'clock in the morning. Education, Dr. Makitore gave a comment about it's not necessary for education, but I don't think it's correct. It's not correct. In Japan, 1945, when there was a World War II, many people were not educated at all from that time. After the war, the government started an adult education. They study at night. Daytime, they look for a job. At night, they go to school. So you can see this country from 1945 after World War II, it was completely destroyed. There was nothing. But the government put up a very good plan, and all the people, old, because there are very old people who did not get enough time to study because of war. And they went to school, government supported them, and you can see Japan is one of the superpower countries now. So, Makitore, I think, okay, it's a good point, but we cannot encourage our young people to not go to school. Oh, we cannot.
I got one.
So,
Bernard, can I answer this guy?
Order, Nakitare. Order, you're out of order.
Sorry, okay.
I'm not, okay, like, unajua, wacha niongee Kiswahili, just been long sijaongea Kiswahili kwanza. Idea ya Brenda sio mbaya, ni idea mzuri, lakini kuimplement hii idea anayosema ndio shida. in Kenya. That is the biggest problem. So Brenda akona idea mzuri, I like it. The way anajaribu support the poor people. But the implementation is the problem. And we should encourage people to go to school, please. Kama inawezekana. Mtu apate, you know, to get an idea, si ati vile tulikuwa tunaambia ati constitution ati Orenga amesoma sasa hakuna haja nisoma. You know, things happen in this country. That's all for now. For now.
So, Bwana Julius, thank you. We get your point, and I don't think we are in any way advocating for nobody to go to school. Literacy is important, and our level of literacy has to be increased if we are going to develop as a people. But I think the point of Naktare is when we make education everything, we sideline capable people from achieving what they could achieve simply because they did not make it to the highest level of education that we have set for ourselves. So instead of education being a motivation for success, it has become an impediment that causes most of talented people end up useless simply because compared to others, they did not get that degree, they did not get that doctorate that they hoped to get. So I believe that education is a facilitator for success, and it's a medium. Like it is wrong for anybody to be judged simply because he can't speak English. English is not a measure for intelligence. We have intelligent people who cannot think in English. So sorry, so I don't want to spend too much on that, but naomba turudi kwa tumalize story ya Brenda. Brenda anahitaji msaada wetu, tumsaidie, na you run into this video even later on after the show is over. Just get Brenda's contact and support her. When she succeeds, we succeed. It's important that we help people go further.
Yes,
There are places we'll never go, but we can send somebody there. We may not all get in parliament, but if we help some, the way she's passionate about the leadership of this county, she has a future in leadership of this country. So start her out in any way you can. Thank you very much.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, Brenda, nakupatia dakika moja tafadhali, na iwe strictly dakika moja. Maneno yako ya mwisho, you clarify what is it that you need from the people, then from there tusonge mbele na debate yetu. Unaona watu wameanza kungatuka because tumedivert subject.
Okay, so Bernard, what I'm saying is that first, before niseme kitu ambayo nahitaji, allow me to say this. I was talking to a friend, somebody who is a youth politician in Africa, actually the youngest MP. She's from South Africa. She's called Lomera Buswa, and she had recommended to me that what really helped her was the GoFund drive. And according to my research, 1 week, I am unable to open the GoFund drive here in Kenya. So I don't know if there is a trustee who can offer and volunteer himself or herself to be with me so that we can run the fundraiser abroad. Because right now, according to our budget, Bernard, you know, we need about 5.5 million, which might be very hard to fundraise within one show, but it would be easy for somebody in the United States, somebody in Canada, to open a GoFund drive for me, for a young female politician in Kenya who need materials, who need to pay billboards, this and this and this. And actually for me, Bernard, unajua nimesema, if you feel like you don't want to give me money, I can give you the contact to Magnet Ventures, pay the billboard directly, then I'll send them the picture. What I just need is just campaign materials and few mobilization funds. So Bernard, it's my appeal, if there is such kind of a person who feels that anaweza nisaidia kurun a GoFund drive, which I know it's easy in the US. There are so many people interested in women in politics in Kenya, especially young women. If there is a person who knows how we can do the GoFund drive or how or even an NGO, a non-governmental organization that funds women in politics, because I have even friends who have ever been funded by international organizations back in the United States and Australia. If you know such kind of things, kindly contact Mutembei TV, tell them to give you my personal WhatsApp number, and then we get and talk from there. Na sana sana ule mtu ambaye anahitaji ni ule mtu ambaye anaweza nitengenezea a GoFund drive. And Bernard, dakika moja tu niambie watu, I need t-shirts. I need at least 3 billboards, one along Thika Road, one at Kibra hapo junction ya Ngong Road, kwa sababu wewe kama unashindana na chama ya ODM, bedroom ya baba ni muhimu sana kwako. You know what I really mean. Your bedroom, it cannot be avoided. And one along Jogoo Road. And if you will not get one along Jogoo Road, there is an empty billboard around OTC, which is much congested, ambayo inaweza uza jina haraka sana. I also need posters in 17 constituency. At least I need 2,000 posters per constituency. And I also need banners that can act as mini billboards uko kwa vibanda na ghetto huko ndani, something that inaweza mobilize watu wa ndani wa vijiji wajue kuna msichana wao ambao anania kiti ya Nairobi. I also need umbrellas. Umbrellas, they really do play a big part in campaigns, kwa sababu unapatia wale wa mama wa soko ambao matunda yao inachomeka na jua, and they really sell your brand. Ukipatia wa mama wawili kwa soko mzima ina feel like unawajali na utawashughulikia. So it would be easy for me to sell my manifesto using those things. Kindly, if you feel you can pay a billboard, print me posters, t-shirt, banners, mobilization, na umenitafuta WhatsApp na hii namba ambayo iko hapa. Go to Mutembei, kuna namba yao wameweka hapo ambayo kila mtu anatumianga. DM Mutembei, mwambie unataka personal number ya Brenda, atakutumia, and it will be easy for me. The reason why I found that M-Pesa number, nilitafuta ndio niweze kuaccount ni pesa ngapi wananchi wa Nairobi na wakaji wa Kenya wamenisaidia nayo, so that in future I can be seeing people contributed this and this amount of money in my campaigns. Sir Bernard, nikimalizia, for anyone willing to support me, thank you so much. There is someone who has sent me 5,000 by Sendwave. So kindly contribute any amount that you have. I really need to do so many things before the end of the week, zenye zinaweza niskuma pia nipate pesa mingi. And in case, let me repeat this, you can help me do a GoFundMe drive in the United States. You are in Canada, you are in Austria, listening to me. Kindly help me raise my campaign money. My budget is 5.5 million, and I really need this money in the next 1 week, so that naweza wakilisha watu wa ghetto in full force.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. We appreciate your contribution. The M-Pesa number is I've shared it in the comment section. It can be read and copied, but I will read it out. To support the campaign for Brenda, you use +254 705 016 798. I repeat, +254 705 016 798. That is the M-Pesa number you can use to contribute towards Brenda's campaign. Her names are Brenda Kangai. Just check on the comment section, you'll get the details there. And we'll also we'll be sharing it occasionally in case there are those who will it will be pushed away by the comments. But all the same, in case you miss completely to get her number, on our profiles, Mutembei TV profile, there is Mutembei direct number you can use to get to Mutembei, and then he will give you the required number to reach to Brenda. But I really want to appreciate all of you and our viewers around the world We thank you for continuing to support talents and committed people like Brenda, and we wish Brenda all the best. Let's continue in the race until we win. Asante sana.
Asante.
Okay, so turudi kwa debate yetu hapa. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani huyu? Kenywa. Najua uko karibu kunitupa kunipeleka Mogadishu.
Unauliza.
Leo umeteswa sana, lakini neema ndio inatosha.
Habari yenu nyinyi wote?
Salama, karibu lakini.
Yeah, I'm very nice. Today Alex is a good man. Alex, today
Ameokolewa.
You are a good man today.
I'm always a good man.
Sijakuona quarantine ama ni vile Mutaikago alisema hata mask watu wazivae.
Alijaribu wakabaki na Fred peke yao, alipata dawa.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be here, Julius, Nakuona, Kamau, Mogushu, all of you. I'm very happy to see you, even Madam Breda. Nimemsalimu sana, so I'm very much okay and happy. I think let me just go direct to the topic of today about Azimio in Kisumu Dala. You know, I think Baba did what he wanted to do today to Kisumu, and the point that is there is the people from Kisumu, they should have, now they prepare their manifesto and they prepare. They don't have to wait for Baba and Baba go there, they be happy and forget about they need something from there. They should be very careful. You see, when Baba comes in Mount Kenya, he get a lot of files from Mount Kenya because people sit down, look at the local leaders, look at the problems they are facing, and they put them into writing and they hand over to Baba. And for that purpose, Baba doesn't forget a document. I've noticed that something he has been given, he doesn't forget. He doesn't forget. It's easy to forget what he has been told, but a written document Baba doesn't forget. So they should try and also use all mechanism to try and explain in a written document to Baba what they want, their expectation, so that once he gets to the seat, then he can help also. And don't forget, he will be the president of the Republic of Kenya, not only Nyanza. So for that purpose, they should follow the suit and address their issues. Another one, the Hoka deal, I think we are expecting, let's see today what will happen in the morning, because Kalonzo ndiye ameweka Hoka ikakuwa nyuma tu hivi sana sana sana. Actually other people wangekuwa principals wangekuwa walishaenda kitambo, so Kalonzo amekuwa akiwavuta nyuma now and then. Step 1, 2 step, front, backward, 3 step, and they have been there for months. And let me hope by tomorrow, tomorrow is the D-Day for Azimio, and if they have not made up their mind, I think they will be let outside, and I don't see how Kalonzo will affect the 9th August, even if he go direct to the ballot. I don't see how much he will affect it, because already I've noticed that the Kenya Kwanza party, they have washaanza to lose hope because they have seen things are not going very much well on their side. So for that purpose, hiyo ya kina Kalonzo, let's see today in the morning what will happen. Nimepita tu around 10 ili ya Jakaranda, nikapata kumejaa watu mpaka nikashindwa watu hawalali bwana. Nikienda nyumbani bwana saa 5, watu wako huko, people already are there wakingoja asubuhi ifike. So Kalonzo I think ashaona vile kumekuwa Machakos, vile kulikuwa Meru, Wajir, Western, Kisii, all those places. Kalonzo kama ni mwelevu ashaona. Another issue about Lusaka. Lusaka unajua ameingia Kenya Kwanza akapotelea huko because Lusaka will fail terribly in Bungoma. Lusaka, you know, the 2013 issue still it's in mind of people till date. Whatever happened in Bungoma, the first term of governorship, only I don't know, only legend may understand. So you will just go there and lose because the gubernatorial in Bungoma, you will not make it. And they should not forget the DAP has taken everything. The DAP is now everywhere in Western, especially Bungoma. And Bungoma politics is very, very serious. And I think Lusaka alitoka Nairobi, ndio alichukuliwa na Uhuru akaletwa Nairobi kuwa speaker. He has been in Nairobi for all that time. Hakuwa na shughuli na siasa huko nyumbani. So he has decided to go back now because ameona DAP imeingia. Ameangalia Azimio iko Wangamati ako Azimio. So haezi enda Azimio because he got late. I think hakuwa make up mind on what he want. So Azimio ishaenda, DAP iko nayo, sasa kaona the best way anaweza enda tu kwa Moses Wetangula. And you know Lusaka, the only place he can influence a little people, it's in Bungoma. Lusaka cannot influence people any other part rather than only in Bungoma. So hata kuwa na influence yoyote kubwa, siwezi compare Lusaka na watu wengine. So for that purpose, wacha kae huko. At least we need a strong opposition by 10th. We need a strong opposition so that we see how things can be done. So I think as from where I stand in Azimio, things are going and are working very much well. And people have understood, people have done the research about the Azimio agenda and the Kenya Kwanza agenda, and they have seen. And you know, for the last 2 weeks, the Kenya Kwanza has been messing up everything, internationally, everything. So even us, we have just started trying to educate people to let them understand. Because before we were at pressure, watu walikuwa wamepewa pressure sana. The Kenya Kwanza didn't give people time to think. It's rally after rally, rally after rally, rally after rally. So you don't have time to do any research. But right now, watu wamefanya research, and I've had a lot of people saying that they are safe in Azimio, and it's a good thing because we have a leader, not a politician. And Bernard, sorry, let me just put this on record. I hear some people say that Baba, it's old, and I wonder in which perspective they are talking about. Baba is the only person knows the flavor of tear gas in Kenya. He knows all flavor, tear gas flavors. He know either strawberry, either everything. Baba knows them. And at his age, mtu kusema Baba ati hawezi toboa na amekula tear gas zote, ikuwe ni gani vanilla zote amekula, alafu mtu aseme hivyo, unless that person is dreaming. Unless that person is dreaming. Baba will go for first term 100%. And because there will be no pressure from there, you may find we giving him back again the second term. Because in State House, it's not a football pitch or a swimming pool. No, there is no competition there. You just go sit down, plan everything, give to the ministers, and work is done. All we need is a leader. Hatutaki huko, si mpira tunaenda kucheza. So mtu akusema Baba hawezi maliza, tumekula tear gas since I think 2007 fluently, aziishi 2007, 2013, 2017, and Baba has been among tear gassed men. Baba has been among who tested the flavor of the tear gas. Sisi mayouth pia yeye alikuanga among. So mwenye anasema baba ako na shida, baba is very much healthy, very much healthy, na mwenye ajui amkaribie ndiye atajua. So thank you so much Mr. Bernard, and I'm grateful to see you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kenya. You are sounding like deep state, but all the same, thank you. Unajua vile unapanga state house, eh? Wewe inaonekana tutaandamana na wewe. Sawa sawa, Mogusu. Rico, namna gani?
Mzuri sana. Mnanipata?
Kabisa. Safi.
Nimeshukuru sana. Thank you so much Mr. Bernard. And I'm happy to be here with you team, and this place is the best place. I wish every Kenyan, every young guy could join this place and they get to learn and maybe make good sound decisions when it comes to voting, because unajua voting we don't learn it in class, because it's voting it's something that ni future yetu sisi kama young people, and when we as young people tuachane the elder people, we as young people it affect us so much, and we should take it very seriously. So me, I want to comment on today's agenda regarding the Kisumu rally. So I'll just commentate on regarding on how my colleagues, my previous colleagues who have contributed, I'll just pinpoint on some points. And first thing I need to talk about it's regarding our okay, I don't want to preempt others regarding what His Excellency the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga tried to explain regarding the statement he made the other day. So that was an opportunity. I even left that on a comment today. That was an opportunity to give the context of that statement. Just the way he will go to the National Cohesion Commission to give the context of that statement, so that any Kenyan, any person would understand what he meant by saying that. The same way Lunturi went to explain the context of his statement. So let's not be so judgmental. It's not a big thing, whenever such kind of things comes, such kind of all over the media, we see madoado and all that. That is news. That is news. So that was just he was just getting that opportunity to explain the context of that whole situation. Even when you go to the National Cohesion Commission, that is the main agenda. That is the main agenda for that sermon. And to add on that again, Kisumu is a metropolitan city. I don't believe what other people think or believe, because Kisumu is a metropolitan city. We do not have only Asians or Kikuyus, or we have even Kisis. We have so many tribes. and maybe it has been left behind because of the previous political stance. And you could see everybody can read. Like Kisumu has got developments, projects after the handshake. So, meaning, if we have a coexisting way after elections, every part of this country would be developed. So, meaning, what I can say is that I can only say that we need a leader, just like the president said. We need a leader. We need someone who doesn't get that hard stand, because after every general election we always have issues, and that is after when we change power from the previous regime to the new regime. Normally in between we are to win hizo issues. So we need such kind of leaders who have that soft stand, who can turn back and think about the future of this country. And that's why I can say from Raila, I have learned, me personally, that we need to coexist, even when we are different in terms of ideology. If I'm presenting my political ideology, and after election I've not been able to get that political seat, I need to coexist with my competitor for the sake of development, because after elections we need to coexist together as Kenyans, so that because when we elect a president, it's for all Kenyans, for not who did not elect, and for those who elected him. So we have learned that. I commend so much. I give comment to His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, what he did after the handshake. He brought so much development projects to areas that were perceived to be the opposition strongholds, and that has just given us an example that we can elect a leader who will bring Kenyans together, and that is the whole Azimio meaning. I could explain to people who did not understand the Azimio, the meaning of Azimio. So that is one thing I wanted to bring it forward. Another thing, regarding
anza kumaliza, muda wako umeyoma.
Sawa, wacha nimalize, wacha nifunge na hii ya mwisho. Nilikuwa namaliza na hii point ya mwisho kuhusu the Lusaka joining One Kenya. In Bungoma elections, I'm not from Bungoma, but I can read from examples of what other political bigwigs have done, especially from Kisii. If you see someone like Sam Ongeri joined ODM after he lost previously terribly, akaona anaweza ingia ODM na ndio aliweza kupata hiyo kiti ya useneta. Sometimes I wish I could be political advisors to this politician. Sometimes be a person who unaona tu ground vile inakupeleka. You know what you're supposed to do. You read from the voters, from the mood of the voters, and you know what you can do for you to be able to achieve what you need to achieve, even for the better of those people, because I assume that everybody joins to political parties not because of their self-interest, because kama hiyo ndio self-interest, ndio maana hata Mungu saa zingine anatuchapa kiboko unakosa hiyo kiti. lakini ni vizuri sana ukikosa, kama ulikuwa unaingia kwa sababu ya tumbo yako, ukikosa hiyo ni Mungu tu amesema ukose. Nimefungia hapo.
Haya basi, ndio nabii, sisi waumini. Just a moment, we are going to play a video and then we listen to Julius.
On Saturday morning joined President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga at the Kenyatta International Convention Center to sign a new coalition agreement that will bring into effect their working relationship ahead of the August polls. NTV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi reveals that the new agreement will see Azimio La Umoja produce the president, while the One Kenya Alliance will produce a deputy president, while other notable positions will be shared among constituent parties, including the creation of 3 prime ministers.
The sign of an erupting volcano signifying the coming into being of a fluid relationship that brings together Kalonzo Musyoka's Wiper Party, Gideon Moi's KANU, Martha Karua's NARC Kenya, and Cyrus Jirongo's United Democratic Party. They have co-opted Ugenya MP David Ochieng's Movement for Growth and Development Party and Murang'a gubernatorial aspirant Irungu Nyakera's Farmers Party. Their signing ceremony here in Nairobi, paving way for the creation of a coalition that constituent parties describe as their bargaining power in any negotiations they will have moving forward.
When we postponed and said we needed time to fine-tune the clauses, the naysayers thought that was the end of One Kenya Alliance. We have bounced back stronger. We were 4 parties. We are 6 today and still counting because more are on the way.
Today is when we close one chapter of our journey and open another.
And we have no doubt in our minds that this country is more important than any of us.
According to sources, the agreement, which is not yet public and has not yet been deposited at the Registrar of Political Parties, is not as binding because it is not necessarily a coalition political party. This agreement is founded on the old act before the coming into effect of the new coalition's law.
We made ourselves not a promise to the people of Kenya, but a covenant with the people of Kenya, because promises are there to be broken. But a covenant is a covenant.
NTV understands the details of the new coalition are flexible to the parties involved, and thus those in the coalition may be free to engage other political players, and if they get a better deal, then they can leave and engage their new partner.
And when any party feels uncomfortable, they should be able, with notice to others, to walk away, because it is a coalition of the willing.
There is also talk that the new coalition will, on Saturday, 12th March, be present at the KICC for the signing of another coalition agreement with the Azimio La Umoja outfit, with the aim of bolstering the movement towards the August elections.
We have made sacrifices before. We are ready to make more sacrifices, but we also expect the Kenyans will know that no individual is indispensable.
It is understood that if it materializes, the new plan will have President Uhuru Kenyatta, ODM leader Raila Odinga, and Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka as the key players in what Kalonzo has been insisting as a 3-legged stool.
You can be sure the 3-legged stool, I believe the strongest leg is going to be Oka.
As per the yet-to-be-signed deal, Azimio La Umoja will produce the presidential candidate, while One Kenya Alliance will produce the running mate. As per the new Azimio Oka agreement, there is to be the creation of 3 prime minister positions to cater for the growing interests. This will be done by the president under Article 132(3) of the Constitution. It states the president shall chair cabinet meetings, direct and coordinate the functions of ministries and government departments, and by a decision published in the Gazette, assign responsibility for the implementation and administration of any act of parliament to a cabinet secretary to the extent not inconsistent with any act of parliament.
We go to a larger coalition We don't want to be told this is predetermined. We want total openness, mutual respect, and equality. So that if we cede ground, we cede because we think this is the thing to do.
But even as the One Kenya Alliance now moves to sign a cooperation agreement, it is only time that will tell whether the glue that binds them is strong enough to hold them for long, or each will fall independently. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV in Nairobi.
Okay, one more, then we bring you Julius.
Thank you. Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Martha Karua, Honorable Gideon Moi, Honorable Irungu, my friend Ocheng, and members of parliament, senators, and all guests. Today is a great day for Oka. We are here as a climax of a long distance. We've moved on well, and now it's the time to actually put pen to paper in a document that has been worked on very well by the technical team. And we are looking at this as a document that is likely and most likely shall produce the next president of the Republic of Kenya. We have been open. We've said we will talk to other formations similar to ours, but that does not put a lid on us also going it alone. We are still open. We're still discussing. There are things that are going on, and we believe if they go on well, we will be a bigger team. If not, this is a good representation of the Republic of Kenya. And we are sure with this team, we can be able to produce a leader that shall take this country to the next level. I want to thank all of you who have taken your time to come and be with us today. Kenya belongs to all of us, and let all of us play our role in ensuring that our country is there after the 9th of August. Lazima taifa la Kenya liweko, and that is what is most important. We must have a united country at the end of this year. We must have a government that shall serve the people of the Republic of Kenya at the end of this year. We must deal with the many evils and problems people have talked about, people have cried about in our country by the end of this year. Kwa hivyo, nyinyi ambao mko hapa, tunawahakikishia as One Kenya Alliance, we'll do our best, we mean business, and we shall deliver. Thank you so much, and may God.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo kutoka Oka. Blowing hot and cold and mixture. We hope this Oka thing will will have a final end. Julius, are you still there? Okay, Alex, you can come in.
Bernard, this is where I agree with Ruto now. This is where, whether we demonize Ruto or not, Ruto becomes very valid. This is the great conmanship. People who cannot win even Lugari seat, lying to us that we have a great team that will take care of this country. People who have never gone anywhere. People who cannot agitate for anything or anybody, even an insect inside my house, are now lying to us that we have a great team there is a national team. This is where I tell you, and this is why even Uhuru said that maybe in the future, Ruto will become a president. If anything happens to our man Raila Amolo Odinga, mark my words, at least with all his evilness, he goes everywhere. Even if he talks on the basis, Bernard, like him or leave him, on the basis that he has come to Kisii, he has gone to Rift Valley, he has gone all over the country. And look, Martha Karua, look at Kalonzo. Kalonzo telling us here that succession politics. So we must look beyond that. We don't need Kalonzo. This guy is the greatest conman in the political scenes of Kenya. 2007, he conned and robbed the Kenyans of a victory. And we should never forget that. Before that, he wanted to steal the ODM party. Now, he's doing what he's known for. He wants by all necessary means to create a third force, which will never be there. Because I know Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga. And this is where you found there is a post, if you remember, that really upset the UDA people at one point. And Cheriot carelessly put it on Twitter, and he was told to delete it right away. And the Twitter went this way: if you think you can push us too far away, it does not matter. Even when AFC was playing with Gor Mahia, we still supported Gor Mahia. At the end of the day, the Nilot becomes a president. If you remember that tweet that he deleted right away. And why did he do that? They respect Raila as an individual because he goes and campaigns everywhere. Who is this Kalonzo who wants to hold us ransom? You saw meeting Raila amekuwa nazo tangu Azimio ianze. He has been everywhere. He has talked with the people. Where has Kalonzo gone? Where have they been? Bernard, boardroom after boardroom after boardroom, a circus waiting for an answer from people who don't love this country. Who are they speaking for? Raila can go and say, okay, hata kama tuliongea mkutano. He apologized to people about Madoadoa. He went and spoke with people in Kisii. He has gone to Western. He has gone everywhere. Where has Kalonzo and his Oka team gone? Afadhali Kenya kuisha. We are seeing them everywhere. So, I mean, this is the greatest conmanship. We should never allow these people even to come close to Baba. We rather lose alone than win with them. That's my stand. We don't need Kalonzo. And the people of Kenya are wise enough to see that these people, it's boardroom after boardroom after boardroom. Now they want to create 3 prime ministers. For what, Bernard? And that is why Ruto was very right when he was saying, watu wanataka to create seats. Now, they are vindicating Ruto. They are making Ruto to be right. And that is not originality of what Baba wanted. It is sad day for me to see that. And then they want to hold us last minute because it is 11th. Kesho tunaenda, tuko na mkutano, tunaenda Jacaranda. They want to play with our mind. We should never accept. We are telling them no. It is capital N-O.
Thank you, Alex. I couldn't agree any better. I think I have said here before, whoever wants to carry the goods should be prepared to pay the price. The story of trying to change Azimio La Umoja into something else is conmanship, like Alex has properly put it. Whatever they are bringing on board, they can keep it in their pockets. I think it's about time we place this country ahead of everyone else, and especially jokers. We are in a very tight corner as a country. We must negotiate this corner very carefully and get to the other side safely. Carrying extra baggage is going to mess us into delivery. Okay, one of the things that made the delivery of the Grand Coalition have problem in fact, the Kibaki government was the bloated cabinet that had everybody. So when we are looking at reconstructing the economy, others were arranging Anglo-leasing. Now, those kind of things are brought about by these things of now 3 prime ministers and now 3 deputy prime ministers and this and that. Let everybody chart their political path. Wherever their politics will take them, we wish them well. But we have reached a place as a country to move to the next level. Whoever is willing to move, let them move. Whoever wants to remain, abaki. Musa alipotoa wana wa Israeli, hakuna mtu aliambiwa wewe rudi kwa Farao mkubaliane. Kila mtu aling'atuka. Kama utaki kung'atuka unabaki. I think it's about time. And so these games have come to an end. Let them end there. Let's hear from Moguso, then turudi kwa Julia. And Alex, take charge. I'm making my coffee. Asante.
Asante sana, Mr. Bernard. Thank you very much. I just want to comment about the Oka team. I don't like to comment about this, but this Oka team, ukiangalia all the principles, they have kind of same characteristic from my observation. That is from my own perception. And I stand to be corrected about that. When you look at Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, he doesn't believe in himself because he can't go by himself to win it. Reason why? He doesn't have a grip from his own backyard. When you go to Mr. Jirongo, he can't win a seat. We can't even comment about the gubernatorial seat or senatorial seat. MP, he can't. When you go to Mr. Gideon Moi, he has a very stiff competition. He knows the right now from his backyard, the preferred candidate, who is his major competitor. And when we go to Martha Karua, she knows the stand from Mount Kenya. And from Martha Karua's end, I can comment from Martha Karua's end that there are even other politicians from the backyard who are pushing, who they know that they have no stand in Mount Kenya region. And I think they are bargaining for a position, for a space in Azimio. They don't want to come in because they know they can't go it alone. But they want to come in and get a space. And that's why they are doing all that drama just to make Kenyans feel like they have a third wave. They are creating a third wave, just like Mr. Alex, you have just explained. So I think such kind of politicians, we should really avoid them because they are not doing anything for the interest of this country. Right now, if Azimio fails, I only know who can stand on their own to the ballot, even with their only single political party. That one I can mention. Raila Amolo Odinga has nothing to lose. He has gone for this seat for how many times? He has won how many times? So there are these other politicians who want to get space in the next government, and now they are trying to wanajaribu kukoroga mind ya Wakenya waonekane bado wako relevant, but they know kabisa they can't win any seat if they stand alone. And now they are creating all these confusions to us, we as voters. And I would wish every Kenyan could just read into their minds and see what these people real motive is. Because me, I can say personally, Oka is not haijakuwa formed kwa sababu ya kukomboa wananchi. Imetengenezwa ili watu wachache ambao wako pale wapate viti kwenye serikali inayoundwa after 2022. And that is my submission. Asante sana.
Yeah, ilikuwa Julia. Julia, you're next.
Thank you, Alex. Hi everyone, good to see you. Now, kwa mjadala wa leo naona something about Raila in Kisumu. About Raila in Kisumu, I think his main mission was to boost his campaign and to launch what is going to happen from tomorrow henceforth. You know, when you are going to war, there's a tendency to always go back to your strongholds and make up an announcement, pronounce that I matter this much, even to my people. So I think it was not about Kisumu, it was not about, earlier the debate that was here was that people said this, people said that. I really did not follow that. I don't know what people said, but I think it was just a pronouncement, like, I matter this much. So everybody who spoke should have spoken to boost Raila's campaign. It was not about Kisumu, it was not about Nyanza. And I think from now henceforth, we need to begin seeing Raila as a national leader, and we stop seeing him in the local politics. Because this is the time that even people from Nyanza expect that the rest of the country will support Raila. So we need to demystify this thing, Raila na watu wake wa Kisumu ama kutoka Nyanza. And the best way to demystify this is to make sure now, when we are having a meeting, especially in Nyanza and Western Kenya, we avoid going local. Let Central Kenya and Mount Kenya region go local when they see Raila, because they are trying to say, you've come to us for support, you need to do for us 1, 2, 3. It's okay for Mount Kenya region to go local when Raila comes to their region. But now in his strongholds, they should act like, even if they know they need him to do 1, 2, 3, maybe after taking power, they should post to the rest of the nation, he's a national leader. He's yours. He's ours. He's yours. So they should not make claims, you need to do 1, 2, 3 for us for now. And I think when it comes to the development, more of it with this county thing and with the new constitution, it has to do with our leaders. That is why now we can compare our governors and talk about who has performed well. And I think in a recent survey, Kibula is one of those who have done well. And I think the governor for West Pokot, and I think Mutua is doing well too. So I think going forward in the new government, we should hold our leaders accountable. I mean, we have spent too many years waiting for the central government to do 1, 2, 3. Coming from Mount Kenya region, I can tell you that even Mount Kenya itself is not happy. And you can see differences in development depending on the kind of members of parliaments they have. Now, there are those MPs who have used their CDF money very well. I think I should search. There's a time one member of parliament returned CDF money to Treasury, and I will not be surprised. I think that MP may have come from the Western region or Nyanza. He simply did not utilize the money he was given. What does that tell you? They do not have plans for their people. Now, to conclude on that point about development and Raila and all that, I saw a school in Nandi recently. Niliona shule ya matope na nikashangaa sana kwamba in the current Kenya kuna shule ya matope. I'm comparing that to, I saw Didi Nyoro the other day bragging. I'm not in UDA, but I saw him boasting that the schools in his constituency, he has used constituency development fund so well that they even have tiles on the floor. So some of these things going forward, we shall not be saying when Raila becomes president, Raila hajatufanyia hii, hajatufanyia hivi, akuja kutufanyia hivi. We should hold our leaders responsible. What are they doing with the development fund? What are they doing? What are the governors doing? Why is Kibuga Kibwana developing his place more than the other places? How is he utilizing the funds? We should stop this thing of saying ni wakati wetu tufanyia hivi. So me, that's my take. So next time Raila goes to Nyanza and Western, let it be a way to boost his campaign. Like, he matters this big. And then the local leaders not go local and say that Kondele sijui ni wapi sijui nini. They should be national leaders. They should portray him as the national leader we are looking for. Because don't forget that the other side, the UDA people are looking for an opportunity to create Raila as a tribal kingpin. They are looking for that opportunity. So we must demystify that and speak clearly that he is a national leader, especially when he goes to his strongholds. Now, second thing, when I saw about Oka deal sealed, okay, when I watched that NTV clip, first I watched it earlier, I didn't understand what NTV was trying to say, that that Azimio side will produce the presidency and Oka will produce the running mate. I couldn't buy that. I wasn't going to buy that. And if that was going to be true, I would have been one disappointed Kenyan, because to me, there are two things I think about Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua. Okay, first about Gideon and Jirongo. I think they are Kenyatta moles in Oka. I hope Kenyatta will forgive me for saying this. I don't think they are committed to anything in Oka. I think they're just moles and they are working, they're doing their job. Nikki Barua anafanya kwa hiyo Oka on behalf of somebody else. Now, and but for Martha Karua and Kalonzo, they are sabotaging Laira's presidency. And that is their intention. Two things. They want to sabotage him. They are posing as the innocent people, like they are ready for a deal, and they are not ready for anything. Because if they are saying they are ready for a deal, they are posing that we can only work with you if maybe you give us a running mate, something that Mother and Kalonzo knows they cannot get, just like Alex has said here. They have literally done nothing. They are just like me, who has not campaigned. I think Mother and Kalonzo, we are the same. Me, the three of us, we can sit also together and say we want a three-legged stool. Julia, Kalonzo, na Mother. For sababu, they have not done anything. They have not been campaigning. Kalonzo thinks because he's being seen as a kingpin from Ukambani, now he can hold Raila hostage. That is what he's trying to do. He's trying to sabotage him. So one thing, he's trying to sabotage Raila's presidency, and he wants there to go to that meeting tomorrow and come out and say, I tried to make a deal. They did not want to work with me because, as usual, they are cheaters. That's what he's trying to do. Or he's trying to sneak in. He thinks that he can sneak in as a running mate. He always claims that anapitia katikati. Hii kupitia katikati siyo ya kila siku. So he needs to be informed that. So me, I don't know whether I can hear this. If I hear that Kalonzo is anything like running mate, I'll be the most disappointed Kenyan because he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve even to be anybody's prime minister. He doesn't even, I want to agree, I think it's Alex who talked about it yesterday. He doesn't deserve even to be the speaker of anything. I think I can perform better as a speaker than Kalonzo. So he doesn't deserve anything. So if he's not going to support Raila's presidency, aende kabisa, we don't need him. Kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya. So I won't buy this, that the deal is done. If he comes to Azimio, aingia Azimio, vile tu Julia ameingia Azimio without conditions. And if he doesn't do it that way, then he's free to vie for presidency. Kama nimbaya, nimbaya. So two things he's trying to do. He's trying to sneak himself, but I think the biggest thing he's trying to do, he's trying to sabotage Raila's presidency. That is exactly what Kalonzo and Mother are doing. But for Jirongo and Gideon, I think they are Kenyatta's moles in Oka. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Julia, for those good sentiments. I concur with you. When we had the Grand Coalition government, were it not for Marende, who passed on Solomonic judgments, Kalonzo was on the way of giving us a lot of problems. And he's negotiating to become a speaker and also to get the majority leadership in both houses. That is what he's negotiating. And we cannot allow that. We will not allow that, and it will never happen this time around. We will stick our feet in the cement and it will dry. Even if you are cutting our legs off, they will remain in the cement, but we will go with our bodies. Bernard, take over.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's clear enough, and I believe Kenyans of goodwill are getting that clear. The dildaling of trying to play Kalonzo and his games, it's over. I don't know, Alex, has Julius made submission?
No, it was Julia next now. Julius, then I think Aaron.
Yes, Julius, then the ancestor. Julius, come in, please. Ngoja Moguso, you have spoken before. Let those who have not yet said
naondoka
anything.
nipe wengine space na wapea kwa heri.
Aya, thank you. See you
Asante sana.
later. Asante.
Okay.
Thank you, Bernard. I can see Lex, Kinywa, Julia. Julia umeongea sana. Ongea sana, wengine wasahau. Lakini umetoa, you're a very strong lady. I like it. I like the way you have articulated it. Mimi tena unajua mtu mbunge kukiwa na mchaguzi mdogo, mbunge achaguliwe anapewa wakati inaitwa maiden what
Maiden speech.
Maiden speech. So this is my first time actually, although nimekuwa nikifuata program Mtembezi for long, but unajua time different by the way ni kubwa sana. Sasa ni saa 2 asubuhi, so sometimes the time ina differ, but I'm very happy and grateful. You are doing a good job, Bernard, on the Mtembezi TV. Nataka tu kusummarize tu maneno moja pale because this week mmeongea maneno very important issues like for example maneno ya pikipiki ndio imetrend. Of course siasa, tuko katika wakati wa siasa. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Narok, nimelelewa Narok, nikawa mtu mkubwa. Nimekuja Nairobi maybe 1990s there, and I've been a follower of Raila Odinga nikiwa shule, nikiwa primary school, wakati wa Ford. Wacha sasa wakati wa LDP, wakati wa Ford in Kilgoris tulikuwa watu watatu. One lady who passed away by the way in accident in 202 Mkale, ndio nilikuwa natafuta mama anaitwa nani yako US, anakuwa contributor hapa kwa hii program, anaitwa nani anakuwa US, I'm not sure. Selina, anaitwa nani?
Mama Selina.
Yes, Mama Selina, yes.
Mama Selina, nikiona huyu mama I feel ni kama nakumbuka huyu msichana alikufa kwa accident, kwa sababu ni mfuasi wa Raila sugu, tulikuwa pamoja. Sasa wacha niongee kuhusu pikipiki. Hao watu wa pikipiki kusema kweli, actually mimi washanishambulia Kitengela, wakanipiga vibaya. I just came from Japan, nikachelewa kidogo, na zile jamaa akatoka kando akagonga gari yangu akafuja side mirror. Sasa ili wakakuja wengi ati nimegonga au attack. But generally watu wa motorbike sio watu wabaya, there are some good people. Ukienda kama Narok, there are motorbike riders, they are very good people, they take that job seriously. Mahali tu kuna shida Nairobi, hizi town tu kubwa ndio kuna shida. Kitengela, hata ukienda Embu, they are very good riders. Huwezi pata wana ride bike huko nje, So they are very good generally. Sio tu wote ni wabaya. So I think also government should try like the best way kuaccommodate na kutoa wale wabaya because they are wale wako hapo kwa sababu ya kuharibia biashara. Anyway, because hizi shida ziko all over the world. Kuna wakora kila mahali. Bernard, let me tell you, niongee story moja ya nje kidogo tafadhali. Kuna lady moja ako UK, she's a nurse. Then she contacted me akaniambia simu yake imepotea. Oh, let me please call to my family nisikie. Wakaja kupiga simu kwa brother yake akaniambia mama yake ni mgonjwa. So I have to nikam message nikamwambia mama yake ni mgonjwa, she's very sick. She's a Kisi, by the way, she's called Julia Bosire. And akaniambia tafadhali because I am not in UK, nimeenda workshop another country, kindly help them. I'm trying to put a point that in motorbike, even outside here, we have bad people. We are not all the same. So for kindly, number two, a very small time, I explain for, niwaambie story. So niliwasaidia, mama akawa mgonjwa, akatolewa sijui Kaplong hospital, akapelekwa sijui wapi. They did not have money. I have to send money. I used my pocket money. Nikatumia 1,100 na kitu. Did you know that these people wakalizimia simu, can block all over? I mean, okay, so I'm not complaining, sorry. It's just, unajua lazima tushare idea na you know, kuna watu wako labda nje wenzangu, we have to, you know, to be, unajua I lost my mother because hakuna mtu angenisaidia afike hospitali in the right time. So that's why I kept in, but nikaingia kwa soup moto. But all in well, anyway, wacha niache hiyo itakuwa story ya siku nyingine. So story ya siasa ya kina Kalonzo, you know, Kalonzo, don't expect him. Majuzi by the way alisema ati Kenya is ripe for a runoff. So we don't expect him. I mean, he's always against Raila. He's very jealous about Raila, what Raila does. He's a very jealous man. Sijaiona mwanaume ako jealous kama mwanaume. I mean, oh sorry. He's very jealous. Seriously, he's very jealous. And they have taken advantage of Raila. Raila is a very good man, a very good-hearted man. Alafu ukiona sasa, unajua Kalonzo and the MPs wale wanamsupport, they are making him play hard because wanataka ku create way ndio washinde viti wote wale wanamsupport because they have a stiff competition. But you see, sometimes security alisema at times the country is important than individuals. Kalonzo should at once think about the national good because kusema ukweli, these people were wanaitwa Yuda. Asijaiona watu wadanganyifu, people who doesn't know so called the truth. They eat their fingers kwa kudanganya. They are liars, they are very bad liars. And I hate that. Anyway, let us be sober and be serious about our country. Mimi, for example, kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati watu wako Ulaya wanaosha matako ya watu. Now, I mean, I don't think that is true. But again, we don't have to complain about it. Unajua labda kuna jirani ama family members anafanya hiyo kazi ya kuosha matako. You never know. So somebody talks to experience kama namna gani lex. So hatuko hapa kuosha, we are very professional. I'm a professional. Niko na watoto wangu hapa wamesoma. Kijana wangu ako one of the best universities Tokyo. Inaitwa Waseda University, is one of the best universities. My other son ako Canada as we speak. So I mean, na sijapata bursaries, is my salary, naenda nafanya kazi. I work almost 10 hours per day. I pay for my school fees. Sina bursaries, sina nini, sina hakuna harambee nishaitisha. Hata my brothers, he doesn't know. And I send money now to my brothers, my family. We are contributing to the economy of Kenya very much. Actually, kesho nitakupatia data. ile ilikuwa imetolewa na nini. The money coming from outside of Kenya is supporting the economy of Kenya in a very whatever iko juu sana. So we have to appreciate people. Na watu wa Yuda wanasema ati kazi ni kazi. Sasa mtu akiwa nje nao anaambia watu ati I mean they don't believe on what people are doing outside here. We are very hard surely. Natoka kwa nyumba 6 narudi 6 days. Ama unarudi saa zingine 8 kama kuna overtime, something like that. So generally watu waheshimu watu wengine, tuongee bila kutusiana. And hao watu wa UDA kusema ukweli jaba. Kuna mbunge huyu ana sababu mwingine anaitwa nani?
Osoro.
Alex, nataka saa hizi ukipata nafasi enda Kisii, enda shule moja inaitwa ya Mbele Primary School. Hiyo shule iko na madirisha ambayo haijajengwa. Unajua kuna ile dirisha imekuwa designed, ni dirisha lakini iko na madirisha haijakuwa designed for that. It's Limatope is doing nothing. Yeye kazi yake ni kufuata na badala afanye maendeleo nyumbani na sisi wajenge hizo mashule. It's just ni mtu wa kupiga kelele mzunguka kutusi watu. Seriously. So these people, they are not serious about this country. They don't love it. Wanadanganya kwa sababu ya tumbo yao. They are just looking for something to eat. But the followers of Raila Odinga, they are the followers who believe by really they are just doing from the heart. Hakuna kitu mimi Raila shanipati. Na nimemsupport hii muda yote. And I'm not expecting it. What I expect him I change his country, Kenya ikiwa vizuri. Maneno ya hospitali, mtu akiwa mgonjwa anapata simu tu Julius uncles nini, mtu ako hospitali kutumia pesa hospitali. Those things ndio tunataka Raila akiingia abadilishe NHIF nini watu watibiwe, ndio tuache hiyo gharama ya kutuma pesa ya hospitali. Secondly, Ruto alisema ati nini healthcare. Nani aliua NHIF? NSSF, sorry, NHIF nani aliua? Atuli alisema yeye ndiye aliua, na ndio sababu wamekosana na Atuli as we speak, mpaka saa hizi as we speak. So anyway, that will not take other members a long time. Haje tuko wachache leo. I mean, kusema ukweli, these people wa Yuda kweli, Yuda mwenyewe. They are liars, they cheat, they are people with a lot of problems. Yani ni watu tu wale wameshikana. It's a game. I rest my submission there.
Okay, thank you, Julius. Hanon, how are you today?
Yeah, niko fresh. Unajua sisi ni wale watu wa late night na ya kina Julia, me, oh my god. Ya kina Alex wenye tunafunganga kituo. But leo imefanikiwa kuingia mapema jo. But God is great. So sasa nianzie wapi? Kwanza kabisa nitaanza kwa kugonga huyu Kalonzo na oka yake hii. Ninasema namna hii. Look how Baba in fact struggle. Mliona Baba wakati alipotaka kutembea pale kwa kina Julia pale Githurai akikula mawe. Mmeona vile Baba ameng'ang'ana mambo ya BBI kwa field, kwa court, ndio hiyo ilikuwa inapingwa na Martha Karua. Baba ndio huyo amekimbia almost all counties ambazo zinapatikana Kenya. Baba ameongea mpaka mate imemwisha kwa mdomo. Unajua my brother, wakati umeona mwanadamu anaongea mpaka mate inaisha kutoka kwa mdomo, usifikirie ni mchezo. So ujue huyo jamaa ameongea vya kutosha. Baba ameongea mpaka sometimes inafika anajikua kwa maongezi, ama anaongea mpaka watu wengine wanataka kucheka, yani ka slight mistake ndio wampiga kombora. Hawataki kuhurumia baba kabisa, kwa sababu wanajua kuwa hili ni jabali, ni jiwe manza ambalo huwezi ukalisongesha na vidole. So baba baada ya kufanya hayo mambo yote, alafu Kalonzo yeye ni meetings, kuruka kwa hiyo hoteli kwenda kwa hoteli ingine, kwenda kwa hoteli ingine, haja spend chochote, alafu eti anakuja kupatia baba masharti wakiwa na yakina Martha Karua. They are not doing justice for my father Raila Amolo Odinga, they are not kabisa. So mimi ile kitu ninaomba, kama hawezi kuja wakiwa wametulia, then we don't need them. Waende manzi tupatane na wao kwa pilot. Mimi hilo ndio wazo langu, cause tumechoka na wao. Bas, jambo lingine ambalo ningependa kuguzia ni kuhusu I want to thank UDA so much. Mimi ni mtu wa baba. Ningependa kushukuru sana UDA ambayo iko under William Samoei Ruto, ama Kenya Kwanza, wacha tu niweke in general Kenya Kwanza. Reason being, wao wametumia sentiment ya baba ya madoadoa pale yenye alisema pale Wajir. Kufanya nini? Kusema kuwa baba inastahili sijui akuwa arrested, sijui afanyiwe nini. Na baba amefanya jambo mzuri, kuwa kweli kiongozi muone wakati wa janga. A good leader, you will be able to see him or her in times of crisis. So when Ruto aliposema kuwa Kongo, Wakongomani wale ndugu zetu ambao wanaweka troza zao hapa kwa tumbo, wanafungia hapa kwa tumbo manzi eti hawana ng'ombe. Ruto mwenyewe tulimungoja as a man kama mimi, mwanaume kama mimi, aje kwa television namna hii aombe msamaha wa Kongomani. Ni miezi ngapi imepita? Staki mniambie. Ruto personally, he did not come to apologize. Ni nini alifanya? Alienda kwa social media through kijana yetu pale, then kutoka hapo akaandika statement, wakaandika statement. But baba ndio huyu, yeye mwenyewe ameamua mchana peupe, amekuja akasema kuwa hakika ile statement wakati nilipokuwa pale Wajir, I did not mean kuwa zile kabila ambao wanaishi pale, kama maybe kuna Wakisii, kuna Wajaluo, kuna Wakikuyu ambao wanaishi pale wapate kuondolewa. No, baba alikuwa anamaanisha kuwa anataka kwa sasa all parties zenye ziko northeastern zile zenye ziko under Azimio. So wakati Wakenya watakapoenda kwa debe wa vote kwa whosoever mwenye ako ndani ya Azimio, regardless wewe uko upya uko what any party. So hivyo ndio baba alikuwa anafanya nini, ndio alikuwa anamaanisha. So huyu baba baada ya yeye mwenyewe kusimama pale mbele na kusema kuwa hakika kama mulipata semi zangu vibaya, naomba msamaha. This is a leader. So my love Mr. Bernard, Alex, Julius na ndugu zangu wote wenye wataangalia hii clip baada ya mimi kumaliza hii statement, ninasema namna hii: the love which I had for Baba, it has multiplied mara 7. Cause kiongozi mzuri ni yule wakati kuna changamoto anakuja peupe, anaomba msamaha. Cause msamaha si eti ukiomba msamaha utakufa. Unajua, by the way, unajua wanaume hawa warembo ya kina Julia hawa, wao kuomba msamaha inakuanga rahisi sana, lakini mwanaume sijui tuliumbwa namna gani, but kuna wengine kama mimi uanga ukinikosea naombanga msamaha, but ukiona mwanaume the stage of Baba amekuja peupe na akaomba msamaha, that is a leader. Ujue kuwa huyo kiongozi hata kukiwa na shida yoyote with our neighbors, hakika atalai low. Lakini ukipata kiongozi yeye mwenyewe unataka kumsukuma wakati ameongea vibaya ama nini, that is not a leader. Alafu jambo lingine, Julia, watu supporters wa Baba ambao ni akina mama, ninasema congratulations Women League. Women League ya Baba under Madam Ngilu. In fact, mulimake Baba proud through Mama Charity Ngilu kama Major Brigadier kwa kikosi ya Baba. Cause zile salute zenye Baba alipewa pale Kisumu kwa Dayas, ambazo zilifanya the crowd ikakuwa charged, ikamake the momentum of leo kwa wale ambao already tushaingia siku ingine yenye itakuwa pale Chakaranda. I felt so nice. So ninasema congrats and grease to your elbows those Women League ambao wako affiliated to Baba. Alafu nikimaliza ningependa kuguzia mambo ya Lusaka joining Fort Kenya. Unajua sometimes viongozi wa Kenya wanga hawaji vituko. Huyu Ken Lusaka, but in fact yale maamuzi yenye amefanya ni mazuri, cause that is the wing ambayo yeye mwenyewe anabelong. You remember wakati wa first term yake what he did kwa zile pesa ambazo zilitumwa kwa counties whereby one wheelbarrow alinunua kwa 100,000. So kama hakika hajabadilika, so pale Pusia mahali tena anaenda yani mahali anaenda kusimama kama governor. So Wakenya wenye wako pale wachukue mikanda wafunge tumbo, cause yale makosa yenye alifanya huenda atafanya nini, atayarudia. So thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante Arun, the ancestor. We appreciate your submissions. I want us to take one more round and see if the latecomers, if they are not coming in, together with Temba tuanze kufungasha. Alex, wewe ndio chairman ya wazee. Wazee wanaingia saa ngapi?
Wazee wako wanakuja. Si unajua siku hizi wanaanzia somewhere halafu wanakuja huko. Sijui mbona waliamua hiyo, lakini wako karibu kumaliza. Sasa Bernard, maneno ya Kisumu ilikuwa ndogo. Hiyo nayo we can differ on opinions kwa sababu unajua baba ni baba. Mmoja atasema baba ni mkali, mwingine atasema baba ni mzuri, baba atapenda huyu, baba atafanya nini, lakini baba ni baba. So hiyo we cannot differ about. But kesho tuko na siku nzuri. Siku ambayo tunaenda kujua marafiki zetu na adui zetu. Kesho is the D-Day. Na nilimsikiza Junet, nimesikia wengine wakiongea, nilisikia wale ambao walienda katika Jakaranda kuangalia ule uwanja, nilisikia sentiments zao. They have assured us tomorrow we are going to have a sizable crowd of leaders who will move forward to show us what is the game plan. Na kumbuka UDA is having its NDC very soon, so we must be very decisive on the people that we must take over, because UDA has already decided. As you saw, many UDA defectors ambao waliingia UDA sana amjawasikia, but leo watu wamedefect kwenda UDA ni wengi sana, kutoka Kisii ni wengi sana, na ni kwa sababu ya nomination and the politics of personality cult. Watu wengine wakipewa ruhusa waambiwe manage this area for us, kwa sababu ODM is so big, they take advantage and start mismanaging and bringing their own people who have not participated in the political space for 5 years. So they bring newcomers who are not known. And we must acknowledge our politics is played differently, Bernard. The politics of funerals, the politics of school fees, the politics of watu wakipata shida, that is when you reach your people and hear and understand what they want. So if these people participated in this and then they are shortchanged, I'm telling you Bernard, kama ni mimi nilikufiwa, sikuchukua mwili kutoka Nairobi nikaletewa mpaka nyumbani, nikanunuliwa sanduku, alafu nione mtu wangu ametolewa hivi. That's why Sonko was able to become a magnet in Nairobi, those small things. So and I said here the other day kuwa tutakuwa na mkutano juzi, marafiki zangu walinipigia, na we try to persuade the leaders that don't go this way. It is sad that ODM again is not going to win any seat in Kisii. It is sad. It is the saddest thing for me, because we have the greatest and the most organic love for Baba, but he losing because of a few people. And I hope we streamline this thing. And that is why, with all my heart, I'm saying, why don't we drive the agenda, sisi wenyewe? Why don't we tell Kalonzo we don't want you? Why don't we just tell people we don't want you now? We will take charge. We will elect Baba and his people, and if he does not deliver, we will take him accountable. But now this politics of giving people wanakuwa monitor somewhere and then they start making mistakes, we lose seats. And that's why now we are being told people like Jirongo are principals. People like Ochieng, who hata tujui alishinda kiti gani kutoka Ugenya, now he's a principal in Oka, and also telling us it's a face of Kenya. What is that, Bernard? So, I mean, we must take charge, and by all necessary means, the opinion pool that will come back, wacha hii ya political opinion pool. Unajua zinafanywa mbili. There is military opinion pool and there is political. Wacha hii political ya kina Gideon Moi wanaweka kwa standard kwa sababu ni yao, so that they can negotiate with us. We will do our own opinion vile tunajuanga huko kwenu, umefanya umejua, mbolea imechukua, hata watudanganya ati Lusaka was a governor, Lusaka was nini, unajua is not going anywhere. We know the leaders that are electable, we know them. So we will work with them and we will put them in power and we will give them one responsibility: make sure Baba delivers, because everything we have a problem today, Bernard, in Kenya. Baba has only 2 agenda in the first 100 days, not a military camp in Kisumu. First one, corruption. Second one, school fees. Bernard, if secondary school fees was to be abolished, how much money will our parents have in the pocket in first 100 days? Watu watakuwa masonko. So we should talk about those agenda, agitate, and make sure our first 100 executive orders are written. Vile uliona Trump alikuja hapa, though we did not like him, but what he told his people, wall in Mexico, alifanya, though we did not like it, but that is why he was elected. Nani alipokuja, Biden alipokuja, alisema I will abolish all of migration through executive order. He did that. So we need a leader who has a vision and a love for this country. Raila has proved he loves this country. We don't choose him because he's the oldest politician. We don't choose him because he has been ABCD. We choose him because he loves this country. And you cannot serve people you do not love. So hata sisi tunaambia Raila, because we love him, we want him to perform. If we have people who will be playing with us with Kalonzo, and for the record, let me repeat twice, when we had grand coalition, the person who gave us problems in the parliament most was Kalonzo. Remember, even Marende had to take a point whereby he had to give Solomonic because Kalonzo was alikuwa nabishana na baba who should be controlling the parliament. And that is what he wants right now. We can't allow that. History has told us that Kalonzo cannot agitate for the agendas of this country. And for that reason, Kalonzo has shown for so long when we are trying to negotiate with him, we have tried all means to be patient with him, to calm down. But I think our anger has reached here. We don't want you. Let us go ourselves. And that's why I will still tell Olo, it's not that I love Ruto, but at least he goes everywhere. Unlike Kalonzo, who sits in boardroom after boardroom after boardroom. Today they are here, tomorrow they are here. He has never come to Kisii. He has never gone to Kakamega. He has never been to Mandera. He has never been anywhere. And then Sasa negotiate, I want to be the vice president. And after that, I want a speaker. I want a majority leader. And then we have been campaigning. We can't allow that. My friend, we rather lose with dignity than give somebody. Uende utafute bibi, umfanye harusi, ulete mtu mwambie sasa chapia mimi mimba. No way. It can't happen. Afadhali nikue tasa.
Tosha Alex, asante. Hii sasa ameanza kunifikisha hapa. Ni Mama Selina anaweza hii. Sawa, asante. Na ni muhimu tuambiane ukweli.
Mama Selina ametufunza tabia mbaya.
Heshimu uso wa mtu mzee, ogopa kichwa chenye mfu. Hao ndio walau. Now, it is good that we be candid on this and be clear. As a Kenyan people, we can't be taken for a ride forever. Kalonzo is a disappointment, and let him go with all those demands. Let Martha Karua and the other team give him those demands. He can be running mate to Martha Karua or any other person. It's okay. But we want to deliver this country to a better place and for our children and our children's children. We don't need any extra baggage from somewhere of somebody who wants to come and cause delay. He's free even to go and join Kenya Kwanza. Wanaweza kuwa huko wafanye Kenya Kwanza oka. Wakubaliane hiyo mkataba iende hivyo. All I know is that Baba has huge support around the country. 38 out of 47 counties have sworn allegiance to Baba. Things are falling in place. This is one of the one-sided elections ever in this great country. So tusikubali kubebwa mizigo. Biblia iko kinyume watu kubeba mizigo. Lay aside every weight and every sin that easily beset you, so that you may run with patience the race that is set before you. That is Hebrews chapter 12 verse 2. I know Alex is going to crucify me on that one. Every baggage should be laid aside so that we can run. You can't be carrying this one and carrying this one and running at the same time. Naomba sasa, naona inaitwa nini, cloud imeanza kuingia. Kuna MO ameingia, Jakindube, Fidel na Princess. Asante
Habari
sana.
zenu. MO.
Salama, namna gani? Naomba tu naomba kuwakumbusha kwamba Brenda bado anahitaji msaada wenu, wala ambao mnataka kuchangia Brenda the incoming women rep Nairobi County. If you had her, you followed her in the other show, it is good for you to support her. All of us, we chip in as small as whatever we can to help her campaign. So I'll be sharing her number. You will send your help to her, directly to her. It's not through Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV is only facilitating that particular fundraise for her. It was today. We did from 8 to 9. She has been here. She's going to prepare. She'll be in Jacaranda tomorrow. I just want to call on us to help her as a young girl and with the passion. Tusimvunje moyo, tumsaidie kule tunaweza, na mambo mengine yote tumwachie Mungu, atamsaidia pale mbele. Thank you. So tuende kwa ni Megi kwanza, alafu Jakindube, alafu turuke Fidel deliberately, tuende kwa Princess, ndio turudi kwa Fidel, alafu Duke. Haya, Megi, namna gani?
Nitasalamia nyinyi tu, alafu why don't you
Bernard, unaniruka deliberately. Unashangaza hivyo.
Give it to Fidel. Let Fidel go ahead of me, then I'll follow. There's something I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you for that directive. Fidel, I am not jumping you for a crime. I'm not ni vile tu lazima ladies first, alafu wengine tutafuata polepole. Mkiwakosea ladies,
I'm just joking.
Mkikosea ladies, mama Selina ametuonya hapa kwamba wanaweza kutumaliza siku moja tu wote, so lazima tukue careful. Thank you. So Jakindube, namna gani?
Salama sana. Nimewasalimia wote.
Asante. Siku hizi umejoin kikundi ya kina Alex, sasa umeniwacha peke yangu.
Hapana. Alex ndiye amenifanya leo. Alex ndio amenifanya leo kuzungumza, kwa sababu nimesikia jambo fulani amesema hapo ambayo sikubaliani nayo hata kidogo.
Bas, karibu tunyoshe. Ametutesa leo sana.
Asanteni sana. Mimi nina mambo matatu. Moja ni hiyo jambo la Alex, nyingine ni ya Kalonzo na nyingine ni ya youth. Na alafu nitamalizia hiyo mambo ya Kisumu. Kwanza nataka kuanza na mambo ya Kalonzo. Mimi niliwaambia tangu zamani kwamba Kalonzo sio kiongozi ambaye tunaweza kumtegemea kama sisi wana Kenya, kwamba anaweza kutuongoza, kwa sababu wakati wote amekuwa akifanya vitendo ambavyo vya kurudisha watu nyuma, kwa sababu huyu Kalonzo alikimbia na certificate ya ODM na Raila as usual alimsamehe, hata hakujali, akaanzisha akatafuta nani nyingine, na hajakuwa na problem na yeye. Amejaribu kufanya kazi na yeye pamoja, lakini yeye anapofanya kazi na wewe hakui mwaminifu. Mimi nataka kuambia hiyo kitu inaenda hata kwa wale youth, kwamba hata hawa wachezaji mpira tunawaonaga wachezaji mpira wa maalum, akina Ronaldo, akina Messi, hawa watu tunawasikia. Ukiangalia vile walianza kucheza mpira, walikuwa wako assistant kwa wengine, wengine wanawasafishia wale wachezaji wakubwa viatu, wakienda kucheza wanapewa nafasi kidogo kidogo mpaka mwishowe apate nafasi ya kucheza. Na hivyo ndivyo inatakikana. Hata politics inatakikana, wewe kama mwingine umemshamchagua ni mkubwa wako, lazima uwe mwaminifu kwake. Sasa wao, Kalonzo yeye amechaguliwa kama makamu wa rais wa Raila, lakini yeye si mwaminifu hata kidogo. Mara walipokuwa na mambo ya handshake, alipigiwa simu hayuko, wakaambiwa bana wewe mimi, akapigia Mudavadi akawambia jamani tutakutana kule Athi River. Wakakutana na akawaelezea, bado walipinga, bado walikuja kuiunga baadaye mkono. Sasa mtu wa namna hiyo ni mtu kama Kalonzo wangebaki pamoja, saa hii ndio yeye angekuwa ndio makamu, hatungekuwa tunabishania ati nani atachaguliwa, hakuna. Lakini sasa yeye anafanya unapingana na mtu ambaye unataka akuachie. Unapingana naye namna gani? Mtu ambaye unataka akuachie ni mtu ambaye unazungumza naye vizuri, unamuonyesha uaminifu wako kwake. Hata wafuasi wake wanaona wewe ni mwaminifu. Sasa wewe ni mbadhilifu, wewe ni mtu ambaye unataka downfall ya huyu jamaa. Hiyo mimi nimewambia kila siku, huyu sio kiongozi. Mudavadi na Kalonzo na Wetangula sio viongozi, kwa sababu ni watu kiongozi ni lazima angalie, achukue jukumu ama angalie kitu kwa mwangalio wa muda mrefu, sio muda mfupi. Kwa hiyo mimi nimliwaambia, imekuja kufanya nafikiri mmekubaliana na mimi. Wakati nilisema Patriot aliniambia usiseme hivyo bwana, hawa watu ni viongozi tunawataka. Wako wapi? Hawako. Wakina Kalonzo, Mudavadi alienda UDA, huyu naye sasa tumengojea, alikuwa anasema anataka sijui amini mipango ambayo sijui na nini. Sasa iko wapi? Anawaambia tunataka kufanya hivi, anaenda kukutana. Na tena kitu nyingine, mimi hii ni maoni yangu binafsi, mtu yoyote ambaye anakutana na Kuria anaitwa Kuria, yule jamaa wa Gatundu anaitwa nani? Moses Kuria. Mtu yoyote ambaye anakutana na huyo kudiscuss politics ni kiongozi ambaye sitaki hata kusikia anasema nini, kwa sababu huyo mimi nasema ni kiongozi asiye na nidhamu. Ni mtu ambaye hata saa zingine nashindwa ni mtu wa namna gani. Kiongozi kama huyo ndio mtu ambaye amejaa na ukabila, na ukabila ndio tunapigana na ukabila. Ukabila ndio imeturudisha nyuma, na yeye amejaa na ukabila. Mimi mtu ambaye anakutana na huyo kiongozi ni mtu simthamini. Ndio maana nawaambia watu kama kina Martha Karua, mnasema ati ni kiongozi. Kiongozi gani? Kiongozi ni yule mtu ambaye anasema nataka hivi, na anawaambia wenzake, anawaambia watu wake kwamba hii ndiyo njia ya kwenda. Vile Uhuru alifanya na vile Raila alifanya. Uhuru aliwaambia wenzake, aliwaambia wale marafiki zake na watu, aliwaambia mimi nitafuata nini? Mimi nitafuata handshake mpaka mwisho. Sitaki mambo hiyo nyingine mnaniambia hii ndio tufuateni huku. Na Raila alisema tufuateni huku, na sisi wananchi wengine tunaona mafanikio, tunaona ni kitu ambayo ina manufaa. Na hivyo ndivyo inatakiwa kiongozi. Huwezi kuwa kiongozi mara unakutana na Kenya Oka, nyingine unaenda kukutana na kina Kuria. Hiyo au viongozi kama hao ni viongozi ambao hawafai. Alafu jambo la pili nataka kuzungumzia juu ya youth wa Kenya. Youth wa Kenya nataka kuambia youth kwamba wanataka wangoje waambiwe youth, ninyi juoni mshike hii. Duniani haifanyiki hivyo jamani. Hakuna kitu inafanyika dunia hata unaambiwa wewe njoo uchukue. Yani wanataka wachaguliwe viongozi, lakini wanasema hawana nafasi. Nani waliwapatia? Kwani Raila au Uhuru au Ruto au nani, hawa walizaliwa wakapewa? Haupewi. Hakuna kitu anapewa. Angalieni hata mtoto anapozaliwa anapewa tu maziwa akilia, akisema nataka maziwa, nataka kunyonya, mpaka mtoto alie. Kwa hiyo hapa duniani ni lazima kila kitu uonyeshe unania. Sasa hawa youth wanapiga kelele, hawajali, sijui hawatambuliki. Hutambuliki kama hauko. Ukiwaambia wachukue kura hawachukui. Ukiwaambia wawe kwenye hivyo, na wao wanataka wakija mara moja amepewa uongozi. Uongozi ni lazima wewe mwenyewe kama youth na wewe ujifunze kutoka kwa yule ambaye yuko mbele yako. Jifunze. Usitake tu upewe na wale huna experience, kwa sababu experience hainunuliwi. Kwa hiyo lazima tu hata youth mjue kwamba kuna vitu kama experience, na ni lazima ujihusishe katika chama. Hauwezi kuwa unataka uongozi kwa chama na unajihusisha kwa chama na wewe si mwanachama, ama uhusiki, ama ufanyi. Wale watu ambao wanahusika na vyama wako vijana wengi tu. Nani alikuwa kijana mdogo tu kwa chama, amehusika na chama. Katibu wa ODM Junet alichukuliwa kama, walikuwa hawa ni vijana lakini walihusika. Ni wengi tu wamehusika. Lazima uhusike ndio, na ukitaka nafasi utapata. Sasa nikija kwa jambo ambalo ile tofauti yangu na Alex ni kwamba Alex anasema kwamba viongozi kule Kisii hawatachagua ODM kwa sababu hao viongozi wametoka wanaenda kwa UDA. Hiyo ni kuonyesha ni kwamba hawa viongozi ni watu hawana msimamo, kwa sababu inatakikana kama chama ni yako, unaiamini hiyo chama ambayo wewe uko, lazima upiganie, lazima uirekebishe pale ndani. Uwezi kuwa ati kama kuna tofauti unakimbia. Hata kwa nyumbani kwenu mkiwa na tofauti utakimbia. Ati sasa mimi sasa na tofauti na brother yangu sasa nakimbia. Hapana. Hiyo chama, kama unapenda chama, hiyo ndio nasema, ndio maana mimi nilisema hii mambo ya uchaguzi, mimi nataka kusema kwamba kuna vitu vingine tunatakiwa tuwache na hii mambo ya demokrasi. Tuacheni na hii mambo ya demokrasi. Tusichukue demokrasi kiholela, kwa sababu tukisema tuchuje, tuende kwa mchujo. Hawa politician hawakubali, wanasema okay, wengine atasema tuende kwa mchujo, mwingine anataka. Sasa mwisho unakuta hamuna njia ya kufanya. Unaona, hawa viongozi ambao wanataka kuongoza, lazima saa zingine ukubali kwamba nchi ni kubwa kuliko wewe, au ukubali pati yako ni kubwa kuliko wewe. Kwa hiyo kuna makosa nyingine unafanyiwa, lakini mwishowe unakubali. Kuna mfano, Raila amefanyiwa makosa ngapi? Amefungwa hata jela, kwa upuzi tu. Nyang'anywa kura mara ngapi? Lakini hajakimbia Kenya, hajatoka Kenya eti sasa mimi vile mmefanya nakimbia Kenya natoka. Hapana. Hivyo ndivyo inatakiwa katika vyama vyetu. Lazima hizo vyama tuzikue hizo vyama tuzirekebishe. Kama kila siku tunakimbia ati kwa sababu inatakikana, kama umeshindwa, hata kama wewe kweli unaamini chama chako, kama umeshindwa, hata kama kumekuwa na hitilafu, hakuna kitu inaweza kufanyika 100%. Lazima kuwe na hitilafu mahali fulani. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Kama wewe kweli ni mzalendo, wewe ni mpenda chama chako, ni lazima bado umfanye nini? Umuunge mkono yule amekushinda, yule ambaye amekushinda, hata kama amekushinda kwa sio kihalali. Akishindwa, unaweza sasa, una jukumu la kuambia wenzako kwamba jamani, mnaona vile nilikuwa nawaambia huyu mwenzetu tumemsaidia tunani ameshindwa. Kwa hiyo hii kitu inatakiwa turekebishe hivi na hivi. Lakini sasa ukienda kwa UDA utasaidia chama hicho namna gani? Hiyo chama sisi naona vile tunafanya ni kwamba kuna watu fulani ambao tunataka watengeneze hiyo chama, alafu ndio tuende huko kwa hiyo chama. Hiyo chama inatakiwa sisi wenyewe ndio tuitengeneze. Kama kuna makosa ni sisi. Hauwezi kukimbia chama unaenda kwa UDA kwa sababu hapa kuna makosa, alafu unangojea irekebishwe na mtu mwingine. Ikirekebishwa ndio unarudi. Hiyo ni namna gani? Chama urekebishe wewe. Ile makosa inafanyika, fanya hiyo makosa murekebishe wewe mwenyewe. So ukikimbia, hakuna haja ya ya kusema kwamba utairekebisha. So mimi nasema Alex, hao watu ambao wanaenda kwa UDA, mimi nafikiri si wana ODM, kwa sababu mwana ODM kama wewe utawaambia, utasema hii kitu si nzuri. Na hata kama ikifanyika vile wanafanya, lazima kwa maoni yangu ni lazima tumuunge mkono yule ambaye ameshachaguliwa. Katika nchi zingine ambazo kama Amerika au hapa Amerika, watu wanaambiana mambo ngapi, wanashambuliana hata wakati wa kuchaguana, lakini yule akichaguliwa, hata kama yeye ni weak, hata kama yeye ni namna gani, wanamuunga mkono. Hatuwezi kusema eti wao tu ndio wanafanya vitu kidemokrasia. Hata wao huwa wanakosea, lakini kitu ambacho wanacho ambayo inatushinda sisi ni kwamba huwa wanajua party ni kubwa kuliko wao na nchi ni kubwa kuliko wao. Kwa hiyo yule ambaye anashinda wanamuunga mkono. Kwa hiyo hawa watu ambao wanahama kwenda UDA sio watu, mimi kwa maoni yangu sio watu ambao ni waaminifu kwa chama yao. Kwa hiyo sioni kwa nini mtu anaweza kusema kwamba yeye wakati chama inamsaidia, wakati chama ni nzuri kwake inamsaidia, hiyo chama ni nzuri, lakini wakati imefanya makosa chama ni mbaya. Hiyo haifanyiki. Inatakiwa chama ikifanya makosa kurekebishe. Asante sana.
Sawa Jakindu Bey, asante sana kwa maoni yako, na naamini kwamba kuna dosari na jinsi tunavyolea na kufanyika wanasiasa aswa hapa nchini, kwa sababu watu wengi katika siasa hawajitolei kujijengea jina na kutengeneza msuli wa kisiasa. Tunategemea ile euphoria ya chama na tunakuwa opportunist. Tunajaribu tusonge karibu na baba, tuchukue selfie, tujulikane kidogo, then suddenly we want to ride on the wave of the party, not invest in the party, not invest in ourselves, and not become a brand that anybody can subscribe to. And ukianza kuhepa majukumu ndio unaanza kudorora katika siasa. Hata hii ugonjwa tunazungumza ya Kalonzo na watu wengine ma-DVD Weta, yote is that refusing to take responsibility to grow into becoming a leader, because you're always waiting to be carried on the back by somebody to wherever you want to go. So we should be able to call these people for what they are. They are the bad example of what leadership is. And so youthful leaders, youthful politicians should accept the responsibility. The Orengos, the Baba we are talking about today, the Kiraitu, the Kitobu Manyara, or all these people who are old-timer politicians, they went in the trenches at their own risk. At their own risk. You couldn't stand against Moi hoping that there are people who come and bail you out. You did that at your own risk, and you knew if you get caught, you're going to be, hanged alone. But the interest of transforming the country was much more than safety. So this politics of trying to play safe and threatening that you accept me or I go to the opposition, or you accept me or I join UDA, all those people need to be packaged together and sent in one basket somewhere. Let's lock that basket. If possible, let's sink that basket in one sea somewhere. We need to take off as a country, move to the next level. Hii story ya kubebana na kubembelezana na kubegeana ishe. Let's have few people who have the interest of this country and bring this country to a place where it is accountable and it can hold the future for our children and our children's children. Hao watu wengine ambao walikataa kuingia kwa oven kwa sababu oven iko hot, and then they still want to sell themselves as cake. You will not be cake except you are ready to enter the oven and stay there long enough until you're baked. So if you don't want to be baked and come out as a leader, toka kwa list ya wale ambao wanataka kuwa viongozi. That is my harsh stand, but I think enough is enough. We need to secure the country. Now, to secure the country, we must insist on the quality of people who are given leadership responsibility. Because if we give yo-yo people leadership, we'll have a yo-yo country that cannot be trusted for the future. Naomba sasa tumulete nani huyu? Tumulete Fidel, alafu ndio Princess akuje.
Thank you, everybody, and glad to see all of you in top shape with your brains on to talk about what is happening. I'm glad that Alex is there. Alex, I think you've mentioned this thing for the past 2 days. I wasn't able to get to you yesterday to ask you. I think I forgot. But I think it has been a concern of yours about the Kisii situation. I don't know which people that you have in mind, aspirants who should have been accorded the opportunity to run on behalf of the party. But since the nomination has not been done yet, I wonder why they should pull themselves out of being members of a party that they had joined willingly, voluntarily to be a part of. Now they want to come out. So my question which I wanted to ask you is, who composed this list? The list that has been floating around that has also made you alarmed. Let me just hear from you before I can go on and make my submission, please.
Okay, I will be very quick because that's a simple question. We have a governor who squandered almost 3/4 of the funds that were meant for our development. And we know it. And that is why we are fronting one man who was consistent from the very beginning to criticize him no matter what. And that is Simba Arati. Simba Arati is not that he is loved. From the very beginning, he was the only man consistently who went after Ongwae. Ongwae has put his structure so good that nobody could have challenged him. And he wants to do a succession politics. And the kind of succession politics he wants to do is simply to cover up to some of his ill. Before he came to power, he had no gas station in Kisii. When he came into power, the local people who had even lorries were put into unemployment because he bought almost 50 lorries to bankroll the development of Kisii. All lorries that carry mchanga from Oyugis to Kisii are for Ongwae. From there, in Westlands, he has a flat that is almost 13 floors. And the calculation for that is almost 600 to 800 million. And we can follow all this money. It's not like we don't. We have trailed all this money and we know it. So he's doing everything in his capacity to cover up. And one of the worst things that happens in our party, which is ODM, the Youth League is never allowed for people to grow by merit. When you try to be stronger, some people were curtailed off because they were seeing that they are going to challenge him. And we saw that's why people like Kibageni and other people went. And those are the people they are refusing. These young people can lose and still stay. But the problem is that they are being shoveled away. They don't want us to grow through party ranks. So we are forcing our way in. And the only way is that you find them going to fringe parties for not growing ODM that we love. And therefore, the other parties become beneficiaries. Politics in Kisii is a business. These people go and look for relatives and close confidence and make sure they register in their constituencies. They have bought them. School fees and everything they pay for their people. So when they move from one party, when their person move, it's because they have bought those people prior. So in the end, the president will be voted in, but now we find that these people follow the people who bankroll them. And we don't want that kind of politics. And that really affects the county government, the way it operates. And we must strengthen the county government if we must have any development that is visible. So what we are saying is this: they must allow leaders to grow through party ranks. Young, they lose, they come next time. Not to completely block them, so that people who are big bellies and big pockets to come from nowhere and be given nomination, even when we don't know them, we have not seen them, they've never participated in the politics before. So that is what we are against. And if new people will be brought that we have never seen, people reject them, and ODM becomes a casualty of which shouldn't be.
Okay, I think I get the drift of your narrative and where it's supposed to be going. I can get it. I get a grasp of it, but I'm only concerned why you have this notion that Ongwae has got the final say on who is supposed to be standing for what seat in the entire Kisii county. You know, he's an outgoing governor. He might propose his own people, but the party has their own mechanism in which they
Let me tell you one thing you don't understand, Fidel. If you listened to,
Alex,
one second.
Order, please.
Yeah, let me just finish.
Let him finish the question, then you respond. When it's half, our viewers have a problem following. Thank you.
I also have not even made my proposal. I just wanted to engage you in that conversation. Maybe with time we can talk about it, but let me maybe finish my proposal, or my submission. In meanwhile, we will engage in this particular conversation because I wanted to talk to you about it. I see Ken Lusaka joining Ford Kenya. I don't think that is a mystery. It's not a surprise. It's something that has been there a long time. I mean, even when he went to become a speaker, he belonged to the faction which was being led by Ruto. So it's not a surprise. He was a Ruto-sponsored person right from the beginning, even though those days of Ford Kenya. What I know of Bukusus, I've lived in Bukusuland. I did my A levels at a French school, Kamusinga. So I know in those I know how their mind is. Once somebody once they reject you, there's no redemption. And see, the funny thing is, how does he redeem himself if they rejected him that time? They didn't reject him because he did not have he was not a personality. He was already a governor, and they rejected his governorship. So why does he think that because he's a speaker, now they will elect him because he's been a speaker? Speaker to do what for them? He didn't. If he could not do whatever that he was supposed to do as a governor, what does speakership How does it help the people in Bungoma? So, sometimes people do these things without even, they project themselves to be a solution or to something that they are not. They should take some time to ask themselves questions before they even run for office. This is a guy who was rejected when he was a governor. He became a speaker. The Bungoma is not electing somebody based on their title. They elect somebody based on their performance. If performance was wanting when he was a governor, how is he going to be? How does he expect people to forget what he had already done? Why they even rejected it? So Lusaka is just a non-starter. People should just forget about him. He's not going anywhere. Knowing what who Bukusus are, he's one man that is not going anywhere. Oka, Kalonzo, I don't know. I really don't understand this thing because somebody should educate me. Oka is a coalition. I don't know what do you call it. Is it an agree? People are agreeing, or is it a coalition? If it's a coalition, and now they want also to go and bring that particular coalition into another coalition called Azimio. How does it go? How does it work? Or are they coming as entity parties on their own, or are they coming as a coalition? How can a coalition join a coalition? So I get beat there. I don't understand it. But beside that, I don't think Kalonzo is a person who really anybody can work with. It's really, really difficult to work with Kalonzo. Because even when he was working with Mwai Kibaki, Kalonzo called President Bush, used his influence. This is captured in WikiLeaks. He called President Bush to influence, to push for Mwai Kibaki to resign in his favor because Kibaki was sick. He thought Kibaki could not function, was not functioning. So he was asking the Americans to put influence on Kibaki so that Kibaki could relinquish the seat on his behalf. He's never satisfied. He wants everything to be given on a silver platter everywhere he goes without even work. So how does Kalonzo himself push himself in a situation where right now he wants to join Azimio under his own terms? He's coming as a principal. Principal to do what? Why can't he just come as a human being who wants what is best for Kenya? So people have been going around the country campaigning, popularizing Azimio, and him has just been sitting down in a boardroom or somewhere in his Yatta ranch or whatever it is, twiddling his finger. And then he wants to come and reap all these things the sweat that Kenyans have been shedding. He wants to reap. It's just terrible. It's shameless. And then you see the same guy going around and picking up these non-screen parties that are becoming a part of Oka. So even me tomorrow, if I had a party, I will just join Oka and I'll be called a principal. From me, wherever I am, I'll be a principal because I've got my own party. And those are the kind of people that Kalonzo wants to present as his workforce. That he's a coalition getter. Kalonzo should be let alone. If he wants to go and run this thing to the end as a presidential candidate, let him go. Let him go so that we can see how far he can go alone as an individual. But he should not come into Azimio and start messing it up with condition. I think that is unacceptable. We should actually reject that. It's unacceptable. What is Azimio going to lose if Kalonzo is not a part of it? Nothing. I mean, people are babysitting him. Uhuru Kenyatta has tried his best to be an inclusive person. You know, this is why he wants Kalonzo in. Because he doesn't want Kalonzo to be outside the cold. But Kalonzo has been acting as if he is. Some people have been giving Kalonzo the impression that without him, Azimio won't function. Azimio won't win the election. Ruto, UDA, I mean, Kenya Kwisha or Kenya Kwanza is not going anywhere. The path to victory of Kenya Kwanza is narrowing by the day. You tell me, how is Ruto going to get into victory? His path to victory you can look for it, you won't even find it. Out of the 47 counties right now, I think Azimio probably has got 35 or 36 counties that they can control, that they can say that they're surely winning in those particular counties. The path to victory is what is missing. So if he wants to go and add misery onto himself, let him go and join UDA. I mean, that's what they've always been threatening Azimio with, that they'll join the other guy. Let Kalonzo go and join Ruto, and we'll see how far they go, even where they go. This thing is going to be round one. Round one, won't even go round two the way they think. Round one, it will be finished. You can even see what is happening. Now, when it comes to Azimio in Kisumu, yeah, very impressive. Very impressive indeed. I mean, even the way the reception was good. And it's really showing that, I mean, people are going to say that that is his home county and all kind of stuff. No, Raila does not come from Kisumu. Raila comes from Nairobi. That's his county. But he happens to be affiliated by those people. So they, of course, people don't follow Raila because he's Raila. They follow because of his ideal, because of what he stands for. That's what people follow. Raila is getting old. Everybody knows that. But even if God give him life, even at 90, people will still be following his ideals, because those particular ideals are what Kenyans need to have to see their country being transformed. It is his mind that has captivated people. It's not Raila as an individual. It is his mind. What comes out of his mind? We want to actualize it. We want to see it being put into operation to bring Kenya where it's supposed to be. So I am really glad of what is happening right now. And I wanted to say something, though. I know I see Duke is around here, which is very nice. I wanted to say something. Yesterday I was saying that the deputy president is cultivating anarchy in the country. It's true. Look at it. Look at what is happening today. I think I was reading somewhere where the members of UDA are condemning the government for banning this commercialization of scrap metal. I mean, this is without even understanding why did the government ban scrap metal? Because it's a policy that informed the government to ban that particular thing at the moment because of what is happening in the country. But what does UDA? What do they do? They go the opposite, because the thing came from Uhuru Kenyatta, so it must be opposed. Not the principle behind it. Anything that comes from Uhuru Kenyatta now must be opposed, because he thinks that by doing that, then he'll be seen like he's opposing Uhuru Kenyatta. Sometimes intelligence is also needed. You oppose something when it merits. You don't just oppose anything because the thing is coming from the other side. And I see the same thing happening to UDA supporters. UDA, they come and you tell somebody that this guy has stolen this and that, they want to exempt it. Instead of accepting, oh yeah, I think he did, and that is wrong. No, someone will defend it. I'm sure Duke is about to defend so many things here about Ruto, if people are going to come with them. And you're wondering, why can't you even one particular moment say, yes, it's true, but this and that. But don't deny it. Please, even intelligent people who happen to be supporting him, you start questioning their intelligence, whether they're really intelligent or they went and bought this intelligence somewhere else, And even the chief Asla himself, you start wondering, did he get his PhD in a rightful manner? Does it really... why is he lacking wisdom that much? If he's got a PhD, he's a PhD holder. You know, so those kind of things are really troublesome. Bernard, I will leave this moment. I'll give it to you back. I'm going to be around. If somebody wants a question, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fidel. Let's hear from Princess.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, asante wenzangu wote mlioko hapa. Duke karibu, na wengine wote. Duke ndio namkaribisha sana kwa sababu anafaa kusikiza mengi. Nikizungumza kuhusu, nilisikia jambo lingine Alex akiongea kuhusu Kisii. Nitaguzia tu kidogo. Alex, kama unasema ya kwamba wanataka kuruka kwenda UDA, mbona wasiruke na baba ana bibi wengi? Wakati huu baba ameoa wanawake wengi sana. Wanawake wamejaa tele. Tuko na Jubilee, tuko na wake wengi. Mbona wasiruke kwenda kwa hao wanawake wengine? Nyumba yenyu ni nyumba yenyu, boma yenyu ni boma yenyu. Mama awe ni, kama umeona mama yako apiki ugali vizuri, ruka kwa mama mdogo. Usiende kuruka kwa mama mwingine ambaye sio wako, hata kulea vizuri. Kwa hivyo waruke kwa mama mwingine, lakini ni Azimio tu. Baba ni mmoja, mama ndio tofauti. Hiyo tutaelewana. Lakini sasa kama unasema wanaruka kwa baba mwingine na mama mwingine ambayo sio wao, hiyo tunashaka. Nikiongea kuzungumza kwa Azimio, or else waende independence. Afadhali independence kuliko kuruka kwa baba mwingine. Uenda mwenyewe uonyeshe baba yako ya kwamba hata mimi nataka kuunda boma. Nikizungumza kuhusu Azimio in Kisumu, unajua mcheza kwao utuzwa, ingalao baba ni wa Nairobi, lakini alikuwa akicheza kwao. Lazima watu wa kwao wamtuze, wamuonyeshe ya kwamba hii ndio mwelekeo tunataka. Na kila mtoto, charity begins at home. Kwa hivyo baba alienda akachukue mwelekeo wake kutoka nyumbani. Wazee wale wa Kumuliko, kuna wazee wa boma ile, so wote walikuwa pale wakiona kijana wao anaenda wapi. Lakini ni wa Kenya, ni Mkenya sasa. Baba ni wa Kenya tangu hapo mbeleni. Kwa hivyo ni baba wa Wakenya wote. Lakini tulifurahia hiyo. Oka deal, unajua wanaingiza mguu pamoja. Hata siwezi zungumza kwa Oka deal sana, kwa sababu the reason why I can't talk about Oka deal sana, mara unaona Martha Karua wameingia, wamezungumza wote pamoja. Gideon Moi anatamani kwingine. Ukiona pale hamna msimamo, wote hawana msimamo pale katika Oka. Sasa neno la Oka, hata mimi sioni hiyo mkataba ambayo wamejiandikisha ya kwamba wako kwenye mkataba wote watatu. Ulisikia vile walikuwa wakizungumza wakisema mmoja akitaka kuondoka lazima ajulishe wengine. Na saa hiyo Martha Karua anakimbia anaenda kuanza kuzungumza na kina Moses Kuria, wale ambao wataki kwenda mahali pengine. Kwa hivyo hiyo maneno ya Oka hakuna mahali wataenda. Mimi sioni kule wanaenda. Lusaka is going nowhere. And kuna siku ingine niliwaelezea hapa tukiongea about Bungoma. Hakuna mahali Lusaka anaenda. Nimesikiza mkielezewa ya kwamba watu wa Bungoma wakiamua wao wanaamua mara moja. Kwa hivyo watu wa Bungoma walishaamua kitambo, na sioni kule Lusaka anaenda na hiyo nini yake, hata John Ford Kenya inakufa. DAP imeingia Bungoma, and that's going to be their party in Bungoma. DAP is going to be the party. Kwa hivyo maneno ya Ford Kenya, that's a dead party, it's dying. So tuachane na wakina Wetangula wakufe kifo cha polepole, ila hali tuwatupie kitu kama saa zile watakuwa hapo. Baba ni mwenye huruma, akiwa hapo anaweza pewa mzee wa nini wa mji. Wetangula pewe mzee wa mji, awe akiangalia mji hapo. Lusaka awe mzee wa kijiji. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu kwa sasa, sina mengine mengi, baadaye labda. Nawashukuru nyote.
Okay, asante Princess, kwa maoni yako tunashukuru sana kwa kuendelea na mchango wako hapa. Tuendelee na mjadala. Themba, welcome. Now that you have come, ni time ya wazee, wacha watoto waende kulala. Naomba tu wachie Duke ndio ako next, alafu Wanga. Unaona mkurudo vile inaenda, mfuate hivyo hivyo. After Duke it is Wanga, and then Njiru, and then Mama Selina, namna hiyo. Lakini mkiendelea na maongezi, tafadhali msisahau kuchangia Brenda. Brenda anahitaji hela ya kusaidia hii kampeni yake. Kama unaweza mtolea posta, please get in touch with her. Unaweza mprintia t-shirt. She needs your support, and we need to encourage young leaders. She's determined. Coming from the ghetto, I really want us not to abandon her. She's really she really wants to be supported. So Themba, I've left the contact is in the private chat. You can be sharing it in the comments. Mtu akiguzwa anamtumia hela ama anamcontact. That same number, M-Pesa number, is the same contact.
Can you reshare it in the private chat? Can you reshare it in the private chat? Because I've just come in, so I might not get it.
Okay. I'm resharing it on both ends, public plus the private chat. You just copy paste in both places. And
Yes.
Naomba pia msiabuse namba ya nini ya Brenda. Naona majamaa wameuliza kama ameolewa ama hajaolewa. Hiyo maswala mengine yote.
Hiyo ni part of siasa. She should be ready to deal with that.
Haina shida. Ukifika huko jitetee mwenyewe, usiseme mimi ndio nilikupatia namba. Wewe chukua namba alafu jitetee wewe ulipata mahali fulani na unaona hii namba inakufaa.
Bernard.
Yes.
Inafaa wakumbushe ya kwamba hii ni ya M-Pesa tu, hii si ya nini? Hii si ya
Asante. Yes. Ya Saturday hookup ni program inakuja baadaye. If you are single and you're ready to mingle, hiyo namba itakuja baadaye. Hii ni ya M-Pesa.
Ni kesho ama mnasahau? Ni kesho. Muelezee namba kama Brenda atakubali kesho.
Oh, Bernard share ile ya nini kona, ile penzi kona. Kama uko nayo you share, kwa sababu kesho tuko na penzi kona.
Yeah, ipo nini, you see when you click on brand.
Let me see if I can get it on my phone.
Let me find
it. Yeah.
Naelewa. Let me just talk about it shortly before I go. Penzi corner. It's here. Haya. Hiyo hapo. Penzi Kona, kipindi chetu mimi na Themba ambacho tunahusisha wale ambao mko single ready to mingle. Saturday ndio hiyo imekuja saa 2 mpaka saa 3. Jiandae, if you are single, you are ready to mingle, join us for this great show. And jitete, dunia mzima uko na options. Usiseme ati ubavu wangu sijauona, sijaonyeshwa na Roho Mtakatifu. Kuja hapa, wako hapa, unaona na macho tu, uhitaji Roho Mtakatifu. Temba, you can take over from there. Thank you.
You're increasing their grazing ground. Sasa mtu asiseme ati ground yangu ni kidogo. Okay, Duke, karibu.
I want to start by, first of all, I want to talk about the Oka statement and the Azimio rally today in Kisumu. And then I will respond to Fidel. So, because I'm seeing Fidel is not around, let me start by talking about okay.
I am here. You can respond
okay,
to me.
now. Okay. We know we disagree with Fidel in a respectful and we agree to be disagreeable. So I want to respond to what you said about Kenya Kwanza disagreeing with the action of the president banning the business of scrap metals across the nation. The root cause of this was there was a time when we were having power outages within Nairobi. And the reason was one of the power line was fundraised by individuals who were actually taking scrap metals from it. And when there was an investigation, what was found is that there was some changes in the Kenya power. You know, when the ministry was reshuffled, some individuals were removed from their positions. So they organized to sabotage the company so that they can be called back to their position. And those individuals, as we speak today, they are facing the charges in courts. Therefore, it's not good for one action to result into an individual starting the whole industry throughout the country. You know, scrap metal is not about just scrap metal, it's about recycling the waste materials. So it's good to the environment. So for me, I disagree. The president should have not said that we stop scrap metals across the nation. So that's my stand and respond. So coming to the Oka statement, I want to start by defining politics. If the definition of the term politics is about a process where individuals form groups, and those groups will form decisions regarding their issues. So we have groups and we have decisions. And for decisions to be made, we should have positions of power. And some ideas have to be incorporated and philosophies. So if Azimio is a coalition, it has two parties, that is ODM and the other one, and Oka is another coalition. And if the two have to work together, it's a must for them to discuss, because one have different ideologies, another one have different ideas. Some of the ideas are opposing, so they have to agree to talk and come up with one document. So for me, Kalonzo Musyoka and his team are very right. We have to talk. We have to agree on some issues and positions, because politics is about positions and power. So, for instance, and most of you have dismissed that Kalonzo is not such influential. First of all, in 2007, at least going as per the results which were gazetted, Kibaki got 4.5, Raila got 4.3, and then Kalonzo Musyoka got about 900,000 votes. That was 2007. And then in 2013, Raila Odinga identified Kalonzo as the most influential to run with, and they picked him as a running mate. The same in 2017. So you cannot just come here and say now he's not influential, he's not useful within saying that. For me, from my position is that Raila is above Kalonzo Musyoka, and there is no way Raila can deputy Kalonzo Musyoka. But Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to argue. He has to have a position. He's arguing, beginning to have something, and that's the right thing to do. But the problem with Raila is that he is in the crossroads because he has to pick a running mate from Mount Kenya, which is Peter Kent most probably, and he is unable to give something to Kalonzo Musyoka. So the issue is on that. Then I want to talk also something about the Azimio rally in Kisumu. So today I would agree largely with what Alex said, actually, that substantial issues were not discussed at all. And one of the mistakes which Raila makes and the Azimio people makes is to measure their support and the votes from the crowd, all the individuals who come to a rally. And it does not work like that. You know, having a rally is that we have too many unemployed youth who are idle, and then they will come to your rally, you dance. But that does not translate to votes. So we have key stakeholders. If you go to the grassroots, for me, personally, I do my own survey. I don't even depend on the opinion polls which we see. And I'm encouraging each of you to do a survey. It's very simple. You can actually take your phone and maybe you have individuals from different areas and different tribes and call like 20 of them and you hear their position. That is your own survey as a person.
Duke.
Yes.
Did you hear Raila's speech?
Yes.
What did he say? What did he talk about?
To a large extent, he talked about the statement made about Madwadwa. He was clarifying something about that. So
are you sure?
Yes.
How long did it take to speak about the Madwadwa?
I did not mess at the time, but I was talking about the context of what was discussed in the rally. There's no case.
I would urge you to go back to the speech because we are getting it all wrong. He actually addressed the Madwadwa thing for less than 2 minutes. The rest of the speech was in Luo. Did you hear what he said?
How do you expect me to hear that? And I don't come from there.
Exactly. So the fact that you didn't hear what he said. Okay.
So I can only speak what I was able to hear. So
just a second. The fact that you didn't hear what he said, there's a misinformation that is being peddled that he only talked about Madwadwa. He addressed the Madwadwa thing for just less than 2 minutes, and he spoke for a very long time in Luo. Lots of issues. So when you come and you say that Raila didn't say anything, they only talked about Madwadwa thing, he just clarified. And in 2 minutes, if you can go and watch, he talked about Madwadwa thing in only 2 minutes. The rest of his speech, he was talking about issues that he has addressed and bringing the people in the Luo language, in the language they understand. He talked about an industry per sub-county. Did you hear that? He talked about Baba Care. Did you hear that? He talked about social protection. Did you hear that? So I think sometimes we become over mesmerized by certain statements and we lose the whole thing. If you go back and watch, basically, it was important, first of all, they respond, because the NCIC has actually called them, has called Baba to say they have already misunderstood the thing. So it was important to respond to that, but he did dwell on that. Anyway, you can continue.
So from my perspective, I expect when Raila came to Kisumu, the same way he has been going to other areas, individuals and leaders from those areas were to create their issues, what they want. So that's what he did when he went to Central Kenya and some areas. We have serious meetings, and where individuals from that area told him as a tribe, as a group from this region, the issues which are affecting us are this, and you have to consider them and you address them when you become the president. So I did not expect even to hear much from him. I was expecting to hear much from issues affecting individuals from that area. You know, that area is actually marginalized too much. For instance, an infant is 5 times more likely to die from rural Nyanza than from central. So I expected some issues to be addressed. So which, when he becomes the president, and I actually was able to see the normal political statements. So that's my perspective as an individual. And lastly, I want to talk about the demonization of individuals. There is the people from Azimio, headed by Raila Odinga, they usually demonize individuals. They demonize and demean individuals who disagree with him or with that coalition. That's why when David moved, there was that demonization and the demeaning that you have no influence. The same way we are seeing they are not agreeing with Kalonzo Musyoka, and they want to demean him, that even if you don't agree with us, or even if you don't back us, you are not going to have any difference. So, and that's one of the key mistakes, or political mistakes, which has made Raila Odinga not to be the president. For instance, all of you, if for instance in the 2007 or after 2007, if Raila did not part or disagree with William Ruto, Raila was to have an obvious win in 2013. But because of small issues which can be solved internally even without the public knowing about them, they made the Pentagon to be disintegrated, and that reduced the chances of Raila becoming the president in 2013. And that I see Raila going the same route. So I don't expect an individual, a political strategist to demean anybody. And what I said is this. I remember I talked here about working with the circumstances on the ground. So there are individuals, they may be bad, they may have contrary opinion and views, but if you need them for you to win, you must compromise and try to have a consensus so that for you to get the power. Otherwise, if you don't ascend and get the political power, it means you cannot do much. You can actually be strict and very firm on your ideas and opinions. And if that firmness and the strictness of yours cannot assist you to get political power, it means you cannot implement those ideas and everything becomes null and void. So I will end my submission there.
Okay, thank you. I know Sam Wanga will respond to others, but I want you you strike me as a very interesting person, because one, when you support UDA and Raila is busy making mistakes and is not going to ascend to power, you should be celebrating, but not telling him what best not to do. Wait, Duke. if he's making those mistakes right now, I think you should be celebrating. It is Napoleon Bonaparte who says that do not disturb your enemy when he's busy making mistakes. I thought you would be celebrating. That is one. Number two, I would wish for you to give me one podium where people from Kenya Kwanza have stood up and have praised Raila. In fact, today part of what Raila said was this: you didn't hear Luo. Raila gave a very interesting story, and in fact he mentioned it in Luo. He said that I cannot fear to go out in the. I cannot fear to go out and pee because there's darkness. You know, when it is said in Luo, it captures the imagination of the people. He even said that he has been abusing me. The guy has been calling me mtu wa kitendawili na mtu wa uchawi. Sasa saizi tumeamua, and if you could see, there was a time the ladies brigade, women brigade came and saluted him. If you could capture, you could, when Junaid tried to tell him that can you speak in Kiswahili, he said no. Why should I speak in Kiswahili? And I'm home. I've been speaking in Kiswahili in all the others. So whoever wants to listen, let him get someone to translate for them. And he kept on speaking in Luo because he wanted those people to understand his manifesto in their mother tongue, which is something I've been saying here. We should introduce that in those places. Anyway, my submission to you.
Relax, mkono inakuja mpaka kwa screen.
Okane mudo mondalayot.
Exactly. Now, Duke, I know Wanga will I don't want to take the steam off Wanga's submission because I know he's going to respond to some of those things. But there's something you've said there. At some point, you'll need to answer, which rally of Kenya Kwanza have they praised Raila? They have talked well of Raila. They have said that Raila is a very nice leader. Raila is someone who has done. Which rally? Because you're saying, oh, you don't demonize your enemies. Mudavadi demonized Ruto. In every place that he went, he said that Ruto is a bad person. In fact, there was a time he took a bottle and he said, this is what is bottom up. Ruto demonized Mudavadi. He said they are just waiting to be given. They're attending, where? So when you come here and you start giving us that, you do not demonize it is against you. You should be telling that to Ruto, not Raila. I want to allow Mama Salina to talk 1 minute and then I give to Samwanga.
Thank you, Temba. Nataka kumwambia tu baba na watu ya Nyanza ama Kisumu walifanya vizuri. Walikuwa nataka kutumia hiyo nafasi ati Raila anataka kukuwa president ndio aende atengenezea hao watu yake. So it was very good for baba kufanya vile alifanya leo, na akiwa na kikao Temba, ukiwa na watoto yako unakuja nje kumwambia majirani ile unaenda kufanyia kwa watoto yako. These people wanajaribu vile wangekuja kuchapa baba, sasa wameenda zero, wako nil, they don't know what to say. Ndio unasikia wanasema ati hakusema, angesema nini? Hata wakitaka kwenda kwa Raila saa 8 ya usiku, kuna mtu atakonga mlango. That is home. So mambo ingine inawekwa ndani ya curtain, na hiyo ndio walikuwa najaribu kusema. Unaona, huyu mtu alienda huko anaambia watu watawafanyia na nyinyi mtafanyiwa nini? So watu ya Nyanza kwanza, tangu 1963 ndio watu wametuchaguliwa members of parliament, wale wamesoma, so they know what they were doing. Hiyo tu ndio nilitaka kumwambia. Usingoje baba akuja ati town hall meeting kwake, kwa bedroom yake. Unafanya town hall meeting na watoto yako. See, they know what you will do even bila kusema. Temba, uko na watoto 5 kwa nyumba yako, itabidi uende kuita majirani utangazie vitu utafanyia watoto yako? Ama unataka kulala na bibi yako unamwambia watu leo mimi naenda nyumbani kulala na mama? Hiyo ni kutudanganya. Asante.
wacha tupatie Amo, you want to respond to that, Duke, surely?
Actually, I want to respond to you in 1 minute or 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, you asked me whether I've heard William Ruto say something good about Raila Odinga. Those are competitors. Remember I said about Raila talking bad of potential partners. Somebody like Kalonzo who is actually working hard to be a partner to partner with him, but you talk negative and bad about that person. I'm not talking about individuals who are competing. I'm talking about potential partners. So when you talk bad of that, it's like destroying your chances of winning.
Temba wachukue Kalonzo for free, wale wengine ni sosa. Hiyo tu tumewapatia for free. Vile mulinunua Mudavadi na mkachukua Wetangula for free. So Kalonzo aende UDA na wale wenzake wapatiwe sosa. Okay? Msihangaika ati kwa nini baba mnakuwa equal na nani? Hata mkutano rali moja hamchafanya. Mnakuja equal na nani? Aenda anunuliwe na Ruto na wengine wapelekwe free. Sasa
I agree with Selina. You cannot win elections on boardrooms. You cannot win election when you're signing agreements. I want to bring in Alex Nini bana. See, Duke ameshaongea maneno yako na wewe ndio umempatia hiyo upuzi anasema. Alex, ongea basi ndio nilete sababu.
Unajua hata baba unapata saa ingine hatumuelewi. Baba alichukua NDP akaingia KANU akatuweka kwa coalition government ya NAK. Sasa hivi ametuweka na Jubilee, sasa anatupeleka Canaan. Tuseme ukweli kabisa, ukisikiza Duke from the day he started speaking to us, Duke is getting closer to Azimio. And you need to agree to that Duke is getting, because his focus is always that Baba is doing this wrong. Baba should do these things to win. So Duke is closer, he's just almost on the plateau. So let's give him a thumbs up and tell him, you know what, umekaribishwa.
Aya, wacha nile wewe unatupa yani you have thrown Duke under the bus. Aya, Sam, wakati wako
Alex,
sasa.
hatutaki watoto watukutu watakuja sumbua baba. Wacha wakae na mama. Watoto watukutu wanafanana na mama yao.
No, this boy is very bright. This boy is very bright and is nice. Trust me. Ni ile tu amedanganya, he's been indoctrinated. He will be okay.
Thank you, guys. I'm really enjoying this talk show, but at times we need to stick to facts. Some of the and avoid stereotypes. Stereotypes, destroy a lot, and they destroy people's political careers. Today, let me start with what Baba did in Kisumu. Baba came home. It's as simple as that. He came home. He's our son. I happen to be coming from Kisumu County. Baba comes from his father. Let me talk of his father. His parents come from Siaya County. But he came home, and he came to tell us where he has been all this while. And for those of us, and Temba, someone must have translated for you, or you know a lot of Luo. You hit the nail on the head. He came home and he was telling us that this is what I have been doing. I have come, right? I have come home, and I need your support. And this is what the future has for us. And he told us, you are not alone. And I'm really summarizing. You are not alone. You have your brothers and sisters from the Republic supporting me. It was a message of unity. And Baba came to seek blessings from his elders, right? So that goes without saying. But I want to tell Duke one thing. Facts are very brutal, especially when you're on the other side of the aisle, right? And Duke also mentioned that politics is a game of positions and what? And power. But he forgets one thing. It's also a game of numbers. You get the numbers, then the position and power comes in. And I like the way you're talking about Kalonzo in this, you said in 2017, he had 800 and something thousand. But you forget quickly to mention what Raila had and what he got in 2017. All right? 6 point something. So we want to know who has more clout. I have mentioned time and again that these so-called principles that you mentioned, especially in Oka, stop and think, are they really principles? Unaongea juu ya mtu kama Wetangula. Wetangula, when he inherited that party, it was a semi-national party. In his tenure, it has become a constituency party. The other day, Wetangula was defending his Senate seat. Had it not been for Baba going to campaign for him in Bungoma, would he have succeeded? I mean, facts are very brutal, my friend. Very brutal, right? Hata ukiangalia sasa Kalonzo mwenyewe, and I like what Mama Selena is saying, you know, let them stay out there, right? Look at Kalonzo, right? Look at the constituency ya KANU peke yake. I mean, this guy, look at Martha Karua. They call themselves principals. But me, I look at it from the position that these guys are arguing from a selfish end. What is our position? They forget what are our numbers. Juzi, it's not yet even 5 years. Martha went for the Kirinyaga seat. What happened? What happened? Right? So those are numbers that we're talking about. So when you talk about power and position, please talk about the numbers first. When you talk the numbers, then power comes into play. Then you can negotiate. Then you can go into a boardroom and say, oh, my friend, I have a constituency of 6 million. What do I get? And that is the position where Uhuru Kenyatta is talking from. He knows he has a constituency. And he knows very well Raila has a constituency. If we come together, then things might happen. Right? Now, I've talked about Wetangula. Kalonzo has a history. But Kalonzo is behaving like a lastborn, a spoiled lastborn. That's the best way I can describe Kalonzo. To please him, lazima umpatie peremende. Ili aimbe baba ichololo, baba ichololo. That's the best way I can describe it. Right? And I'm lowering him to that level because that's how petty he is. Sisi wananchi voters, we are the ones elevating him that he has the Kenya at heart. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And history judges him very harshly. These are the same facts that I'm telling you are very brutal. Haya, tuingilie mtu anaitwa Ken Lusaka. Si ni huyu jamaa alienda, tulikuwa county ilikuwa inanunua wheelbarrow for I don't know 10,000 or more than that. Si ni huyu jamaa? Who are we talking about?
100,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Wheelbarrow ilikuwa 100,000.
It's the same guy.
Yeah, the same guy. Non-carcinogenic wheelbarrow.
And then now, we want to, watu wa Kenya Kwanza want to convince us that sasa we want to discuss ati watu wametoka. Hapana, hakuna mtu ametoka. Ni corrupt guy, amekuwa selfish, anaona vizuri sana hapa kwa Azimio is crowded and he can't win. He's not competitive. And it comes back to what Alex was trying to talk about in terms of the youth. Youth should not be given anything. That's what Raila has always done. we as youth, we must be the change that we want the organization to be. We must fight for our space. When you fight for that space, you are recognized, right? And then your aspirations come. But don't wait for these guys who are also selfish at wakurushie makombo hapo chini and then you're satisfied. No. Right? Fight for it. Go in there. Do what you need to do. Build a name for yourself. Usiwe kama Kalonzo anangoja ikifika wakati wa mwisho wakati it's 3 minutes to the end of the game. If Raila cannot do this, then this is what I'm going to do. Oh, backdoor boardroom. I don't know what. No. Kalonzo is not a politician. Kalonzo is simply a gamer who sits on a video game and expecting a good result. That's what he is. He is not part of the system, the political system that goes in there, creates a name, and does all the dirty work, and then says, okay, fine, I have invested this much in terms of energy, in terms of my finance, and this is what I expect. This is my policy. Wakenya, take me to State House. But he wants, sit behind somebody. If it is not Raila this way, he anapita katikati yao. His history is judging him badly. Hata sahii akisimama kwa podium na aanze kusema ati nimeamua kusupport baba. I'm very sure even all of us will be like, are we really sure about that? Ni kwa nini? Facts are brutal. Now, there's a reason why tuko na baba. Baba ni Mkenya, amepigania Kenya, right? And of all these guys, especially now, Kenya is in a transition. Kenya is in a transition from injustice, and we are aspiring for justice. From unemployment to empowerment. Baba amebeba our aspirations, right? Our history as Kenyans is judging us very harshly. Baba is offering us hope. That is why we are there, right? We hope that we will be healed from the past, right? And then there was a fear that, and I think it's Alex who mentioned it, and he was talking about the governor of Kisii. Unajua kuna a difference, a very big difference when you make graft allegations. Okay, make a graft allegations and you support with evidence, then it's the institution that's supposed to come into play. There is a complainant. Unapeleka to the institution, anti-corruption, ama una report kwa polisi. Then the whole thing is investigated. But if we come here and we simply say, people are moving from ODM because of this, those are just allegations. Allegations without evidence, ni kuchafua mtu jina. Right? So we need to distinguish hii maneno ya kuongea and evidence. Let's not confuse those things. But as we speak, Baba tumemrelease, saizi ni mali ya Wakenya. Sisi kama watu wa Nyanza, the bigger Nyanza, sahii our son is the son of Kenya. That is why Raila was at home. Thank you, Bwana Themba. Ni hayo machache tu. Let me listen.
Thank you so much, Sam. In fact, let me just add in on the issue of youths fighting for their space in the political platform. I want to give an example of Edwin Sifuna. If all of us can remember how Edwin Sifuna became the ODM Secretary General. If you can remember how Edwin Sifuna became the ODM Secretary General. Remember the Secretary General was Ababu Namwamba. And before Ababu Namwamba, there was Anyang' Nyong'o. So Anyang' Nyong'o stepped down. Then when he was stepping down, Agnes Zani was the Deputy Secretary General. She acted for a while. And then they held elections, and then Ababu Namwamba came in. But around that time, there arose a gentleman called Edwin Sifuna. If you can remember how Edwin Sifuna kept on putting pressure and saying that Ababu Namwamba is spoiling the party. And even said that If Ababu Namwamba wants to go and take care of his family, he should, but the party cannot be run that way. And they put pressure to the extent that right now the Secretary General of ODM is one Ababu Namwamba. Now, Raila Odinga in his earlier years, he fought for his space. When he couldn't get that space in Ford Kenya, he quit Ford Kenya, went back, and he registered another party, in fact resigned, and he was elected on another party. You must fight for your space. This issue of always us saying that, we should be given space, we should be given space. No, fight for your space. Power is not given, it is taken. Show that these people, they cannot continue. In fact, if you continue waiting, the other generation will never go. But if you keep cracking the ceiling, you will get the space. So this issue of always giving us, we need to leave it to young people. Young people should come out, take the charge, show you can lead, show that you can take that charge. And for sure, if you do that, I want also to accredit William Samoei Ruto in the Rift Valley. Towards the end of Moi, Ruto came so strongly, he went against Moi and he knew there was going to be a power vacuum as soon as Moi exited. He stamped his authority in the Rift Valley. And as Moi was fading off, Ruto took that. He didn't wait for that gap. So these positions of power, you got to come out, fight for them. That's why I like the lady that is vying right now, called Brenda Kangai. I don't know her chances, but she's placing herself out there. She's going for it, whichever way. That is what you need to be doing. Get out, go for it. Before I bring Jiro, then Selina, I want Mama Selina, what is it?
I wanted to say umesahau Alandwa kwa Nairobi, umesahau Simba Arati, na hata sahii Simba Arati akisimama Kisii, nani anawaambia si baba alituma huko? Nairobi ilikuwa moto, but without Simba Arati, Alandwa au vijana walisimama Nairobi aingekalika. So Simba Arati mjue ni kijana ya baba, na baba hata aongei. So ninakubaliana na wewe vile unasema, vijana lazima utafute, si lazima upatiwe. Nairobi ilikuwa moto na hiyo mambo ya Nairobi yote, lakini Simba Arati angeambia watu toka, na alifanya. Mnakumbuka alitafutwa. So kuna watu, kwa vijana wengi wamefanya vile umesema Ruto. Simba Arati sahii anasimama kama na Kisii. Nani anakwambia si baba alimtuma huko atingise Ongwae, na yeye aongei? Simba Arati anaenda tu na watu. Saa zingine tufikirie baba ako na shingo mrefu kama Moi vile alikuwa anafanya. Asante.
Thank you so much. You have to go for it. And even akina people like Sakaja during TNA, they formed a party that akina Onyango Law, and TNA came in, and eventually they helped to get to power. So young people should just get out. This thing of crying that the other people, no, I don't believe in being given power. No, fight for your space. Fight for your space. Yeah, one minute, Duke, and then I bring in Mama Selina. I think I was told after Sam it was Mama Selina. Yes, Duke.
Okay, yes, I agree with you. You have to fight for your position. You cannot be given. But fighting for your position means you have to make an argument. You have to know to settle for race. And Kalonzo is doing that. So for instance, in 2007, he decided to go alone. So he was fighting to gain popularity as a person, as an individual. So even today, he's trying to fight so that he can be given something big. And if they disagree, he can move out and go on its way. So I don't know which fighting are you talking about. Last, I want to respond to Wanga. Wanga said about brutal facts. Yes, I said Kalonzo has like 1 million votes. I did not say 6 million. And I have not said that Kalonzo is more influential than Raila. I was saying there must be an agreement and a settlement whereby they agreed to give him something based on the thoughts he can bring, but not just telling me just come like that and it's over. No, that's what I was saying.
Which is fine, but you see, you are forgetting, I'm looking at the constituency. I'm looking at the constituency. But now when Kalonzo says that I supported you in the last election, all right, and now you need to support me in this election. And then when it's offered a challenge that, okay, fine, bring your delegates. Let all our Azimio people bring delegates. Now he goes mute. That is my point.
But
I think you called it. There's something that you're not getting. Kalonzo is negotiating for his personal ambition. He's negotiating for his own personal need. So he's transferring his personal interest into public interest. So when you become so selfish like Kalonzo, after the NDC since last week, what rally has Kalonzo held, even one? You can't win election in boardrooms. You can't win elections in signing treaties. You go to the trenches. What rally has he attended? After the NDCs last week for Azimio, Baba has been constantly on the road the whole week. The whole week. And today he was attending his last one in Kisumu. Kalonzo is busy waiting to sign some documents. You don't bargain with documents. You bargain with the people. I'm bringing this mass. These are the people around me. So when you're telling us Kalonzo is trying he's bargaining for what? For his own personal need. That in fact, you're even saying it so well that Kalonzo is bargaining for something. What thing? What thing? Even you don't feel like it's a little heavy for you when you're saying Kalonzo is bargaining for his interest. That's why I agree with Mama Selina. The way they took Mudavadi and they go to ETA free, let them take Kalonzo and get the other people that they want to get for free. Because Karua left the Oka signing deal thing, went to another rally in Thika to even talk badly about Raila and Uhuru. So you are signing on one side, you are signing an Oka deal, and then you go to another rally to talk badly about the president, and with people like Akina Jimmy Wanjigi who are bashing Raila, who are bashing Uhuru. Jimmy Wanjigi is busy saying that we do not want these two families, and Martha Karua is in that particular bandwagon. And then you want to say that you guys have a deal. Kalonzo Musyoka has his own personal interest. Now he needs to know that we have moved beyond personal interests. We are moving to country interests. If you want to negotiate, if the negotiation has to take place, of course, us, we are not in no position to know what's going on. But what he has shown, clearly he should even be even next to a vice president anyway. I know he's not going to get that. But if they want to go for, he could even better go all the way to the Debe, if that is what they want, so that we see how he's going to campaign in the boardrooms with the signed memorandums.
One question. First of all, today there was some document which they put their signatures on. Do you think that those documents they signed were not in consultation with Azimio in a way, or they were just their own documents? Also, responding to you about Kalonzo holding rallies, Kalonzo said some rallies. There's a time he was in Mombasa and another time in Kisii. Also, if maybe he has not decided that he's going to run and he doesn't know which side he will park, there is no need for you to waste time moving around. You have first of all to identify your affiliation or your position or your stand. So for him not campaigning, he's trying to decide whether to go with Azimio or to go with UDA or to stand alone. So he's in the process of making that decision. That's my response.
Yeah, but you see, the problem here is he's making demands on Azimio. That's where the problem is. He's causing a lot of confusion. Why can't he say, okay, fine, I'm not buying?
I've asked that question. That document which they put signatures today, what were they containing? Do you think those documents, there was no concession from Raila? Were they signing their own documents? What did they sign today? Or do you think those documents did not come from us?
Duke, I think your question is very relevant because they were signing documents on their own as Oka. They were not signing for Raila. They were not signing in the presence of any Azimio people. They were signing on their own presence as Oka people. We don't know anything about the documents. We saw the documents were being signed, but it was not for Azimio. It was their own.
Thank you. You have answered. I mean, that it has nothing to do with Azimio. That's Oka. Now, Azimio is not yet even to sign. Hawajaanza sign. Any Azimio has not yet signed any document. So Azimio is not an official. Why do you negotiate with something that is non-existent? Azimio is going to sign their documents tomorrow. So how are you negotiating with someone who is not even existing?
But I think if you watch the clip which was heard here, and you hear the statements from all the Oka individuals, actually they talk like they have agreed to work with us, but they must be free to move out if they don't agree. If you were keen to hear their statements, there was an
Duke, when they were signing those documents, the Raila Azimio people were in Kisumu. So I think don't even bother telling us about the signature which took place in their own office. Nobody was there as Azimio. So if they want to come and persuade Raila with those documents that we signed this, we want to join you people, then that will be another chapter. But this chapter of signing that one is all gone. Please, let's continue.
No, Duke is mixing issues. There are talks that are going on. There are talks that are going on and will culminate tomorrow. The only clause that was included in their talks was if in case there's a disagreement, then there's a backward door that is open for them to move out. That is what he's talking about. But that will be done tomorrow. It wasn't done today. Today was just Oka doing their own thing. That's what Selena is saying. They were doing their own thing. So Duke should not mix the two things together.
Okay, I think let me allow Selena to submit.
Thank you so much, Temba. Hii mambo inachanganya watu. One, tukienda mambo ya Kalonzo, tukienda story ya Okoa Kenya, Kalonzo usuri ile kitu inanifurahisha Temba. Baba, hii mambo yote tunasunguka, hata yeye anasunguka, anasema baba hajakaa chini na yeye. Mambo ya Kalonzo iliisha siku ile baba alisimama Uhuru Park. Na Kalonzo, Mudavadi na Wetangula wakasema baba alikuwa anawaambia watawapigia kura na simu ya Nigeria. Ndio baba aliamka akatafuta Ngilu, akaenda akashika Kifuta Kibwana na akashika Wambua, gavana ya Machakos. Akaignore Kalonzo. Kalonzo amelia kwa delegate ya Uhuru Jubilee, akamwambia ukuje unegotiate. Saa hii nasikia watu wanalaumu Raila. Raila mwenyewe amejitafutia kura, amesunguka ile ya BBI. Kalonzo walikuwa fence kwa BBI. Raila alienda mpaka BBI ikaingia, wanasema wanangoja kukawanya viti. I wanted to remind you people, you are talking about Kalonzo. Kalonzo alipatiwa kiti na msaa alikuwa anaitwa Muli Mutisha. Muli Mutisha ameenda, ile watu wote walipatiwa viti na kina Moi, ile wote walikuwa favorite. Kalonzo hakuna kitu amekipigania. Kwa nini mnasahau? Ni Muli Mutisha alimpatia kiti kwa Machakos Stadium. Mniambie kitu ingine Kalonzo amekipigania? Hakuna. Gideon Moi, Rift Valley, dele anakuwa principal ya nani kwa Rift Valley? Kirongo. Hii group ingine inakisanya Central, kina Moses Kuria. Nimekubali vile Kiunjuri amesema. Amesema anaenda peke yake, atafanya coalition na mtu mwenye amewin serikali. Tunataka Kalonzo aende na group yake. Amesema leo walikuwa 4 parties, leo walikuwa 6. Tunataka ile more than 20 parties, 10 parties, individual briefcases, washikane wote, wakuwe third party. Okuru alikuwa anaitwa nani yule Turkana ile alisimama ile punda amechoka. Okay.
Okuru
That
Okot.
is what we want. Yes. Tunataka afanye hivyo. Imefika asubuhi, mtoto anasaliwa, mama ako kwa leba, kichwa imetoka. You are telling us small things. Sahii asubuhi watu wameanza kujaa kasara, inaitwa nini, chakaranda. Tuko na wembe,
wamelala huko.
tuko na nguo ya mtoto, tumelete kila kitu. So mama ako in labor, no turning back. What are you telling us? Kungoja nini? Nyinyi ni ile wale mnangoja mama atoe nguo akungoje kwa kitanda, unashindwa kuingia. That is too late for him. Sina kitu hata ya kuambia wenye wanakuja kutuchezea hapa. Hiyo hata haiwezekani, imeisha hiyo maneno. Nyinyi ni watu ya 5 minutes. Hiyo Kalonzo yenyu na surura. Mtoto mama amekuwa reti, hakuna kitu anafanya. Anasema penduka, mama anapenduka. Ngojea, anangojea. Nini ingine? It is too late. Hiyo maneno tumemaliza. Baba aende. Kama ilikuwa ni kupita atapita. Kama ni nini, amenyang'anywa. Raila amepita. Sahii ni ile no return. Hata Kalonzo akikuja kesho, sitaki hata kupigie makofi peke yake kwa chakaranda. Watu wa assume uwezi weka mwanamke tamaa na kumbe we ni nusu. Hata hakuna hiyo, hata mtafanya niwaambie maneno mbaya. Umaiona mwanaume anakutaka na unafikiria ni mtu, alafu ukifika huko ni kuku. Kwisha hiyo pure kabisa. Temba, nimekasirika. Nataka baba aende, mtoto anatoka. Hiyo hakuna kupembeleza. Mama akishindwa hii ni ile wakati tunaambia mama ukicheza tutakuua tu. Tunataka hiyo mtoto atoke. It's too late for Kalonzo. Aturuti nyuma, hiyo tu. Asante.
DPP ati watoto hawajalala, walilala kitambo. Mama Selina, hapo umesema kweli. Kalonzo, mimi hata mambo ya Kalonzo ni Duke anaileta hapa. Kalonzo najua story yake inafaa imalizwe kabisa. Hata kama mimi hata nataka waende, kwa sababu Martha Karua alikuwa amesema atakuwa running mate yake. Waende huko kwa running mate yake, waende kwa deb. Hizi mambo historia
Kirinyaga imeenda na Ngerishi.
Ngerishi. Sasa aache kushinda akisumbua.
Sasa huyu anatafuta running mate ya Kalonzo wakuwe that force huko msituni. Ni rafiki yangu, she is my friend. Ile ya roho. But Kirinyaga kiti imeenda. Angekaa apatiwe akuwe attorney general atuchungie serikali. Hiyo mchezo ingine hiyo imeisha hiyo Temba.
Okay. Njiru, habari gani? Njiru huko? Haya, Njiru hayuko hapo. Princess Diana.
Haya, mzuri Themba, habari yako?
Sasa wewe nakuita
Yes, I'm there.
umeninyamazia. Kwani umelala?
Niko. Unisikii?
Haya, endelea.
Demba?
Yeah, I can hear you. Endelea.
Hello?
Njiru.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, I can hear you. Endelea.
Okay, sawa, sorry. Yeah, so leo tu nataka kujoin discussion so that we can be able to see what is happening now. Mimi unajua kila saa nikiangalia hii siasa yetu ya Kenya na kuanga tu nikijifunza kwa mambo mingi ambayo imetokezea. Yeah, I'm always skeptical na wale watu wanaanzanga kampeni mapema sana. Yeah, I remember kuna huyu mama alikuwa anaitwa Hillary Clinton. Hata aliambia Obama mpe ruhusa atoke kwa serikali, she want to go and assemble a campaign. Na pia najikumbusha na Martha Karua, pia Martha Karua aliresign from Kibaki government ili aende ati assemble campaign yake. And all these people, they have not been able to succeed in the politics. So I am a bit skeptical vile naona deputy president amefanya siasa for so long, na it is as if his support has started to dissolve. Yeah, leaving that, there are some positive changes note, and you know, when we are comparing the two guys, that is Raila and Ruto, we are not actually looking at perfection. We are looking at somebody who can be able to bring Kenyans on board, somebody who can bring inclusivity, and somebody who can be able to bring a progressive agenda. Somebody who can understand the former Kenya and the present Kenya and steer us to the future. So tukiangalia maneno yote, and then we see how people are starting to assemble, we can really confirm that siasa ya Raila imeanzia kupata positive traction. Ameanzia kupata some positive momentum. Yeah, recently ukianzia kuona these new entrances ambazo wanapata, I cannot compare getting Kiraitu to like getting Lusaka. So I see by Raila getting Kiraitu, that is a momentum imeweza kujengwa from the far point ya Mount Kenya, and that momentum will be itakuja imesweep, and kuna uwezekano imalizikia hapo karibu Kirinyaga nusu hapo. So hiyo momentum ya mtu kama Kiraitu sasa, that tornado itateremuka iko na uwezekano wa kufika hapo karibu na Kirinyaga. So that is a tornado. Hii ya Lusaka, hii tu ni manyunyunyu tu ile ambayo tu inaisha without hata kuroa nguo. So the other thing ni history ya Kalonzo. Yeah, I think Kalonzo is making a lot of is using a lot of time to decide, and I think Kalonzo is unable to understand is evolution in politics. I can say here that Kalonzo wa 2007 sio Kalonzo wa sahi. So I think Kalonzo is depending on the former glory. Kalonzo ni kama Man U in default. Like unasema 2012 nilishinda vikombe, alafu then unatumia hizo vikombe za 2012 kuanzia ku disrupt wale wameshinda vikombe jana. So in other words, Kalonzo is just trying to use the former glory to credit, because like in 2007 alikuwa na so many people on his side, and but for now I cannot say that he is holding tight to Kambani. He could be having a popularity surge, but you cannot estimate that he is a strong person there. Then pia kuna kitu ingine Mr. Kalonzo anafaa elewe. Assembly yake, the way they came up together na Raila in 2013 and 2017, arithmetic imebadilika. we are having new arraignments. Na Kalonzo afai kukuja hapa with too much demands, and to the extent akisema ama maybe in his negotiation with the wish that he wants to become the deputy president. Kalonzo needs to understand that in 2022 uchaguzi actually inaenda kushindwa na deputy president, for your information. And that is why you are seeing these guys, they are not able to make the decision ya deputy president kwa haraka sana. Because whoever you will choose as a deputy president will either kill you or propel you. And people have to be sure, either in Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio, people have to be sure that whoever is coming as a deputy president is not only coming to deputize, but he is also coming now to offer the tilt vote, which is required. So in 2022, the deputy president, ndiye anapeana the kicker, the vote which is needed to cross on the other side of the bridge. And at the time, I do not see Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka having that traction. And as a supporter of Azimio, personally, I will not support Kalonzo as our deputy president. Hiyo ni kitu itakuja kutuweka baridi. And because already Azimio iko na joto mingi sana. So munaweza chukua mtu alafu mukue ni kama mmejimwagilia maji. So we have to be very serious with the person who we take for a deputy president. And for your information, tunaona hata hawa kina Ruto wanajaribu kuangalia, they are even trying to position women on the periphery, they are trying to position strong men on the periphery. Hata historia ya kuendea Musalia na ile Kasosa ilikuwa tu katika hali ya kujipanga na deputy president, because these teams know the weight which the deputy president is going to do in this election. And we cannot gamble on having a weak or somebody who is not decisive to become a deputy president of any movement in Kenya now. And we need stronger people who can assemble, people who have resources, people who can make people gravitate to them. And we need also people who have a history. Na tukiangalia Kalonzo, yes, he has been supporting Raila in 2013 and 2017, but he has to know that we are now in new times. Time has changed. Hesabu imebadilika. That when Kalonzo was supporting Raila, that time we had a lot of cold in Mount Kenya. So Kalonzo should be able to know that Mount Kenya has started to gravitate on the side of Mr. Raila Odinga. So actually, Kalonzo is now competing with the people in Mount Kenya East and West for that position. And whoever will be able to assemble a big group, a big number, is the one who deserves that post. And even after huyu Peter Kennedy tumekuwa tukisema, he has also to prove that he has a muscle and the capacity to bring people. It is not about a matter. Historia hii kiti ya deputy president sio ati bibi harusi hapa tunaleta ati tunamweka neti. Hapana, it is something bigger than that. We want somebody who can bring votes, somebody who can assemble, somebody who can do counterattacks, somebody who can subordinate the president in case of issues, and somebody who is also respectful. So that is what we need. So it's an array which is very concentrated. Lastly, hii meeting baba amekuwa nayo Kisumu. I was very happy to see Mr. Raila Odinga speaking in Luo. Wale watu ambao wanakuja hapa and they are trying to demonize our local languages, tunafanya mambo baya sana. In fact, I would be very happy nikiona when people go in their local areas, they are using their mother tongue. Who said that ati kama wewe ni mtu ati amesoma sana lazima uongee Kizungu na uongee Kiswahili? For your information, tuko na wamama, tuko na wazee, tuko na grandmothers who want to understand the stake in this election. And when you speak in your mother tongue, you speak to the heart. When you speak in a foreign language, you speak to the mind. So there is a difference. So vile Raila ameenda pale na akaongea Kijaluo, I'm sure Ramogi was able to capture that and other stations, radio stations, and I'm double sure that close to 97% ya Wajaluo wamepata hiyo information. Yes, kuongea kizungu ni mzuri for inclusivity to other people, lakini kama Raila ameenda kuongelesha Wajaluo pale, why should I want to bother kusikia vile anawaambia? And I know he is not going to tell them maneno ya vita. He is telling them about how to assemble and the stake which the community has, na anawaambia story ya how they need to marshal their support na wapige kura kila mmoja. Why should I feel angry when he goes to speak in his local language and tell his people about that? So we should not demonize our local languages. Our local languages are good. They have been preserved since the world was created. They are eternal, and through them we have been able to see so many things. Lastly, these things which happened to the deputy president when he was away. Nimefuata speech zake akiwa Marekani na akiwa ile pande ingine ya Uingereza. I was frustrated. I was expecting better speeches than the ones which he did, and it cannot be said anyhow longer. I would not expect somebody to criticize the government and you are still in that government squarely and wholesomely in it. I think our deputy president has shown the real reason why you should be very careful on the people who are subordinating you. I was expecting when he went into England, let him talk about business, let him talk about inclusivity and how to bring investors to our country. Let him talk of things of importance. Lakini kuanzia kupeleka domestic issues on a foreign land, I was not happy with that. When a political figure goes to other countries, they try to blend the foreign policy. Hapo, I was expecting him to tell Americans and the British people of the common things which we can do business together. Lakini sasa kuenda huko England and you start speaking about who is supporting who, that was not good. So otherwise, I'm happy with what is happening. Our election is close to the wire, and I still believe that Azimio is gaining traction. Last 2 months, I was not sure of the direction, but now I can say comfortably that Baba is in 50+1 mark, and he will win this election. Na yule jamaa amesema hapa ati Baba atakuwa caretaker president. I disagree with that. Raila will be a full president. He is coming with his own policies. A caretaker president ni wale mapresident ambao wanakujanga when there is a coup, when somebody dies. And I think Raila Odinga is being elected democratically. He is asking for votes na anachaguliwa on August 9. So these ideas of people bringing propaganda, caretaker president na nini, let's not just bring a vocabulary sababu umeenda kwa internet ukaona kitu hapo inaitwa caretaker, then tunataka kuileta hapa ati caretaker project. Let's try to analyze what we are saying and even what is being peddled by politicians outside. Understand the meaning of a project. Understand the meaning of a caretaker. We are not doing a coup here. Caretaker presidents were in North Africa and in West Africa, where we have been having coups recently. So don't bring the Western Africa case in Kenya. We are going for a democratic election. Raila will be elected for a full 5 years term. He will implement his policies, ile ambayo alitaka kuimplement as early as in 1997, and from there he is going to retire from politics. In fact, hata anafaa kukuwa ameretire. Raila anafaa angekuwa sahi veteran. Hii maneno hata ya kuomba kura sahi angekuwa anaomba. Raila angeretire 2017. So actually tumemchelewesha sana. Wacha ingie. Thank you.
Thank you so much Njiru. George Kakure anasema kwa comment, Njiru wa Azimionated. Yes, you see, when you love Azimio, you love it fully. You are not just like Duke, who is Kenya Kwanza, lakini all his submission for 3 minutes is just giving Azimio advice. Princess Yana, uko hapo?
Temba mdomo imejaa, nakula, patia mwingine kwanza maji.
Haya, Maggie.
Samba, habari yako?
Niko salama.
Nilisha kusalamia kweli baada. Salama.
Nimesalimika sasa. Karibu.
Asante sana. Ninasikia leo mambo imewaka kweli kweli. Nani bado yuko? Omariba. Huo
Yuko
Omariba, huo
yuko hapa.
Omariba ni die hard wa Musyoka. Omariba, go tell Musyoka akae tu polepole na arudi kwa huyu rafiki yake anaitwa Baba. Baba si yule mtu mchoyo, atampatia kitu, lakini hiyo mioto uko naye sijui amewachwa nje, yeye ndio amejiwacha nje. Hii maneno ilianza kitambo, angeenda wakati huo, angeingia wakati huo, lakini saa hizi kama bado ako na hizo bargaining powers, sasa Baba pengine anaweza kubali, lakini sisi ndio tutakataa, because we really don't want those time wasting. We are not ready for that. We want Kenya iendelee mbele. So those who are making people look back onto what had happened before, because you can hear Kalonzo alifanywa hivi, Kalonzo, we talking of 207, 2 or what, when Kalonzo did what. I think they are not necessary at this time. This is 2017. 2017, Kalonzo angekuja with a new pattern. But that pattern, she doesn't have it. She's still living in 207, which is not called for at this time. We are not ready for that. We are ready for new things. We are ready for what really can take us ahead. We are ready for what we really want Kenya to be, not a piece of paper, tuliandikana hii. When you are writing all those things with Raila, maybe you are in a bedroom somewhere or hotel somewhere. We don't want to know. Those are your writings. But now we want a Kenya mpya with Azimio. Azimio is talking this moment. Azimio is the one, not those NASA thing. NASA thing, yeye mwenyewe ndio waliwachana na NASA, na sasa anataka kukuja kwa Azimio, apate pata nyingine ya kuingia Azimio, which is very good. Ya Oka zake already are divided, because Martha Karua, who is one of his party members, niliona wakiwa Gatundu na Moses Kuria na Wanjigi, na crowd walikuwa wanawambia muende kwa Ruto. Alafu Ruto huyo Kuria anasema watu wamesema, that is to mean Martha Karua na hiyo nini Oka yao si wameenda kwa Ruto. So mbona huyu Duke anataka bado tuombe tu nani na anaitwa nani Kalonzo? Please don't take us back. We don't want that. Anyway, those which are happening in Kenya, I think there's still too much to be done. I heard the cry for Alex, which surely if you look at them, there are things which Baba should look into. But I also think Baba has got so much baggage in his back. Those people can control themselves. Let Baba also be given an easy time to bargain his way, because now he has a very, very big basket and he's carrying so many parties on his back. Akianza sasa ati kisi lazima tufanye hivi, huyu alikuwa hivi, those people, let them find their own way to forge ahead, alafu wawache Kenya iendelee vizuri. Mambo ya huyu Lusaka joining ya Wetangula, I think that whatever niseme nini, zile birds zinafanana, they sail in the same boat. Lusaka ni yule alikuwa anaweza kununua wheelbarrow. Wakati huo nilikuwa Kenya at 100,000 walipokuwa governor. Wetangula naye kama ingekuwa baba mwenye anaita mtu wa kitendawili saa hizi, hiyo governorship alikuwa amerudi huko Bungoma, angepata. So these people, they are in the same senator, yes, senator. These people, they are in the same boat. They even don't know what they are looking for, because they know they are people. They are those people who can only be carried along and done for something. So if they see this thing is losing their way, they're fighting so much. And at least this time, nimeona Kenyans are very bright and wise. They don't know what to do. The only thing they can do is calling people names, because all these people, if you look at them, be it Wetangula, be it Lusaka, Mudavadi, these are losers. There's nothing they can bring on the table, even at their own villages. Bungoma has decided. Western as a whole has decided. Kwa wakina Diuko Mariba wamedecide actually. Uliona tu juzi. Wamedecide. So, wacheni Kenya iende mbele. Nyinyi kama watu binafsi, they cannot stop Azimio. Meli imeng'oa nanga. Wacheni watu wafanye nini? Waendelee, because we really need a Kenya mpya. We don't need those Kenya of zamani ambayo tumbocrats ndio wanatulead, and we at the end of the day we don't even know what we are, why we even elected these people, where to start, where to go, and somebody is enjoying my helicopter na magari kubwa kubwa. Wale wenye walimchagua, he doesn't even know them. We want somebody who can bring those good things we are seeing some other places for us in Kenya. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Maggie, for that submission. Well presented. Nathan Ntusi, this is a new person coming on. Nathan, how are you?
Hey, Themba.
How are you, sir? Are you asleep?
Sleeping at what time? Thank you, sir.
I want to see your face.
You want to see my face? Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
Themba, there are a few things I need to talk about. Huh? When it comes to political issues, because they affect so many things, you know, people have to understand that geopolitical tensions spread across the globe. So, Themba, you will allow me, yeah? So the one thing I want to just be objective and talk about the things that we have here. I'll talk about you know, I'm listening to some people here speak, and I'm like, the fuck? Yeah, huyu mtu anasema nini? But you see, everybody has their own discretion. You know, you have your own ability to express yourself. But let me tell you, you can never, ever, ever, ever in any jurisdiction achieve political power through, you know, political power is achieved through democracy. And let me tell you, democracy is achieved through the will of the people and going to the people, as the way Raila Amolo Odinga is doing, going to the people, not going in grassroots. I mean, how many votes can you get in diaspora? I mean, there are about, I think, 7,000. 7,000, I think according to IBC is 10K. Uwezi pata sasa unaenda kupitch nini huko? It is so much demeaning to his name and to his camp that you're doing wrong politics. That's number one. Baba is doing the right thing. He's going to the grassroots. He's speaking to the people. He's humble. And he's saying, look, this is what I have to offer. 6 Gs, 6,000 shillings. I wonder why people question that. It is achievable. Because if you are somebody who umesoma kidhafu, hesabu, you know it is very much possible, because the money that goes into corruption, topple that and you do your math. Equation solved. So teamwork builds a nation. That's my number one priority. And I believe Baba is going to achieve that. On to my next thing. When it comes to the campaignings, you know, people move around and people talk to each other. I mean, it's democratic society. Everybody has to go. You can go here, go there, go here and there. And you can see reception. And I'm going to specifically speak about reception. Baba amepata reception nzuri sana Meru. Meru, specifically Meru, because Meru was perceived to be like a like a swing, you know, like the way they say swing votes. Yeah. Hakuna swing vote iko hapo. Hakuna. Hii ni Baba territory, straight through. And I can tell you for a fact, Baba hapa anaingia. So Meru is straight up. So met with Kiraito Murungi. Hapa hata ni sherehe tunafaa tuanze hapa ni masherehe tunafaa kuanza, because you know you're met with the likes of Kiraito, Munya, you know, and Munya. I like the way Munya addressed the crowd, and then he to result the crowd when there was like that, you know, it's not about just listen to Baba. Just listen to Baba. It's about peace. You people, you have to accept Nira. And I remember when Ali Hassan Joho set foot in Meru, alisema nini? Miraa itakuwa ikitoka huko kwa port straight up. Hakuna hiyo story ya hiyo matax na hiyo. That's what we need. Leadership that starts from the front, not starting from atimutu kusema promises. Promise after promise after. Atutaki hiyo tumechoka. We need a change. We need people who can lead from the front. And that's why I'm saying, for me, Munya jana sawa dharakanidhi hapo hivyo. And I think for now, I'll just put it at that, Themba. Hata niachie hapo tu. Nisianza kuanza, yeah, you know. Jeshi ni kubwa.
Okay bro, karibu sana, asante kwa maoni yako.
Asante sana.
Kaa tu hapo tuendelee kudebate. Sara.
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Vipi Sara, nakusikia. Lakini sasa huyu jamaa wako huyu anaitwa Kiprotich Ngeno. Mbona akuji kwa studio?
Ananiogopa.
Kiprotich.
He's not prepared yet.
Hapo kwa comment section kuja kwa studio.
Mpatie Sara tu. Umpatie tu kang'ang'ane na Sara.
Sinamwona huko chini kwa nini na akuji hapa studio.
Nimechoka
Temba,
kung'ang'ana. Nimechoka
Mm.
kung'ang'ana.
Temba,
Naam. Aha,
Temba.
nakusikia.
Tulikuwa tunangojea Ng'eno aje na Sara. Siku ile nyingine tulisema Ng'eno aje tuwasikize na Sara. Ng'eno ni kama ameogopa, tafadhalini wachaneni na Ng'eno. Ng'eno ni kama ameogopa kwa sababu ni mara mingi ameitwa
Ya vile
hataki kuja.
anasema, tusikia vile anasema ati my wifi leo
Ubaya
iko chini.
Ng'eno anaita Uhuru thief na mtu yao ndio ni thief. Sasa mimi sijui thief anaita thief mwenzake thief.
Yes, you have to
What
set a
happened?
thief to catch a thief. No problem.
Oh,
Ako sawa.
thank you.
Ako sawa.
Ati Ng'eno amesema my wifi leo iko chini. Inakwanga chini kila siku Ng'eno. Haya, sawa basi. Haya.
Si Wi-Fi anamaanisha intelligence quotient. He's not ready yet.
Haya, Ng'eno, kuna Anderson Nuts anasema Ng'eno ni muoga. Haya, sawa, tumekuacha. Sara, endelea.
Intelligence watu wako. I mean, come on, don't talk about it.
Okay. I was...
lenga Nathan. Hajakuelewa. Endelea.
Nilikuwa nawasalimia. Mmepokea salamu zangu?
Tumepokea salamu sana. Karibu. Tumekuona,
Hello.
hata naona Miss Mulinga huko chini amekulapia, amefurahi sana. David amesema Ng'eno huchokangi na promises. Oh, of course Ruto ni promise after promise after promise.
Ati
Haya,
Sara Ng'eno ameniambia Sara niache kujigamba. Please, I'm not proud. I'm self-spoken. Okay? I don't need to speak for you to understand me. It's already written all over me. So hakuna kujigamba hapa. You're scared, period.
Temba. I beg.
Aya. So wacha nitoe submission yangu.
Ngoja kidogo. Ngoja. Nathan, what is it? Nathan, what is it?
I'm just saying, like, I mean, come on, these pussies don't need to. I mean, come on.
Oh, come on! You need to withdraw that. That's a chauvinist statement. Sorry, guys. Sorry, that is a chauvinist statement. You better withdraw it, please. You cannot use that kind of language in this forum. That is demeaning to women, and you should not apply it. Sorry, my friend. Just take it away and apologize. It's been.
I will apologize, Fidel.
Thank you.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Forget about him.
He's here. Nathan,
yes.
We try to be civil here, okay?
Okay. Yeah, it's my first time here. Come on.
Yeah. So you can disagree with someone, but just be civil with there's a whole globe of people watching. So just try to be,
Nathan, can you apologize to Sarah, please? Apologize.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Sarah.
Okay.
I didn't mean to say that. Yeah, pole. Na nimesema pole.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
The bottom of
Nathan. Najua ni
Nathan,
Friday, tuliza kidogo.
Sasa najua naomba unisamehe.
Ni sawa. Can we move on?
Yeah, hold on. Nathan, it's your first time, but just tuko hapa kila siku, and rule of the game, be civil with each one, with everyone. So that's what we say. So endelea, Sarah.
So anyway, I'm going to talk about some easy stuff zenye mmeka hapa. Azimio La Umoja in Kisumu. I don't know. I've always really loved the Luo people simply because of one thing. They are very passionate kind of people. I don't think in Ruto's campaigns, I've been able to see his followers elicit such kind of passion for their presidential aspirant. So it was really good to see that, Baba has the support of his own kind, because either way a presidential aspirant just doesn't come out of nowhere. Anaanzanga levels za chini from where he comes from going up. So it would be really funny kama hangekuwa na hiyo support ya Kisumu. So I was very, very happy to see that. I saw his comment about the madoadoa stuff. I don't even... This is Baba. I don't know. He doesn't even need to explain himself, bwana. I don't know why wanna make a kind... I don't think Kenyans really give Baba the respect he deserves. Baba is not at the level ya president. He has been there from before. He doesn't need to explain to anyone what he was trying to mean. If they didn't understand him, that's their problem. I saw Oka. I think One Kenya Alliance is a coalition made up of self-centered goons. They don't make sense. Because I don't understand exactly what game they're playing at. Gideon Moy goes to... What was the place where they went? Was it Samburu? Gideon Moy goes to Samburu, I think, meets Raila. People come up with the whole idea that Kanu is going to Azimio, that Kanu is breaking up with Oka. They wake up in the morning, they sign deals. Karua goes with Kuria to a Mount Kenya forum and speaks badly about Uhuru and Raila. I'm confused. They're all confused people. So I believe that's a non-issue. We are not going to keep on begging Kalonzo. After all, I've had people in the panel, and this is the truth. Kalonzo has never gotten anything by working for it. Actually, the name Kalonzo was made by Raila. Kalonzo was made by Raila. He's not self-made like Raila. Raila made him to be as popular as he is. In fact, his popularity came along after alichukua certificate ya party ya Raila. So that's where his popularity began. So the rest of hizi vitu zingine is just Kalonzo. No, we are tired ya kumbembeleza. We are tired of always... And funny thing is that I was looking at an interview one day. It was in Citizen between Edwin Sifuna, I think this Kilonzo Jr. and Gladys Boss-Sholei. And there was one thing Edwin Sifuna had mentioned that is really key as the SG of ODM. He said that the people of the party in ODM have actually noticed that Baba is actually a very chilled guy. Like in most circumstances, Baba ni mtu utakuja ukimpate in his chilly moments, utakuja mwambie Baba nipe 1 million akupe. That's just how he is. He's just kind-hearted in a funny way. Let me put it that way. That was what Edwin Sifuna was trying to tell the news anchor, that Baba is not really ule mtu mwenye people portray him to be. Ati amekalia watu, no, he doesn't do that. In most circumstances, Baba is actually very chilled. If you tell him, oh, we are gonna sign this with you, he'll just sign. If you tell him this one, he'll just sign. So he's decisive. He's decisive, that's true. If it's something about him, definitely very decisive. After all, his own daughter had said that babake anakuanga kichwa ngumu kiasi in terms of decision. He makes a decision, he sticks with it. But when people portray him to be mtu mwenye because I've noticed that the many people who blame Raila, they blame him because he refused really, but he has not supported them in their personal agendas. And that is the difference between these people who fall out with Raila and himself. Raila is a statesman. He thinks about the people. These other people are self. They think about themselves. They want Raila's support. Raila's self-made support yenye alijipigania peke yake. If they also went to the ground and started from where Raila started and got that support, this wouldn't have been a whole issue. Now, I was in another forum where I saw some UDA, this is not here, but some UDA members demeaning the social protection program agenda which is the agenda for Azimio. And I was very surprised because some of those UDA supporters were from diaspora. Now, I was surprised because, if I'm not wrong, most countries in diaspora have the social protection program ongoing. It runs, you find it there. So I was really surprised to see them going against it, yet it has been there. These things have been there. Social protection program is nothing new. Actually, a social protection program is a bigger entity of very many things. Like, for example, Uhuru there was a time he gave funds for elderly pension in Kenya, elderly pension fees and stuff to relay funds for them. That's part of social protection program. Now, the social protection program that Raila is focusing on is the unemployment one, where you're unemployed, you're poor, extremely poor, because not everyone is gonna get that 6,000. To be honest, let's be honest, this is the people who are poor. They are below the low income rate. So the social protection program exists and it actually works. It works in bigger countries. It also works in some countries in Africa. So I don't know why walikuwa wanasema they have never heard of social protection program. Hapo sikuelewa. Also Lusaka joining Kenya Kwanza. So okay, now that he has joined Kenya Kwanza, what are we supposed to do? Be scared? Because honestly, Lusaka joining Kenya Kwanza is a non-issue. I feel like it was nika could dilute something concentrated, literally. Lusaka is just basically a non-issue, very inconsequential. Bungoma, we already know where it's going to go to. So yeah, Lusaka joining Kenya Kwanza, that's just it's for them. Well, they need someone for Bungoma, so that's okay. Yeah, that's what I have to say for today.
Any question to Sarah? Duke, you have any question to Sarah?
Yes, first of all, I say that Raila made Kalonzo Musyoka, and from my point of view, is like she contradicts herself by saying what made Kalonzo popular is when he went away with a DM ticket or certificate, something of that kind. And for me, that's some misconduct. So when he did something against Raila, and that made him unpopular. How is that not contradictory? Because the populace should demean because he has done something wrong to Raila Odinga.
Popularity can either be positive or negative. It doesn't necessarily have to be when you're popular, it's a positive thing. It can be positive or negative. Popular is an incumbent of the both positive and negative. So he can have had negative popularity. Of course, I'm not on the ground. I don't know what kind of popularity he had. But what I'm trying to say, if ever you search Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila's name always appears. For example, when you search Ruto, Uhuru's name always appears. There is a reason. They're always like that. Kalonzo is not self-made like Raila. That is what I was trying to put up. And I'm not contradicting myself. It is because he stole a certificate of a party that belonged to Raila, not anyone else. If Angenda Ibea, which parties were there then? I can't even remember. But if Angenda Ibea party ingine, we wouldn't have been talking about Kalonzo today. Let's be honest. It's because aliiba certificate ya party, si party ingine yoyote, ni ya ODM, not any other party. It is the ODM, whose party leader is Raila Odinga. So obviously that is popularity. For example, how do you think Akina Junet are popular now? And I'm sure kuna watu mashinani who didn't know who Junet Mohammed is. But simply because he has decided to work hand in hand, close to close with Raila Odinga, now his name is mentioned everywhere. Personally, there was a time I didn't know who Junet Mohammed is, but now I know him. So I'm not saying something that doesn't make sense. Kalonzo is not self-made. He fed off from the sweat of Raila, to be quite honest with you. The popularity he has right now is all because of Raila. And Raila, to be honest, is very good. Yani, Raila ni kama the father in the story in the Bible where the father welcomed the prodigal son, because Kalonzo always disappoints him all the time. And even when he does, he still opens his arms and he's like, well, bygones are bygones, let's continue. But to be honest, Raila is tired, because I remember very well in the press conference where he was asked about that by a reporter. He was asked, the reporter was just about to ask about Oka. He said, don't tell me about Oka. Those were his exact words. Don't tell me about Oka. Azimio is for the willing. That is what he said. He's no longer going to take. I believe he has reached a point in time, in terms of age, in terms of his agenda in mind, where he doesn't want to take nonsense from people, because this is nonsense. This is an old guy, unampeleka hivi, siesi nini mtu akupeleka everywhere. So Kalonzo ana msimamo. If he wants to go to Kenya Kwanza, sure bet. And Kalonzo doesn't hold the position as he used to hold before. Remember, governors are more on the ground. He's no longer, they call him the Kamba Kingpin. He's not a kingpin, Bwana. He's not. He has not done any projects for his Kamba people. Actually, among all the governors, the person who has done projects for his people is Governor Alfred Mutua wa Machakos, who is supporting Azimio. So what I'm trying to say is that Kalonzo has fed off from the politics of Raila. He has never fed off from his own kind of politics. Like, he hasn't created his own narrative. Sai uuliza mtu kuhusu Kalonzo, he will tell you something that is quite connected to Raila. He won't tell you something about Kalonzo himself. At least Raila, there is something about himself. Apart from him being affiliated with other people, you can tell more of the things he has done himself. The same way with Ruto. You can't affiliate him by himself. You have to affiliate him with Uhuru. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not self-made too.
Temba.
And that's, yeah.
Temba, can I add on Sarah's... Raila made Kalonzo to be famous. And Raila is both. He is famous and he is popular. So Raila is the one who made Kalonzo to be famous Duke. Understand that? Without Raila, Kalonzo would have not been
I'm
known.
asking how?
Tema, can I say something? I mean, I was raising my hand, but just in support of Sarah. I think what Sarah is trying to tell Duke is by running away with the certificate of ODM, the profile of Kalonzo was raised up. Somebody who runs away, who steals a certificate of Raila Odinga, yes. I mean, you just imagine he already made a name, for himself, stealing a certificate.
Fidel, maybe we need to put, just hold on. We need to put that matter into perspective, yeah?
Yes.
This is it. Kalonzo did not run away with Raila's certificate. When the orange thing, there was that, you remember it came in during the 2005, during the orange and banana. So as the orange and banana thing was going on, Daniel Maanzo went and registered, reserved that name, Daniel Maanzo, as the agitation for the orange and banana thing was going on. By that time, Raila and Kalonzo and all the Akina Uhuru and Ruto were all in the Kibaki's government. So when the orange, you remember that time, the orange part won because they defeated the Kibaki's banana thing.
Correct.
By that time, Daniel Maanzo, who was a very close friend to Kalonzo Musyoka, had reserved the ODM name, right?
Correct.
So now, fast forward, when, as it were, when they reserved ODM Kenya, you remember?
Yes.
So when fast forward, when now things, hold on, they had reserved ODM.
Okay? It was ODM Kenya, not ODM. ODM Kenya. It was ODM Kenya. That's what they took.
Yeah, you're right. ODM Kenya. So fast forward, Kalonzo and Raila's relationship started. I mean, of course, the as it were with any political dynamics. I think it was when they went to register the name. Kalonzo was they all agreed because now the name had already been reserved. They use it. But now, as time went by, the dynamics come in. Then they say, now the part of bargain was this. They were saying, now, you see, you guys, we are the ones with the name. So they are bargain. And that is what Kalonzo is trying to use right now. So you realize his cunning ways are not starting now.
Yes,
so
correct.
By then he was demanding a position that was senior because they are the ones with the name.
Actually, if I may just add what you said, sorry, Tema, let me just add. I'm just adding. I'm not contradicting. What caused the problem is you remember they had gone to Mombasa. There was a Mombasa rally, and that particular time, there was the Nyundo thing, the hammer. So when they were in a rally, Kalonzo thought that the thing was still open. Like the contestation for who will run on, as a candidate for ODM. But it was decided in Mombasa when Kalonzo was more or less like Pud, he stood there and people did not give him reception. People came and everybody was waving a Nyundo, the armor thing, which means signifying Raila Odinga. That's whom they wanted to hear. So Kalonzo, being a person with small ego, or a big one for that matter, and a short-tempered guy, got offended. That he said that Raila arranged people to boo him. So he was offended. And for that particular reason, he said he could not associate himself with Raila Odinga. But Dan Mwanzo, who was the legal custodian, being the one, he's the one who was in custody of the certificate. Kalonzo convinced him that they had to use that as a bargaining chip, because they're the ones who are holding the name, the ODM Kenya. So they're the ones who had to be talked to in order for the ODM thing to go forward. And so when the conversation broke down, when he could not use that as a blackmail, they say they are not going to see that particular name to Raila Odinga. So, and it was only I think it was 1 week before the registration, closed. So Raila had to find somebody that was that guy from Meru who had also reserved
Mugambi Manyara.
Mugambi Manyara is the one who had reserved the ODM, the name ODM now, Orange Democratic Movement. He reserved it. And so Raila had to go and beg for that particular name and bought it from him. So that became as a substitute for what was supposed to have been a party which could have included everybody, Kalonzo included. So Kalonzo lost. Kalonzo wanted to use that as a bargaining chip to be the candidate, as usual,
So-
just like you put it.
So Fidel, in that backdrop also, you see the same machinations and cunning ways coming back to in 2022.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Well, I'm actually glad you're very historically inclined. That way, you have actually helped me settle my case very well. Apart from that, I actually wanted to say also, I've had a lot of times actually I had this just previously, Simbali Kidogo, when he was in a rally, I can't remember when, where he was saying that he was very angry about media calling him an indecisive kingmaker. He was simply angered about that name, and he was trying to say he has been having talks with, he has been trying to mediate people in Sudan, nini, all this. The problem with Kalonzo, he is very economical with the truth. He was actually named a special envoy by Uhuru Kenyatta. He was given that job to become that, and he uses that as a way to proclaim himself as something he isn't. So it is quite unfortunate that he decided to keep a secret document all the way from 2017 to 2022 because he kind of knew, Baba is a legit leader. He's not a leader. Actually, let's be honest with each other. Baba did not actually want to run. He had to be convinced to run. So whenever people come on and say that the handshake resulted to succession politics, they're actually very wrong, because Baba knew that if he just decided to run, people will be against him. But he decided to go and ask those people, do you want me to run, in order to legitimize his running. He's a very strategic leader. He's not a stupid leader. He can't wake up in the morning and say, hey, guys, I'm the party leader of ODM, so I will run either way. And that is why I don't understand why Jimmy Wanjigi is angry, because Raila didn't want to run in the first place. He was already tired of running. He went all over. Yani, this guy, even, I really envy the kind of energy he has. He's very old, by the way. He's old, his age, and he still has the energy to go around the country talking to people. I really envy his energy, and I wish hadi mimi nikiwa mzee niko na energy kama yenye ako nayo.
Sarah is not called old. Is referred to as mature. He's a mature politician. Yeah.
Sawa, mature politician. Okay, I'm sorry, mature politician. So basically, what am I trying to say? Kalonzo is feeding off Raila's sweat, and we are not going to let him continue feeding off Raila's sweat, because you know what? This is Kalonzo's strategy. Once Raila has finished his political engagements and he has become president, obviously he has done his part and now he's fully retiring, he's gonna say, you know what, guys, I worked with Raila. So he's gonna take all of Raila's achievements and make it his own. Ataipachika kwa kichwa yake. to become sort of, in quotes, a new Raila. I've actually seen someone in the comments say Raila is the only political entity that is authentic, and once he actually retires, you will see other people's political powers go down the drain, because they eat his sweat, literally wanamshikilia mkono. I wonder when he's not there what is gonna happen. And that is why someone commented about Joho. You know, Joho, as much as he follows Raila, he does his own part to be able to be at par with that guy. So anyway, the point is, Kalonzo, no, we are not going to accept him to come and start making conditions. We had already stated as Azimio people that Deputy President tumeachia Mount Kenya region. And whoever is saying that Uhuru is going to choose Deputy President, absolutely not. The person who chooses the Deputy President according to the Constitution is the President himself, the person who runs with you. So I don't understand why people of UDA, like I said, read your constitution. It is not hard. It actually uses very simple language, simple English language. Read that constitution. Under chapter, I can't remember the chapter. I read it yesterday, but it's
Chapter
under
9.
the executive. So read
Chapter
it.
9.
Chapter
Chapter
9.
9.
There you go. Chapter 9. It states what the president does. It states what the president doesn't do. What were UDA keep on blaming the president for very many things, and I'm not trying to kutetea Uhuru or anything, because after all, he did his fair share of the mess. But please remember, the president we have now under the new constitution has less powers than the president we had under the old constitution. You cannot compare the presidents under the old constitutions with the president under the new constitution. You can't compare them at all. Actually, the presidents under the new constitutions are more suppressed. That is exactly actually why the constitution was made in the first place. Because Moi had run then for 24 years. They wanted to suppress his power. That was why the constitution was made in the first place, with that exact agenda, that president shouldn't be given power to dictate the country. So when they keep on blaming the president over things, and that is why many bodies in the constitution are independent. They are not under the executive, they are not under the legislature, nor are they under the judiciary. They were made independent for a reason. I keep on telling you, DA supporters, tafadhali. I know you guys have content. You do, you really do. But please read the constitution so that hadi mkitetea mtu wenu, mnamtetea na facts. Okay? And then waache kuingililia Raila sana. Ingililieni tetea mtu wenu. Stop looking at our person. That's it. Thank you.
Asante Sara. Asante sana Sara.
Thank you, Sara.
Asante sana Sara.
Can we mute kidogo?
Sure.
Let's mute kidogo. Asante sana Sara for that. I know Duke wants to say something. Let me just add up a little point on what Sarah said. And I think someone in the comment section has pointed it out. I also needed to say that on Kalonzo's cunning ways, the document that Kalonzo released the other day was supposed to be a secret document that was not supposed to be released by anyone without the agreement of the other three. It held four people. That was Kalonzo, Professor Kivuda Kibwana, Professor Makau Mutua, and Raila Odinga. There are 3 copies. The only original copy was the custodian was Professor Makau Mutua. Kalonzo had a copy, Raila had a copy. So the only person who was to release that document was Professor Mutua. But after the 3 of them have agreed, Now remember, that document was also signed in the absence of other NASA principals. So it wasn't signed in the presence of Mudavadi and Wetangula. What did they say? They said that these people were not honest to them because they signed another agreement without involving them. The agreement, which was not supposed to be released by anyone without the agreement of the other three. What was the Kalonzo basis? Kalonzo, on the releasing of that document, his intention was to get off certain level of support for Raila and paint him as someone who cannot be trusted. That's why he released it at that particular time. And when he was going around, he kept on saying, that was part of his bargaining point, that if you don't give me this, I will release some document. So the intention on that day, and if you could see, some of us, when you're looking at this press conferences, you're looking at the non-verbal communication of the people around, even the people talking. You could see the buoyancy in the faces of Mutula Kilonzo
Body
Jr.
language.
They were looking like, we have got you now. We have got you. This is what we are going to, today, utaona. So they released that document and they didn't get the reaction they expected because they imagined from then on, Raila will not receive the kind of reception he's receiving. They will have painted him as a person who cannot be trusted. But what happened? It bounced back on their faces. He had to run away to go and pretend to do some things peace in Uganda. He has never recovered. He has not gone into any rally from that day.
And even the Machakos people really ashamed him.
He's someone who uses underhand tactics to force people to what he wants. And that is what he's doing right now. He's using the secret document in the previous one, 2007. He was trying to use the party name, which didn't work. He had to run, he ran on his own, got some 800,000 votes. Now, what kind of a person are we dealing with? That is Kalonzo Musyoka. I am so surprised that Duke, with all the education that your parents might have invested so heavily on you, you can put working hard as a definition of Kalonzo Musyoka. I think you either deserve a refund for your fees, or we need to look at that the school that you went to and determine what level of critical analysis they apply in their definition of certain leadership qualities. You can't define such a person as working hard for anything. You can't do. You can define them with anything else but hardworking for their position. But I do respect what you have to hold on. But kindly do some favor and justice, at least to the professor. I had a professor who taught me at the University of Nairobi, Professor Nyinguro. He would say this, some of you probably have come across him. He's a political science professor at the University of Nairobi. He would say that if you have gone to school and you reason like that, and your village relies on you, you can imagine. I want to allow Duke to speak, and then.
Pema, will you let me speak before you bring the, because I want to say something also.
Fidel, then.
You can say or can bring the whole thing in context, because let me just applaud you for being very patient and still being here and listening to all of us. Is one person that I'm beginning to start respecting, although sometimes he look very serious, but that is his nature. I guess that is one way in which help him concentrate, and I applaud him for that. But Duke, I wanted to respond to you because you had say you you kind of responded to me after I said some stuff regarding the scrapping of the metal. It's not an isolated case. It wasn't just one isolated case that you cited. There were many of them that became a concern because people were vandalizing wires and structures that were being erected by the government, particularly in the infrastructure industry, and they were taking them to go and sell them. So it became a concern. And I can send you so much information about that. You're only focusing only on one isolated incident. It's not the case. The government will not take action like that if it was just isolated. The border thing is not just one case. It's been a recurring theme, over the years. So that's why finally the government had to say something. So I just wanted you to understand that is a fact. It's unfortunate that we're talking about Kalonzo, right now, but I think it's time we really put everything in perspective so that you can understand. As everybody has said it, Kalonzo is an opportunist who does not really work for anything. He always circumvent the process to gain mileage in everything that he does. I mean, you take, for example, even after he became vice president under Kibaki, and then Raila was the prime minister, to him, the biggest concern was not even his performance. The biggest concern about him is recognition, that he needed to be recognized, that he is number two. So he was busy fighting Raila for who is on the upper scale, and making it a big issue in the entire country. That he's the one who is a deep vice president, prime minister, is supposed to be under him, even in protocol way. Wherever they are in a ceremony, he's the one who needs to invite the president because all the mundane things. So all along, every single way, every single time where statesmanship is supposed to be, to be displayed, Kalonzo displayed the opposite. He displayed the smallness in himself. So that is the problem we are having. It's not that we are beating Kalonzo for no apparent reason. It's just the smallness. He does not really have Kenya at heart. He does not promote Kenya. It's always about Kalonzo. He wants to promote himself. Look at even this other time when they went after Raila Odinga had done a lot of BBI all over, and they went to the State House. What did he do? When President Kenyatta asked them who is going to be who is going to issue the communique regarding what they discussed, Kalonzo did not want Raila to be given that opportunity. Whom did he allow? All of them gang against Raila and said Gideon Moi should be given that. These are people who don't even do anything as far as BBI was concerned. And there is Gideon Moi reading a communique about what had been discussed instead of the core principle, the core partner of BBI, simply because those are the three other amigos and said no, they're not going to allow Raila to be reading it because that will give Raila an upper status. What is smallness? And that's the same time when Mudavadi was saying his own thing. How Raila is untrustworthy, the money issue, the same thing, and they were supposed to be working together as a team. They were talking about being given equal funding. If the government was giving equal funding, they were equal partners, equal principle. The Raila should not be treated above them, and yet they were not even there when these two were negotiating. And at the same time, they want to be recognized as co-principal, on the same footing. It just beats you the logic which this man operates under. It doesn't sound well. It's like something is wrong. Maybe he did not suck enough milk from his mother's breast, so he's still craving for it's causing all this problem, attention. And people should actually ask these questions. What is really wrong with this guy? Why does he ever does something straightforward as a person? so that people can be proud of him, that he has done something, he has achieved something, through his own effort. No, right now, I know Duke, I'm addressing him. I know you are talking about for Kalonzo, not because you love Kalonzo. No, because Kalonzo is causing havoc in Azimio. I know you are here. You are a UDA supporter. You are a David Ruto supporter. So when you hear somebody beating Azimio, that will be like you are right on them. You want them to cause as much chaos. I know you don't like Kalonzo. You're just doing it for the sake of that. But we're also addressing the Kalonzo's inability to be a leader. We are pointing out. Now, all this time when Baba's been going around, doing all the work, soliciting for awareness of what Azimio is, or even BBI was, what has Kalonzo been doing? I mean, you're talking about a person who wants to inherit somebody's work. He should have been on the field there also campaigning, at least showing some sign that he's an alternative. I mean, right now, do you know why in 2017, yes, 2017, do you know why Raila did not want to run for 2017? 2017 itself, because of this politics of Kalonzo and that kind of stuff. So when they had already gone around, because they had signed that agreement about whatnot, blah, blah, blah. So when the old issue came, Kalonzo, and all of them had said that, Raila should not really run. This is 2017, or not even 2013. Raila asked them one question. Do you have money to fund to run for the presidency? Kalonzo said no, he did not have money. So in other words, you're saying a person who wants to run for presidency does not have fund to be able to run the presidential campaign, and yet he wants to. So where was he going to get money? The Raila should go and collect money from whatever his sources and earn over the money to Kalonzo. I mean, this is a lazy man. He does not have the country interest at heart at any given the station. Like I said, even here, if you read WikiLeaks on November 2013, 13th of November 2013, Kalonzo, and I keep saying, I'm sure some of you have read it, Kalonzo was putting pressure on George Bush to put pressure on Kibaki to resign in his favor because of health. So he was pushing, this is 207, he was pushing 207, not 2013, 207, on the 13th of November. He was telling George Bush to put pressure on Kibaki to make him president because Kibaki was sick. You see, such kind of a person always want to benefit from other people's sweat. How do we trust him? If Baba make a mistake of having Kalonzo as a deputy because of this Uhuru Kenyatta is putting pressure or whatnot, that will be the biggest mistake. All these proposals Baba wants to do, they will not be achieved. Kalonzo will sabotage them. He will want Raila's government to fail so that he can take over. He will do that to make Raila look bad, so that people can say he's a failure. He's a failure, Kalonzo will take over. No, we don't need those kind of nonsense that he's going to bring along with his. How many votes is he going to bring? 3/4 of the votes that come from Ukambani has already been delivered to Azimio. And you cannot argue with that. I'm telling you. Look at what happened in the by-election in Makueni, the last one. Where Kalonzo had his own candidate, Kivuta Kibwana had his own candidate, UDA had their own candidate. Kalonzo's candidate was number 3 in Makueni. Even UDA candidate beat Kalonzo. Kibwana's candidate scooped the seat. That just shows you his influence. Why do you think Kivuta Kibwana has gone back to run for Senate after having served 2 terms as a governor? because he wants to prove to Kalonzo that Kalonzo cannot influence Makueni voters. He's got the Makueni under his fingers like this. He's showing, he's doing it to Kalonzo to prove a point. He will have just gone to the national level and get appointed something, but he wants to show him that he's got no support whatsoever. He can trounce Kalonzo in Makueni any given time. So a combination of Governor Mutua, Ngilu, and Kibwana will deliver Kamba votes. Kambas are not stupid. They also want to be in government. They're not fools.
Haron. Temba is not
What
there. Haron. Is Haron there? So he take the place.
Can I just finish and then you can call him because he'll do it. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Duke, Karon will take over. What I'm trying to say, Duke, here is we have to accept realities. You know, as much as we know we want Kalonzo to cause much havoc to Azimio so that you feel better, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry to disappoint you. You know, and I know you are doing it because you want the chief hustler to win, but even the path to victory for Chief Hustler is narrowing by the day. He's losing popularity, he's losing support. You tell me, which part of the country is he gaining support? He was relying on Meru. Meru has gone. And that is not a lie, it's true. Now, if Meru, if the Mount Kenya East is locked, where is he going? How is he going to get elected? Because he needed 100%, the same percentage that Uhuru and Ruto got last time, to at least to have a chance. But it's narrowing. Central Province is going to be a battle zone. He will get maybe 60% or 50 something percent. There is a problem now for him. Where is he? Where, my friend Duke? I think, please stop. Don't get embarrassed. Come over. You know, use your senses. And I know you're a very intelligent person, and you can see the thing is in front of you. Don't wait until people start laughing at you that, oh, no, sense defeat is coming. Please reason out, use logic, and see that this thing is slipping by the day. I'm sorry, my friend. So I will let Aaron take over. Aaron,
But
over to you.
Duke, why are you campaigning for Kalonzo? And Kalonzo does not want anything. He just wants to be cooperated by the Azimio, in which the Azimio is already locked. Why are you campaigning for him?
He shouldn't. Kalonzo
Yeah,
shouldn't
why are you
even come to
campaigning for
Azimio.
Kalonzo? Kalonzo does not want to be anywhere. Why is Duke campaigning for Kalonzo?
Oh,
Nobody means.
No, Maggie, that is his right. He's right.
No,
We can't take
no.
that.
But Kalonzo does not want to campaign.
No,
Why is he campaigning?
That is Duke's right. So if Duke wants to campaign for Kalonzo, let him do it. But he's not campaigning for Kalonzo.
Let him go campaign for Kalonzo outside, but not let him tell us that he wants him to be cooperated by Azimio. Azimio is ours. Please.
Kalonzo has the character of Ruto.
Maggie, please, let me just finish. Maggie.
Relax.
Thank you.
Hold on, Fidel.
Okay, sorry.
Let's allow Duke to. I know we are trying to persuade him, and the power of persuasion is it works magic. There are many ways of persuading. So we are trying to use facts. Sarah has given facts the ground. Fidel has done similarly the same, and it's up to Duke. I mean, I think what Fidel has put out there is significant. That is, for Duke, anything that can cause drama in Azimio is a good thing for him. So they say if you play chess, they're usually a pawn that you send to go and try and cause drama on the side of your opponent. So any pawn that you can put out there, it's a good thing for Duke's perception. Their imagination is as long as I think I want to take that hypothesis that for as long as Kalonzo is causing trouble in Azimio, that is good for them. And I tend to believe that, because why is it that Martha Karua is associating with Kalonzo much more and not seeming to want to let him go, but they are still pushing Kalonzo to Azimio? So there could be something that they know that we don't know, and I tend to want to identify with that kind of thinking. Duke, I think I'll give you time so that now we move to Harun, then we start taking our closing remarks. I can see now our timing for watu wa kufunga studio imeanza kufika, ndio tuanze kufunga studio. So Duke, and then I give Harun his time, and then 1 minute Duke, tafadhali endelea.
Okay, first of all, I'm not campaigning for Kalonzo. I spoke about that because that was the topic of discussion today. And I was not trying to, I was giving the consequences which may accompany the course that Kalonzo will, that will accompany the course Kalonzo will take. So it's about giving my political analysis or perspective, and I'm not campaigning about it. So the context is this. So it's good for us to discuss Kalonzo today, because I think at the end of tomorrow, it may be, it can end by tomorrow. So it's good we discuss him for the last time. So for me, Sarah said that Kalonzo kept a document from 2017 to 2022. So the original context is this. In 2002, there was a memorandum of understanding between Raila and Kibaki, where Kibaki said he will just take 5 years and then pack Raila. When Kibaki did not do that, Raila moved out. So it cannot be right for Raila to move away if an agreement is not kept, and then be wrong for Kalonzo trying to move away or bargaining if the agreement is not kept. So, and in 2013, the agreement was that Raila just take 5 years and then pack Kalonzo Musyoka. But when Raila did not win, Raila said that I said if I win, but I did not win. So in 2017, they were more categorical. He added that if I win or I don't win. You see?
Did Raila release the memorandum of understanding between him and Kibaki to the public?
Actually,
And Duke, wacha niongeze na hii kwa ya
He
Sara.
did not. That's a lie.
Okay, wakati huo Duke, wakati huo
Okay, hold on. Maybe there's something Duke is saying. What are you saying, Duke? Ama you are done?
No, I'm not done. What I'm trying to say is that Raila exposed the agreement they made with Kibaki in 2002. That's why he walked away in 2007. So for me, I don't think that Kalonzo is making a mistake for him to talk about the document.
Please, historians, help me. Is this
Why
true?
do you keep changing history?
Which
hold on. Maybe just to revamp your history. Immediately after Kibaki was sworn in 2002. Immediately after he was sworn in 2002. Right after that, there was even in access to all everybody, even you remember Gilu not even being told to produce some whatever to see if he can access Kibaki. Immediately after that. Then they moved together, and then the constitution thing came. When the constitution thing came, 2005, there was orange and banana, if you can remember. And that was the point of departure. And so there was, of course, a team that was going around, those who were no campaigners, the orange people, and the banana people, those who were supporting the document. And of course, the orange won, and that was the beginning of the cracks in that particular government. So you see, when you start coming to say that, oh, they'd agreed that Kibaki supports him during this time, I don't think that was the case that you're talking about. You need to differentiate between Moi refusing to support Akina Raila and supporting Uhuru, which happened in 2002 when Raila walked out after Moi decided to support Uhuru instead of supporting the team of Akina Raila and Saitoti, that team. They walked out, they joined Kibaki, and that's how NAC came to power. In 2005, they disagreed with Kibaki on the constitution. And Kibaki sacked the ministers who supported the orange side, who included Uhuru, Ruto, Raila, Mudavadi, all that team. So when you start giving us the idea that, oh, the memorandum of understanding, that he was to go for 5 years and then support Raila, that is why they disagreed, and that's why he worked. So you are refusing the part of constitutional change. You are deleting the orange banana thing. do not equalize. You cannot put Raila and Kalonzo on the same boat. Forget about it. Now, just hold on that thought for a minute. Harun, kindly give your submission so that we can proceed on in this. No, we'll come back to you, Duke. Ngoja kwanza. You keep changing history. Ngoja tukue. Harun, give your submissions and then we'll come back to Duke.
Yeah. Sorry, asante kwa kunipa nafasi. I hope Mr. Katwe, karibu
Ngoja kidogo, Katwe, umeamuka kufanya nini? Hii ni ya watu wanaishi nje. Wewe unaishi Kenya, unafaa kuwa umelala ndio uamke uende kazi.
Nimeamshwa na Duke kutoka kwetu, so lazima nitamjibu na kinyumbani ndiye aelewe.
Tukifikanga hii ni time ya hawa watu wa kufunga, hao watu wanaishi nje. So unakuja hapo, uko na passport?
Ninakaa United States of Kisii, so
Harun.
Yeah, asante sana. I hope Nathan Nthusi ameangalia akaona huyu mrembo Sara, she is very intelligent. I think kuna kitu amesoma one way or the other. So wacha nitoke hapo, usitaki kufungua Pandora box ya maneno hapa tena. Ninasema namna hii. By the way, unajua tu kuvote 2017. Baba alituambia tusiende kupiga kura. So tunangoja, na already indication baba ameonyesha kuwa inabidi sasa tutoke tuende tupige kura. Oh my God. Na Mount Kenya vile imekubali. Kijana yetu William Samoei Ruto atangoja. So ninasema namna hii. In fact, Madiba Mandela amewahi sema kuwa any man who changes his principles depending on which person he or she is dealing with is not supposed to be given an opportunity to lead a nation. So Kalonzo vile mmeona wakati walikuwa 4 principles wakisign agreement, then Kalonzo wakati ametoka kwa hiyo amejitoa yeye mwenyewe, amekuja kupoa that secret kwa sisi, kwa the public court, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa huyu bana hawezi kuwa kiongozi mzuri. But naye Mungu si adhumani. Mahangidi alimjibu, alimwambia vizuri, promises are there to be broken. Alimwambia tu jana, kama uko na hiyo clip ama pitia tu usikie vile alisema kuwa promises are there to be broken but covenants. Sasa damu haikumwagika kati ya Raila, Kivuta Kibwana, Profesa Mtua na Amani Kalonzo. Hawakuchinja kondoo, then kutoka hapo wafanye hiyo agano kuwa hii document isiwe iwe tu ni secret kabisa. So yeye mwenyewe vile ameamua, aliamua kuivunja bas. In fact, kama angekuwa mwanaume angeiweka wafurugane wao kwa wao. So yeye vile amejianika already, tushamjua kuwa this guy hawezi akalead the nation. Nikimalizia nasema hivi, our great general ambaye anaitwa Baba, he knows how to win a war to state house. First, ameweka mikakati ya kuensure kuwa his strongholds they are intact. Then sasa atatoka ku attack. Ni wapi ataenda ku attack? Ataenda Mount Kenya, mahali ambapo anaona kuna mushkili kiasi. Atatumia 3 governors ambao ni Kalonzo, Profesa Kivuta Kibwana na Governor Mtua wa Machakos pande ya Eastern, so that kwa vile Kalonzo amekuwa mtu mgumu, mmeona vile ako ki watermelon vile walikuwa wamemuita. So Baba akiwa already ameconsolidate his support base, sasa wakati anapoenda kutafuta kura Mount Kenya, mahali ambapo amekuwa akipata almost nil, alafu pale Eastern mahali kuko ati, then sasa Baba atafanya kitu tunaita charm offensive, na hiyo charm offensive mmeona vile imeanza kumtoa Kalonzo mahali alikuwa amejificha kwa hoteli, sijui ni Sarofa ama ni Novok ama ni Intercontinental Nairobi. So Kalonzo itabidi atoke. So wakati Kalonzo atakapokuwa anakuja ku attack Baba na hizo makaratasi na nini, atapata already Baba meli ishafanya nini, meli ishang'oa nanga. So mimi my advice ambayo ningeambia Baba ni kuwa wacha leo apewe hiyo mantle, then kutoka hapo atoke nje, atuambie, my brothers and my sisters, I told you in 2017 don't go for repeat elections. Now time has come for you to ensure that come August 9, 2022, you are going to get out of your beds as earlier as you can. Mpige foleni, vote for me, nilete transformation, then kutoka hapo I leave this country kwa njia mzuri for the benefit of this generation and the generation which will come after him. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you. Wacha tusikize Katwe and then we start taking. Unajua Katwe, wewe unaamka saizi wewe ushalala. Watu ndio sasa wanataka kufunga show waende wakalale. Nani amekuleta hapa? Duke ndiye amekuleta hapa.
I was following through YouTube from around 3, and I think the only thing that made me to come on board is Duke, and it is it is with my humble submission that I like to say this, that there is something called logic and the legality of something. There is a very big difference in what Kalonzo is doing and with what Baba was doing in 2005. I had him shifting gears, goalpost to what makes him to become relevant. So I want to tell him this, that he should first monitor the occurrence of the events before saying that Baba alicheza Kalonzo. The person mwenye alicheza mwingine ni Kalonzo, because once you signed a coalition agreement in political parties, if you decide to support any other coalition rather than the one that you signed, you are deemed to have resigned, or you are deemed not to be in that coalition pact. One, ODM did not sign any pact with the Jubilee government, the post-Jubilee pact, the post-Jubilee coalition, I mean. Wiper signed a coalition deal with Jubilee after the elections. So who betrayed the other? It is Kalonzo. Secondly, ODM were the last people to leave the coalition called NASA. You remember Kalonzo coming in public and saying that NASA is kwisha and we are not part of NASA anymore. So how can you declare something null and void and then come out with another document saying that these were the agreements? If he was to come and say these were the agreements, okay, fine, and he stops there, that one would have been fine. But you're saying you're coming with this document saying these were the agreements and they should be honored. You are busy lying to Kenyans, and you're bringing, yes, there is logic that this was supposed to be done because nobody knows what was supposed to be done, and he's bringing a document that is not supposed to bring it out because the guarantor was the one who was mandated to bring this document in public, and that was Professor Makau Mutua. So when he's bringing out this document to the public, one is in breach of the same contract that he declared null and void. So why will you bring a document that you yourself you're not supposed to bring out? So in this sense, Kalonzo had the logic, but he did not have the legality of that document. The document was null and void. ODM was the last one to leave because it understood the contents of that document were supposed to be bound by within the law that they had already formulated during that time. So Kalonzo bringing up that document, Mr. Duke, kindly just understand that Kalonzo is out of order completely because he's the one who made it to be out of order. Because why would he sign a document with Jubilee and then come out and say we are still in NASA? And why he had other NASA principals not demanding for anything out of the NASA deal? It is very clear they have already signed another pact with another coalition. So Kalonzo should just give us a break. I think Nick Salat gave him the peace of mind. Nick Salat, it wasn't by accident that he said, tumechoka kumulisha Cerelac. He's a Cerelac baby. We are tired of babysitting him. If he's not going to come to Azimio on Saturday, we are going to go by ourselves. And I think, Themba, you've seen what is going around social media. We are yet to confirm those the authenticity of that, what is going around. But I do believe if it is a white smoke, then Kalonzo is coming in not to come and destabilize Azimio as we've seen ANC and Ford Kenya stabilizing Kenya Kwanza, because it has become as a blessing that they moved there, because the confusion is very high. And that is what we pray, that they continue being confused every day. So I just want to mention the last thing about what happened in Bungoma, where Ken Lusaka is going to Ford Kenya. I think Ken Lusaka going to Ford Kenya, in my opinion, Wangamati should really be working day and night, because Lusaka and Wetangula are two guys who know the terrain of Bungoma so well. And you saw what happened in Mount Elgon during the burial of Serut. So we are going to up our game in terms of campaigning for Wangamati and trying to bring out that thing that Azimio is going to win a lot of seats in Western and in Nyanza and other places that we are going to field candidates. So thank you so much, Themba, for your time.
Thank you. Sasa nyinyi watu hapo juu mmenizimia curtain, tuambiane nyinyi hamko. Nitawaita majina ndio tuanze kufunga. Fidel uko hapo?
Niko lakini nakula, ngoja
nawaita tu, nataka kujua nani ako present, kwa sababu sasa kama mtu ako present ninamtupa na nifungia curtain na Njiru uko hapo? Njiru moja, Njiru mbili. Haya, huyo acha kwenda. Ziana najua ako hapo. Megi uko hapo?
Full time.
Good. Haya. Sasa mkae hapo hapo tufunge studio. Watu wa Facebook najua mtatupwa nje in the next 5 minutes. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for joining us for the debate today. From the time we started up to right now, we really appreciate the discussion. I know it's a new day in Kenya, and it's not just a new day, it's a D-Day. It's the Azimio Day. So a lot's going to happen today, and the debate this evening, it's going to be hot because some political careers are being made today, and some of them are being buried today. So let's wait and see. You know, we want to close the show with the people on the studio. Wale ambao naitisha link huko, time imeisha bwana. We don't want to open the debate any further. We'll have you coming in later today. So remember to subscribe to Motembei TV and also share widely so that we can have as many people getting this message and learning from us, because this is a place for learning. You learn from all these great panelists: Fidel, Duke, Princess Diana, Maggie, Nathan. Nathan, when you come in, ukikuja show jaribu usikuje kama uko umefurahi sana. Kuja show una postpone sherehe, unapiga sherehe ile siku ukuje show. Ni haki yako kupiga sherehe, lakini usikuje kama umepiga sherehe sana. So let us take our closing remark. I want to give us at least 2 minutes, everyone, starting with Duke, then Ziana, then Maggie, then Nathan, Harun, Sarah, then Katwe, alafu nirudi kwa Fidel, then we close. So Duke, dakika mbili tafadhali.
I want to close by saying this. First of all, let us not say that the election is over. The way most of you are very confident that we have won this and everything is over. Actually, I remember in 2007, we even celebrated that Raila has become the president. And around 10 years today, he has not become the president. So it's not done until it's done. Also, another point is about we should not demean any person or dismiss an individual In that context, I'm talking, for instance, if Raila was to travel into the future and then come back, I think he was to not to dismiss William Ruto in that way, because he thought that by dismissing him from ODM, we would just end like that. But he became very powerful, and today strongly competing with him. And also, last, I want to talk about democracy. Democracy is about disagreeing. So if maybe Azimio you win, I will be here to oppose the government. That's why President Obama said that a working democracy is where a person you did something good yesterday is against you today because you keep working hard. And we are seeing that today. If you see, for instance, if Russia was having a strong democracy, we will not be witnessing the war in Ukraine today, because it's where you find one individual is making a decision and everything is done. So by us disagreeing, and we have individuals who are on the opposition side, which may be Azimio members or UDA members come 2022, it's a good thing. That's a democracy. So if every person votes or supports one individual, that's an autocracy. So I end my statement there.
Thank you, Duke. A lot of areas of requiring exploration in your statement, but we'll do that tomorrow when you come back here again. Kindly mnapo subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, msubscribe pia kwa the Themba and Lulu show. That's a show between my daughter and I. If you go there, you can see this week we are discussing anger management, especially Duke. Unaweza enda pale, unaweza kuwa na anger sana, utaona discuss anger management hapo with my daughter. Na wale wengine ambao watakuwa team makasiriko, watu wa Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Princess Diana, dakika zako 2.
Themba, asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Mimi nashukuru kwa sababu hapa ni mahali pa kujifunza na kufunzwa. Kwa hivyo nimejifunza mengi kutoka hapa na ninayachukua. Bwana Duke, na kuelezea ya kwamba Raila has made them to be famous in good way and they have made themselves to be famous in bad way. Hao watu wawili ambao unazungumza kwao. Kwa hivyo acha nikuache na hayo. Nilisikia Martha Karua akizungumza kule, na ni jambo ile huwa ninasema hapa na hata Themba na anaisisitizia kabisa. Alikuwa akisema ya kwamba msishughulike na juu sana president, shughulikeni hapa chini, kwa sababu ya ugatuzi ulishaletwa. Kwa hivyo tushughulike na MCA, MP, senator na governor. Hapo ndio mambo yote, kwa sababu ugatuzi, hela zikiletwa kwenye county zitatumika hapo vizuri. Kwa hivyo tujaribu sana kuwachagua wale watu watatenda kazi. Kitu nyingine nilisikia Martha Karua akizungumza pia, bado nazungumza, alikuwa akimsifu sana Kivuta Kibwana. Kwa hivyo ninafurahi sana kwa sababu tuko na Kivuta Kibwana. Alimsifu kwa sababu alikuwa akisema ukienda kwa Kivuta Kibwana utapata hospitali ni kama private hospitals za Nairobi. So we have somebody ule atatuonyesha njia ya baba care. Kwa hivyo hapo tayari tumepata baba care. Hatuna shida hiyo ya baba care. Tukiangalia tena baba akizungumza wakati akisema 6,000. Duke, naona watu wakisema habari ya 6,000 anatingiza kichwa. 6,000 itawezekana. Na hiyo 6,000 itasaidia wale ambao hawana kazi. Sio ati atapeana. Kile kinasumbua watu ni ya kwamba wanafikiria hiyo pesa ni ya kupeana kwa kila Mkenya. sio ya kupeana kwa kila Mkenya, ni kupeanwa kwa yule ambaye hana kazi, na atakapopata kazi basi kwa nyumba ile, kama mko watu 6 na mfanyi kazi wote, hiyo nyumba itapewa hela 6,000. 6,000 mpaka siku ile utapata kazi. Ukipata kazi, mambo ya 6,000 imeisha. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tujue ya kwamba 6,000 yawezekana. Masomo kuanzia chekechea hadi chuo kikuu inawezekana. Kwa nini? Germany inafanya hivyo. In Germany ni kuanzia kindergarten mpaka umalize chuo kikuu. Kwa hivyo hizo vitu zote baba anasema zote zawezekana, ila hali tumchagulie wale watu watafanya nini? Watafanya kazi, sio kupora hela. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru Wakenya wenzangu, tukiwa tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, tuende na amani, upendo, umoja na undugu. Kwako Themba, tuchaguane kwa upendo.
Asante sana Princess Diana. Just to highlight for Duke so that kidogo Maggie, so that Duke asahau. Today's rally in Kisumu, the theme was get out and vote. Get out the vote. That was the main theme from everybody. So Duke, even as we know it is not over until it's over. Raundi hakuna kulala, tutapumzika baba kisha kuwa sworn in. Lakini saizi we are getting out the vote. And confidence, I mean, why can't you be confident? Ruto is always telling his people that haezi ibiwa kura. See, that's confidence. Akasema pia hata ukiweka Oburu Odinga kama chairman wa IEBC, mimi kura yangu haezi ibiwa. Sio ni confidence. Sasa sisi tukikuwa confident na ambao msikae confidence sana. Hey. Ringa kile uko nacho. If you have it, unaringa. I mean, if you are a pretty girl, be good, be happy that, you know, I like the way Sarah comes here and says that mimi ni constitution yenyewe. Be confident in what you have, because if you don't celebrate yourself, nobody will. Sasa sisi kama wanaazimio, we like what is happening. And we are not sleeping. That is not to say that we are not pushing our people to vote. To the man on the D-Day. Negi dakika mbili.
Asante sana Bwana Themba kunipata nafasi tena. Iko kitu Duke anatuambia ati don't be sure unless it is done. Okay, I just want to tell him now that let us be sure even if it is not done, because before hizo zingine walikuwa kuna ish. Watu wa Kikuyu hawakuwa wanaenda na baba vile hata wakina Kanini Kega, those other people from Kikuyu land, Peter Kenneth, wakiongea vile walikuwa naongea Kisumu. Wakati wa kukampeni ilikuwa ni no going to Kisumu because they were also busy, but kuharibu jina ya baba the other side. The way I saw hapa kwa Kiraitu naitwa Meru, that one actually assured me that anyway hii kitu tumechukua. I don't think that these people can be mad just to cheat baba up to that extent, wanajazana hivyo alafu baadaye wamruke tu hivyo. I don't know, but hata wakifanya hivyo hata Mungu can be very cruel to them. So Duke, usitupereke nyuma, tuwe na amani, just have faith. With faith in God, everything is possible. At least we have really waited for this change in our country, and we have faith that Raila can bring this change for us. Because we have, I think everybody have looked around, anywhere, all these leaders, but they have seen, even the President Uhuru Kenyatta have seen the only person whom can bring this change at this moment is only Raila Amolo Odinga. Na amesema wazi na ametangaza wazi, he's even ready to go and campaign with Raila because ameona hiyo kitu ambaye hata yeye angeweza kuleta. Amejaribu kuleta kidogo when they are with who? With Raila. So let us just have that faith in God, and the God Almighty is going to give us what we are praying for. We are praying for that change. And the change we want is the God who is going to use Raila to bring it for us. Because corruption, we want it to go away. Surely, maisha nzuri, maisha bora ambayo Raila is telling us is going to bring, the God Almighty is going to give us through Raila. Is that faith? I'm just saying, let us have faith in God, and God is giving us this change through Raila. Maybe Raila does not have any strength, but the God Almighty is going to give him that strength to give us that change. So let us have faith. May I have it, and the change is coming right now. So asanteni sana. Na mimi nitakuwa Kenya, tupige kura this time. Kama wengine hawajachukua, wapigie simu museme, musiwache Kenya irudi nyuma. Thank you very much Bwana Temba kwa kunipatia hiyo nafasi.
Asante sana Maggie. Nathan, dakika mbili.
Thank you, Thamba. I would like to start by apologizing to everybody for your Thamba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just start by apologizing na niseme mawili matatu that I think the whole Kalonzo thing is stale. Imeanza hata kunuka. We don't need to go back there. He's a guy who knows his political power. Obviously, he knows the masses he moves in Ukambani. Me being a Kamba, obviously, I know the kind of ukisikia mtu anaitwa kingpin, haitwi kingpin for no reason, but Kalonzo story yake, is either going to bury himself under the sun ama under the sea. It all depends on what he's going to do, but I'm not going to spill the beans. But Kalonzo is not going to join Ruto. He has said it. So we wait. I just want to speak about all the other political hizi vitu zingine hii nini nyingine. You know, when there's something about leadership. Leadership needs teamwork. And when it comes to teamwork, you need people to come and, you know, get together and actually actualize the vision and the mission and the purpose. And you see, anybody who does not align to that is a no-go. I mean, come on. Ni mtu hayuko. So leadership needs this kind of things. It needs teamwork. And that's why you see Baba is saying, look, let us save this nation. Let us come together. Let us build this nation. We know where we're coming from. We know where we're going. We have a purpose. And that's teamwork. And that's exactly what leadership is about. So I think I have ironed out. I don't want to spend much of your people time.
Thank
Nobody's
you.
supposed to. Nobody. I'm not done, Tamba. Sorry. I'm not done.
You had 2 minutes, Nathan. You're not giving us a submission. You're summarizing.
I'm sorry, but again, I'm saying nobody's supposed to seek political power. Yeah, nobody's supposed to seek political power. I mean, come on. If you're seeking political power, you're not getting into the same. Okay, sawa Temba. Nakuona ni sawa, ni sawa. I will respect you.
No, you come here every day. I mean, every day
I will accept, because once you in ni sawa mkubwa.
Yeah, you come every day. Normally tukimalizia, you just have 2 minutes summary. But kesho kuja tena, you'll have all your submissions, and then of course ukikuja masaa kama hizi ni watu wa kufunga studio. So saizi tu ni summary alafu. So Harun, dakika zako mbili.
Thank you.
Karibu Nathan, and welcome again.
Thank you.
Kaa hapo, ngoja tufunge studio. Harun.
Yes, asante sana Mr. Temba. Mimi ningependa kusema namna hii kuwa in fact hii nchi mahali niko ya Kuwait, wenyeji wako 2 million people. Wafanyikazi wenye wametoka Asia, wengine wametoka Afrika kama sisi Kenya, tuko watu 4 million. Wenyeji 2 million, wafanyikazi 4 million. Google. So na ile kitu ambayo tu peke yake inawasaidia, just only oil. Alafu corruption huwezi ukaiona, iko lakini huwezi ukaiona, si kama Kenya. Corruption unakutana nayo tu kwa barabara, unakutana nayo kwa nyumba yako, unakutana nayo everywhere. So corruption ndio imefanya nini? Ndio imetumaliza Kenya. Wakati wazee umri ya baba Fidel hivi ama baba Jakindu Bey wakati wameretire, ama wale wazee pale mashinani wakati wanapewa sijui ni 2000 ama 4000, hapa hivi wanapeana 3000 KD, piga times 374 shillings, that is 1 million every month, wakati corruption iko very low. So wacha nitoke hapo, nasema namna hii, when you see a teacher and a student, that is Baba as a teacher and Ruto as a student competing heavily in as far as political matters are concerned, ujue kuwa democracy yetu inaendelea kuiva. In 10 years time itakuwa inaungua, itakuwa inakomaa kabisa. And lastly, nasema namna hii, Azimio la Umoja, when we are together getting our freedom, more so economic freedom, is very, very easy. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Temba.
Thank you, Harun. Yani nyinyi mnaweza overthrow government ya Kuwait, mko 4 million.
kabisa tunayo nini migrants overthrow. Google even though wameanza kupunguza wale wazee wenye wamefikisha 60 years, wanaambiwa waanze kufunganya virago zao, wanalipwa wakiondoka. But sisi tumezidi wenyeji, but we are eating, tunatuma pesa nyumbani na maisha iko sawa tu.
Sasa inafaa Katwe ya kuje huko, aache kuamka usiku, anakuja kukaa hapa kwa debate, akuje huko atengeze pesa huko.
Yeah, kama engineer akuje kabisa.
Sara.
Thank you, Pemba. Today I'm going to take my closing remarks on a very different approach. I'm gonna talk about, I've been reading the comments, and unfortunately I want to deconstruct a misconception. Many men, not most, many, mishike kenye nasema, are very afraid of outspoken women. okay? Because we are strong. We are tenacious and we have grit. I'll repeat. Many men, but not most, are afraid of outspoken women because we are strong, we are tenacious, and we have grit. I hope everyone understands me clearly. But that doesn't make us necessarily proud. Okay? It's not the lack of humility that makes us like that. No, we're just no-nonsense kind of people. Strong women who know what they want. Okay? And we're not afraid to say it. So, if you cannot fight with me openly, don't fight with me backdoor. Come fight with me face to face. I will deal with you. Simple, clear. Okay? But you don't have to create a narrative that women are emotional. And who the hell said that exuding emotions is a crime? In fact, that is what people are advocating for. Even us women in relationships, we advocate for our men to exude more emotions. It doesn't make you weak. Okay? It makes you stronger. You're able to articulate openly what you need, what you want. So I'm going to completely deconstruct the misconception that women cannot be strong, Bwana. We can. And if you're afraid of the dominance in us, brother, walk that walk. Or talk that talk. Simple, clear, and to the point. So, today, unfortunately, I've had to be the victim of rather harsh words, but that's a non-issue. But that's the point. I'm going to speak for all women out here. If you do not like, well, I'm not saying that women are not supposed to be meek. There are women who are meek and there are women who are strong, okay? There's a very big difference. And they're both women, they're both female. We are not male oriented. Those sisi wenye tuko outspoken, we are not. We are female too. We just know how to speak. We know how to speak out and say what we need and our needs. And the dominance part of us, unfortunately, has always been on the victim receiving end. We are victims of men insulting us very badly because they don't understand us at our level. So I am going to deconstruct that misconception. Strong women are not necessarily proud. They just have they have tenacity and they have grit. And if you don't understand both words, please, like I said, the Webster and Oxford dictionaries always open, ready there for everyone to read. Okay? When you're coming to debate with me, like I said, intelligently. Because if you don't, I told them from the word go, I might embarrass you. Not that I want to embarrass you. No, not really. You will be embarrassed because people will wonder if you came to the debate with content. I come prepared. The people I wanted to debate with have run off. They have not come to face me. Right? So am I to blame for my strength? No, I'm not. So, UDA supporters when you're hapa, please respect women. Mimi kwanza, I advocate for women very strong. Nimewambia mi ndio constitution. Okay? Let it not repeat itself and let me not see funny comments about women there because I am going to deconstruct you heavily in that comment section. I'm out.
Thank you.
Zara,
Amina
asante sana
sana.
lakini
Sasa unajua Katwe, Katwe ana smile tu kwa sababu he is always asleep when you are closing the show. Hajawahi meet Sarah, so unaona hata ameshangaa. These are the kind of ladies we are having here. Tuko na Azimio iko na Sarah. There's someone who is saying that okay, Miss
Hata Irene usinini usisahau Themba Irene.
Yeah, Irene pia. Yeah, Irene Aimba. Miss Mulinge, Sarah anakwambia kwamba I'm proud of you, Sarah. Gakure anasema Sarah, you should vie for women rep somewhere in Nairobi. I think that's a very good deal. And Miss Mulinge anasema Sarah, smart, eloquent, beautiful, educated, and many more. And the grit for Duke inamaanisha greatness requires internal toughness. So you need a lot of internal toughness for you to Thank you, Sarah. And we need to at least watu wa kufunga, watu wa jioni, tuko na Miss Sarah kusort out watu wa UDA ambao hataki kuresearch, ambao hataki kuingia kwa nini kuja. Tuko na yule ambaye hata Gakura anauliza where is Shiko? I miss her. Yeah, Shiko will be coming. Hopefully, hii weekend maybe ako busy, but she'll be coming. Hata pia we have tough ladies. Unaona tumeanza Azimio imeanza kuingia some very tough brains.
Shiko, kuna Jacaranda leo jamani. Kwani hamjui Jacaranda?
Oh, kuna Shiko, kuna Sarah, kuna Irina Imba. Tuko na very tough ladies hapa tunaandish. Sisi tunakaa nyuma hivi tunaangalia wanawasoti. Haya, Katwe, dakika zako 2.
Thank you, Themba. I think my lady here has already separated chaff from the grains, because you know such narrative, when it is peddled so much that because you're a man you can exhibit your toxic masculinity everywhere. Your toxic masculinity should end with your doorstep as you're living outside. We don't care what you do to your wife, that is subject to discussion and with your law in the house. But when you come outside here, if your wife is inferior, don't expect that everybody is inferior to you. So I think she has already finished, and I want to say kudos, one, because she's a woman. Secondly, I can see that she's very young. So basically, we have a very good leadership in future. But I want to make my last submission with an open letter to Joash Mangi. In fact, ameniaibisha sana, being that he comes from the turf of Omogusi. Actually, he thought, and this is the quote that I want to finish up with him, that a lady came to the house and told her husband that, you know what, honey, I cheated on you last night when I went to the club. And the husband told her that I also made my worst mistake of my life. And when she was asking what type of mistake did you commit, is that he said that, you know, because I stayed home last night knowing that I have a wife, and I was very, very, very honest, and I was waiting for you. That is the worst mistake that I did. And you know, when Mangi came to ODM, he thought that now he can come and say that I've cheated on you, ODM, and probably I need forgiveness. Then ODM told him that we trusted you so much, we gave you a ticket 2 terms, but you weren't cheating on us. And now he has gone back to where he belongs. In fact, we say back to the sender where it comes from. That bad manners should not be brought to Azimio La Umoja. We want leaders who know what they want in life. It's like, I'm sorry, Sarah, if I attack this one on women. You find a lady who doesn't know what she wants. She keeps on flip-flopping. She ends up being called a lot of sorts of words. Huyu ajui Kenya anataka, huyu she's peddling what she's peddling because of the character that she exhibits. Now Maangi is becoming that kind of a person that we do not know. And that is why if you read in the Bible, Hosea, when he was preaching so much, he was preaching God's word, but what he married in the house was quite different, because he had married a whore, and when he was preaching, the whore was deconstructing him in the house and in that particular area because of the character that he was exhibiting. I want to say this, that your character is the one that can define you as a person. That is the DNA of your life. If you do not have that straight character as a person, then you cannot say that you're a leader. We've seen even men having that kind of being a whore. He doesn't know what he wants. He jumps from one place to another. That is what we are seeing right now in politics. So today, I want to candidly welcome. And Themba, I did not wake up at night just that way. Today is on Sabbath, so I woke up very early because I need to prepare for the Sabbath. So it is in my norm. So, but I want to thank you because I've seen a very nice panel right now. I've never seen such faces. I've never seen Mo. I've never seen Duke. Thank you so much, my brother, for coming in. In as much as we are going to preach the gospel until it goes to your RNA. You know, we can change your DNA, but we want to change the RNA to be the first people to change your RNA of politics. Thank you so much.
Tumekusaidia kuamka kujiandaa kwenda kanisa. Hata Sara hapa ni msabato, hata Ziana hapa ni msabato, so uko wengi. Fidel, dakika zako 2 kaka, lakini usiseme I'll be very brief, alafu uende dakika 10.
No, I will be brief today. This is a conversation we already had during the morning session in Diaspora Azimio, and I want to reiterate it. It's about women space in politics, particularly in these gatherings. I get a little bit offended, sorry to use the word, that our women politicians, when they go into rallies, never get a chance to speak. They are muzzled, you know, and I think it sends a very wrong message even to the those aspiring young ladies who want to be able to be in the competitive world of politics. You know, when you see that men are the ones who are master ceremony of a rally, and men are given time to be able to express their thoughts, you know. But when a woman is told, okay, you've got your 1 minute, and the person comes and grabs the microphone from their mouth before they even finish, I find it rude, and it sends the wrong message. So you're wondering, where do these women, where are they supposed to get their space, where they can be able to also express to the voters their thoughts and what they want to do? I think this is something is much of a concern, should be a concern to coalitions like Azimio, who profess to elevate women's place in their political equation, that women are given consideration when it comes to political rallies as much as men, but more so women, because they are minority when it comes to that space. Majority of the people who speak are men. So if there's a way in which this conversation or this message can be conveyed to the organizers to be considerate of our women's folk who are vying for positions, who want to be heard, who want to be seen, and identified, you know, with in certain aspect of what they stand for. If Raila Odinga has to get a woman vice president or deputy president out of all the people who are out there, I will recommend one tough lady that people don't really pay attention to, Priscilla Nyokabi. She comes from Nyeri. She used to be a women's representative, a very tough, brilliant, very brilliant woman in her own right. She might not be known, but I don't think with a woman she needs to be known. She just needs to be a woman because we are talking about a higher population, a majority of our population are women. So by them seeing that particular face as their representative, I think it will speak volume on its own, just by itself, rather than, she comes from Mount Kenya, rather than we are keep on talking about whether Kalonzo should deputize. Kalonzo doesn't bring anything. Give it to that woman. Don't think of Martha Karua. Give it to that woman. If the thing has to go to a woman. So Temba, I know you must be really counting to see whether I'm breaching my 2 minutes. I am within the time, my friend. Back to you. Thank you.
That's the shortest speech that Fidel has ever given as a closing remark, and I really like it. Someone was telling me that Themba, read all the what? You're telling me to read all the messages. I mean, Themba, if you're reading comments, read all. Why are you skipping? I'm skipping because I don't have to read all of them. I'm skipping because I don't have to. But let me acknowledge some of you who are in the comment section. George Gakure, Asante. Nyokabi is not popular. Yeah, she's not popular. You're going to elect people who are going to give you, and Nyokabi should be related to the Kenyatas. So if you hear Nyokabi, if you hear Koinanges, if you hear Mungais, if you hear those kind of names, they're most likely related. So I'm just saying. So don't worry about me. Don't mind me. Keep protecting Eno. George, I don't think there's UDA rally. Yeah, of course. Today, Kenya time. There's only one big function. Only one big function. Apart from Katru, who is going to church. Other than that, there's only one other big function.
Then tell Kiprotich Ngeno to come and face me face to face. He has said, men lead, women follow. I will lead and he will follow me. Trust you me. By the time I'm done with him, he will follow me fair and square.
There you go, Kiprotich Ngeno. The challenge is still out. Sarah is still available for you to come and we do a crossfire. I'll be glad to be. Now, wait. We release Sarah to you. There's also Shiko. We also release Irina Imba. We also release there are a number of
Selena. Why are you guys not saying Selena even if she's Selena?
Selena Sego.
What about Selena Sego, by the way? And we are
Temba, Irene at a finish Ngeno Mazi. Irene she's not a joke.
Yeah, Irene, Sarah, Shiko, these are serious people, and apparently, they are all from different parts of Kenya. Irene, I think, is from Western. Sarah is from Kisii, I think.
Themba, by the time we release Selina, Kiprotich atakuwa hayati. So why should we release our best when?
So when you release those ones to Kiprotich will run away.
Tunaanza na wenye wana open the way, like John the Baptist opened the way for Jesus. We start with those ones. By the time I am done with Kiprotich, my good Lord, he will be singing my name even when he goes to sleep.
Yes. Yeah,
mbona mnampiga Kiprotich na mnajua ya kwamba alisema saa zile aliona Sara amewaka moto, alisema ya kwamba wifi yake imekufa, inaenda kuzimia. Jamani, tayari alikuwa amebeba mkono juu.
Tunataka watu wote wa UDA Kenya kwanza wakuja hapa tuwarilizie these bazookas. Unaona tuko na bazookas zitakuja tunatolea hapa tunarelizia hapa. Thank you so much Steve Mutumbu, George Gakure hata wewe kuja. Hiyo siku ungeenda na kuja, hata wewe kuja hapa kwa studio. Tuwapatie crossfire mara moja hata tutaongea.
Ngeno has said if he wins I join UDA. If you win I will join UDA. By the way, that's the truth. But if I win, you join Azimio by force, and I will win.
I like
Kazi
that.
kwisha. Kazi kwisha. Martin Ligawa, Geoffrey, pole sana hukuweza kuingia studio. Naona iko na great brains zikishaingia hapa sawa. Wakipatana watu wakufunga show jioni wanakwanga Katwe hapa jioni kunakuwa very interesting. Unaona wewe sasa hivi umelala. Wayara akiwa hapa na Princess Yana na Maggie na Harun na Sara. Ni Alex leo sijui ameenda kwa bibi mkubwa.
Mwingine amepata wakando.
Tuliargue.
Ako Sabato jamani. Sabato
Alikasirika.
imeingia, hataki maneno mengi.
Alikasirika juu nilisema ile story ya ng'ombe on
Alitoa
purpose.
ng'ombe ambayo imevunjika mguu. Asanteni sana Dominic, Liza, asante sana. Yeah, we would love to call you, all of you, but again, we thank you so much for joining us. Like we have always said that Motembei TV is a place where we come to discuss leadership and governance in Kenya, especially in this political season, where we are helping you to make informed decision come 9th of August. We'd love you to come here and learn, share. It is basically not Azimio, but we just happen to be, many. When you go doing a sample and you go sampling and like they say, if you go throwing a stone in Kisumu, you're likely to hit a professor. It is not the mistake of those guys that there are many professors across the streets. It's just like here. It is not our problem that we have. Yes.
Naomba Katwe asitoroke. Yeye ndiye anatumalizia na maombi leo kama mgeni.
Katwe atamalizia na maombi. So when you're looking,
Aaron alichukua huo wasama huo. Unakumbuka for 1 week.
No, the guy
there, he's gone.
Aaron ametoroka. So we like when you come ready to learn. You only need 4 things. One is a working gadget or a phone. You need Wi-Fi or bundles, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. After that, boom, you're here. The studio takes only 10 people. So if you find the studio is full, just stay in the background, and when someone drops off, you come on. The show starts exactly at 9 Kenyan time, and we go till late around this time. Those who come early, we request that you come in and drop off so that you allow other people also to share. We would love to continue, love to please, but you have to leave. As always, we say, let us keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let us keep talking. Thank you so much. I say we never stop learning. Socrates says that cursed be the day that you learn nothing. And we believe that this is not a day that has been cursed, because we believe you have learned something. Now, kama kawaida, tunafunga kwa maombi. Na maombi yetu. Naam.
Bado hujawajulisha ya kwamba leo uko katika ile nini ya kwanza. Leo. Ile nini inaitwa nini? Ya mapenzi.
Penzi Corner. Kama kawaida. Kuna program, kuna show ambayo inakuja baadaye.
Viana, wewe achana na haya mambo ya mwachie Themba hiyo kitu yake.
Nini?
Kuna show ya singles ambayo inakuja kuanzia saa 2 hadi saa 3, inaitwa Penzi Corner. If you are single and searching and willing to mingle, single and ready to mingle, come to the Penzi Corner starting from 8 to 9.
My Lord. Si nikiingia hapo wanaume watatoroka.
Come in there today, actually, wewe na Katwe najua pia yeye anakuwa single na ready to mingle. You never know, it might be your chance. Kuja pale from 8 to 9, come share with us your experience. Asanteni sana. So when you are finishing, tunamaliza na wimbo wa taifa na ni ombi. So Katwe, tafadhali tupatie ombi, na ombi ni wimbo wa taifa, Kenya National Anthem. The first answer, tafadhali.
I should pray in the national anthem. I'm not good in that. Just allow me to finish with that prayer.
No, you see, it's now you see, we are trying to baptize you into how we finish the show. So we are trying to indoctrinate with our doctrine. So the way we do it, we finish with the national anthem, because we are saying Kenyans do not know the symbols of national unity. Now, one of the symbols of national unity is the national anthem, Kenyan currency, the presidency, right? So we have 5 core symbols of national unity. Not all Kenyans actually know. So because we have forgotten, we have even forgotten what makes us Kenyans. And one of them is the national anthem. So do you know? Because if you could internalize the word and capture the words, you would look at the other people, not just as other Kenyans, but as Kenyans, because you share that particular thing, the national anthem. And that's why we say it every single day. If you go back to the YouTube, to our videos, every single day, the last prayer is the national anthem, because we want people to start reminding themselves that there's something about the national anthem that unites us. So we will forgive you for today, but we hope that you learn it, because you can't be Kenyan if you don't know what makes you Kenyan. We have something that makes us Kenyan, the national anthem. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi. If we remember those words, we'll be discussing, because we know that God is helping us to protect each other, to respect haki ya kila mmoja, and for us to remain kama ndugu. And mwishowe raha tupate na ustawi. Asanteni sana Princess Diana, Maggie, Fidel, and Katwe. Hadi saa 3 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. Inshallah. We are out.
Thank you very much.
Asante sana, asante Tembo.